Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus. Hey, and welcome to day 5, our final day of countdown to Christmas. And guys, thank y'all for joining us. We have an unbelievable show for you today, and can't wait to get into this. We're going to have Aero cabinets showcase this morning. We're going to have all kinds of chairs and cabinets. Got great pricing on all that, and just can't say enough. Well, then we got Kim Christopherson coming in from Kimber Bell. We're going to have a whole hour with her showing some brand new products and things. And then we got our very own Deb Donovan's going to be here today. She's going to be highlighting our King Quilter stand-up long arm and our King Quilter sit-down. We have Joanne Banco in here twice. Joanne is coming in. She's going to have the Durkee sash frames, going to talk all about those. And she's also going to do an educational class, and cannot wait to see what her gift idea is going to be. And then yours truly, I'm going to do the David products today. And on a show previously, we had the David vacuum cleaner on there. And, we're going to show it again today, guys. We got a great special on it as well. And it is the state-of-the-art vacuum out now. Great Christmas gift. So we'll show that again today. And so we got a great day planned for you. And but before we get too started into this, got to say a big shout out to some of the SMP Nation out there. Hey, we got Terry Peppers. She's in Missouri. Got to say hi to Terry Peppers. We have Ginger Israel in San Diego. Got to say hi to Ginger. And Ginger, if y'all remember way back when, you regulars, her husband is the one that dressed up in the Spider-Man outfit. Remember that? Yep. So, and then we have Patsy Good in South Carolina watching. Yvonne Hudson in California. We have Tanda Jolly in East Texas. And Kathy, is it Grotefin? Grotefin? Grotefin. I think that's how you pronounce it. So Kathy, if I'm butchering your last name, I'm sorry about that. But hey, welcome to the show, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us. Hey, and if you're brand new, this is the first time you get to see our show, put a number 1 in the chat right now for us. And guys, we are going to give a ton of prizes away today too. And let me tell you how you can win. All right. So if you're watching on YouTube, go subscribe to our channel right now. Even if you're watching on Facebook, you can go subscribe to the YouTube channel. When you're on the page, hit that thumbs up. There's a bell. Hit that bell notification so that it notifies you anytime we put new content up. And then if you're watching on Facebook, you can just like our page and then also share the video to your own Facebook page. That'll help your chances to win today. And then just ask questions, make comments, and that's going to enter you to win as well. We're going to give a ton of stuff away today. I'm feeling very Santa Blaine-ish. Well, anyway, hey, I got my crew here today. Got to say good morning to them. Got Kicking It Kennedy, got Big Daddy Kyle and Rockin' Roger over there. And they're all here. And they're all dressed up for you. You got, Kennedy's all the Grinch. Kyle is Buddy the elf. You got to stand up, Kyle, so they can see them, the whole outfit. And then Roger is the Christmas tree. So we got everybody all dressed up this morning for Christmas. And we hope that you at home are all dressed up too. But I guarantee you somebody else who's dressed up. Let's welcome in my co-host, Jane Klaus.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, Santa Blaine.
Well, hello, Miss Klaus.
Hello, Mr. Blaine. How are you? How is everybody today? Happy Friday.
Awesome. I am awesome today, and I'm going to tell you why, Jane. One reason is we've had such a good week. I got great sleep last night, just raring to go. I'm excited about today, and we've got so many great specials today. We have got some great specials on Aero cabinets today. So people have been looking for a cabinet or a chair. Man, we've got some great specials. And then if you've been needing a vacuum cleaner, we've got the cordless David. And I'm telling you, this is a game changer on vacuum cleaners. When people see this demo today that I'm going to do, they're going to just love this thing. And I've got one of these. I absolutely love it. It's the best vacuum I've ever owned in my life.
I mean, listen, who doesn't need a good vacuum cleaner in their sewing room? Hello. So all of the years that I've done all these creative living TV shows, I go into people's homes and we make stuff together. And this is like so great. And I see all these rooms. I know what goes on in there. I have one. And I'm always like, I need a sponsor for these shows. And the best sponsor ever is either a coffee company, because we all drink our coffee, or vacuum cleaner, because I feel like vacuum cleaning companies don't actually know that we really need them, you know?
Yeah, well, this one is awesome, and we've got a great special with it today, and I'm gonna give a little
I'm going to
hint
put on my
about it.
list right now.
This one is specifically for sewers, and I'm gonna tell them why when I demoed this morning. I'm gonna tell them exactly why that it's just for sewers, because it has a unique feature on it that's just for your sewing machines. I absolutely love this thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I got to get my husband to tune in. I know his mom's tuning in. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Mima. I want to get my husband Kurt to tune in because I need this. Oh, wait. I know. I'm sorry.
Hey,
No.
this will be a great. Well, you know, they always tell you never buy your wife a vacuum cleaner
Unless she asks.
for Christmas or birthday. But
Yes.
I'm telling you what, this would be an awesome Christmas present. And I don't think anybody would be upset at getting this for a present.
That's funny. They always say, don't buy your wife or your significant other, your spouse, whatever, anything that has a plug unless they ask for it.
Well, this is what's so unique about this, Jane. It doesn't have a plug. It's
well, there you
cordless.
go. I can't wait. I cannot wait for this vacuum, Blaine. I'm really excited. You've been telling me about this for a while now, so I'm excited to actually see it.
Yeah, it's going to be, you're all going to love it. It's and not only is it just a great working vacuum cleaner, it is actually, it really looks good too. It's just a really good looking vacuum cleaner. And
I like
so
it.
we got such a great day today. And then, you know, our very own Deb Donovan, you know, our own brand of you know, quilting machines is called King Quilter. And we have an 18-inch, 18 by 8 long arm, and you can get it on a 10 or 12-foot frame. And then we have our brand new sit down that we launched this year that has the, you know, the new Quilt Vision table that has the speed, you know, the stitch regulation built into the table. And we're going to have that. She's going to demo both of those. And I'm telling you, for the price these quilting machines are, they are so much cheaper than anything on the market, and the quality is so high. We don't have any issues with these whatsoever. And I'm telling you, when people get to see these, and then also today, we're going to get into some robotics as well for quilting machines. And we've got Butler Robotics going to be in here. And these robotics are, we have 3 different models of those that are made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus. And so there's 3 different price points, and they all open up a little bit more features. So it's very affordable. You're not having to pay $10,000 and $12,000 for a robotic system with the Butler.
Wow, that's amazing. We really do have a great show lined up. And by the way, we've got our education session later on today. We're learning how to make some last minute Christmas gifts. And that is with our friend Joanne Banco. I'm excited to see her again today. And then she's doing another segment later on in the day too.
Yes, with Durkee Frame, she's going to be doing the new sash frame. And if they haven't seen the sash frame yet, this came from the world of industrial embroidery machines.
Yeah.
And so Brent Taylor, the owner of Durkee, you know, he makes, you know, all the easy frames and all the things that he does. He makes them for the industrial world, but he also started making for the domestic home embroidery machines. And he made this fat sash frame. He just kind of carried it over. And when they see how this thing works, they're going to just love it. It keeps the material so tight on the frame, and it's just a clamping system.
Yeah,
how it works.
right.
So you don't have to worry about the magnets smashing your hand and grab it. You just clamp it, and then it has a little tool. You unclamp it, pop it off. She's going to demo it, and I promise y'all, you are going to love these things.
Well, she is a cheerleader of all things sewing and embroidery, so we will learn a lot from her and get excited along the way.
So, Jane, I got to tell everybody too, we've got a lot of great specials we've had all this week. But if you didn't see something that you absolutely love, that doesn't mean it's not on sale, because we have thousands of products. And when I say thousands, Kyle can back me up on this. It's really thousands of products that we have on the Countdown to Christmas special. We just didn't have room on this show to show them all. So if there's something you've got your heart on, give us a call at 800-401-8151 and just say, hey, I'm looking at this. Is it on the Countdown to Christmas special? And they'll be able to tell you really quick if it is or not, and then give you the price.
Well, and that's the most important thing, you know.
4,000.
You can't reiterate it enough. We're covering a ton of things this week, and you can go back and watch all the shows. You're joining us live right now. But if you go online, smplive.tv, and you see something, call. Find out if there's a better deal on it. I know my friends that are watching this week have been texting me throughout the show and even after the show, like, okay, so should I call now? And I'm like, well, there's people there up until they close, and then you could call tomorrow. But it's easy, and they say, I can't believe these great deals that I'm finding. I'm not joking. I got 3 text messages after we ended the show yesterday saying, I can't believe I can get this for this much money. I'm not lying. They were just in awe of all the good deals that you have, Blaine.
Well, it is. And Kyle just said it's over 4,000 products right now that are actually on the Countdown to Christmas show. And again, we're special, and we've only had a few of these on the show. So, very small fraction. So there's a ton of products. And again, we have probably 50,000 products on our website. But so that is a high percentage of, products that are on the Countdown to Christmas special that you can get some really great pricing on.
Right. And I always say you need the right tools to get the job done. And when you can get the job done, your creativity can explode. And we love that. And I am still thinking about those Stay Perfect stabilizers, Blaine. I can't get them out of my head. I was dreaming about them last night.
Well, the Stay Perfect, that's something that we developed. It took me about a year to develop. I worked with, Deb Donovan. I worked with some really good people out in the field that do embroidery. And basically what we did is we said, we're going to go out and get the best stabilizer that we can find made for us. And then the key to it, we started out with rolls, and then we went to the pre-cut packaging. And when we developed those pre-cut ones, we spent a lot of time researching every brand of machine out there and every single hoop size to make sure that we covered the whole gamut. And I'm telling you, we've got it nailed. And so if somebody wants any kind of stabilizer with a pack of pre-cuts that'll fit all their hoops, we have them.
I love it too, because you guys know how it goes. When you've got the roll of stabilizer and you're pulling it and you got to measure it, and then you're like, where are the scissors? And then you get some weird wonky pair of scissors, and then you're trying to cut, and it's not. That's me. Because I've got it ready to go and it's in my head and I want to go. And then I'm like, oh, I need to get my stabilizer. And then I wish I had another arm to help. So I love the pre-cut.
Well, here's my challenge out there to everybody who's an embroiderer. If you want to try some of these, buy a pack. If you do not absolutely love it, you send me an email to CEO@SewingMachinesPlus.com, and I will bring it back and give you your money back. Matter of fact, I'll just give you your money back and won't even tell you to send it back.
Right.
That's how confident I am that you're going to get these things and you're going to absolutely love our stabilizer.
By the way, I love this idea. Linda has her pre-cuts are all in her wine rack. That is a great reuse for that wine rack. If you have an extra one, don't give it away. Put it down in your sewing room and put all of your stabilizer in it. Love it, Linda.
Yeah, I love the stabilizer. And then, we put them in Ziploc bags too. So when you get them, they're Ziplocs. So they stay fresh, they stay flat, and you can store them in a drawer. And then, our tubes with the rolls, if you have a bigger project, you can get the tubes, and they're in stay fresh tubes that you can store them in. They have on each end, it tells you the size and the type of stabilizer. So again, the only difference between the pre-cuts and the roll is, it's pre-cut already. You have no cutting, and it's going to lay flat, and you can just hoop it to pick the one that fits your hoop.
And I think there's a time and place for both. So I would say go ahead and get both, because that's what I would do. Like, I want the pre-cuts for certain situations and I want the rolls for other situations. But the deal with this too, Blaine, is that you're doing a special just through close of business today. Is that right?
That is correct. At 6 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Central, a lot of these sales go off. Now, some of them are extended all the way till the 31st. But a lot of these things end tonight, and the stabilizer is one of them. It's 20% off the advertised price on the website. You're going to get a 20% off savings, and that coupon code is just Stay Perfect, all one word, all caps.
Yeah, and this is why I wanted you to tell everybody that, because like I said yesterday, you're going to get to June. Maybe you'll get to April, right? And you'll say, I ran out, because we're going to buy a lot right now, or you didn't buy any because you're like, I have enough that's going to last me a couple months or last me a couple weeks. You'll get to the middle of January. You're going to be in a snowstorm. You can't get any stabilizer. You're going to say, boy, I wish I would have ordered this from Blaine on the last day that I could have got a really great deal on it.
Well, Jane, even if you have to buy it at regular price, one of the things that I really tried hard to work on is our price is cheaper than almost any pre-cut pack out on the market. But what also, we give you more sheets. So we're going to give you a lot more quantity in each pack than any of the competitors out there. So not only are you getting a great price at the regular price, but you're getting more, material. But now with that 20% off, it's just really, really crazy price.
You didn't know I was going to do it, but because I was dreaming of the Stay Perfect stabilizers, I had to bring it up. And now all of a sudden we're selling the Stay Perfect stabilizers. And by the way, Ella, thank you for listening to the radio this morning. I knew you were there. I just knew it.
I keep seeing somebody chatting about the Grinch was behind me. What's that mean?
Oh, I didn't see the Grinch.
Yeah, I didn't either. Y'all let me know what happened. Let us know in the chat what happened with the Grinch. Somebody just said something about the Grinch. See, Red. See, going to get some.
She's going to get stabilizer now. I'm going to get stabilizer now too.
All right. Well, hey, I got to tell you this morning too, Jane, we've got Aero cabinets coming in, and we're going to do something different today with Aero cabinets.
Yes.
To make sure. Somebody's saying, Ellen says your presents are gone.
No, it says the Grinch snuck up on your shoulder and tapped you on the shoulder earlier.
Well, I felt somebody tapped me on the shoulder. Then I thought maybe I had like a little spasm. I looked around, there was nothing there. All right. So
wait, you thought you were just feeling things or seeing
I didn't know what was happening.
Wait, maybe the Grinch will come back in the next 3 minutes.
Grinch snuck up on you and tapped you on the shoulder. That's funny. All right. So well, anyway, Aero cabinets this morning, I got to tell you about what we're going to do this morning. We're going to really make it easy. So, we have about 10 chairs that we're going to show in all the different cabinets. So every time we show a chair, they're going to hold a card up with a number on it. So it'll be like number 1, number 2. And then on our product page, like if you go to smplive.tv with that thumb strip of products, we're going to have a number 1, number 2. So when you see the one that you like on the show, you just remember the number, and you can go to our website and see the number and match them up. So it's real easy. You don't have to remember SKU numbers. You don't have to remember the names. All you got to remember is numbers.
Smart. I love that system. By the way, did you go to dinner last night with Michelle dressed in your outfits? Because you guys looked very lovely and festive.
We did. We went out. I had to sign autographs. They thought I was some kind of country singer.
I'm sure they did, or at least like the mayor of San Diego.
Hey, I gotta tell you something that was awesome though. Michelle and I went out to eat. We went to a Mexican restaurant, one of our favorite ones. We sat there and ate, and just had a great meal. And an older gentleman and a lady walked up to me and said, "Hey, the meal is on us. We already took care of your meal and your tip."
Oh my goodness!
And I thought that was so nice. And, so Michelle and I, our plan is we're going to carry this forward. And the next time we go out to eat, we're going to buy somebody's meal for them.
That is so sweet. And do you know who it was?
No, don't know him at all. Just random guy. He said they do it once a year. They do that this time of year. And he picked us. So it was just awesome. So we're going to play that forward, and we're going to buy somebody else's meal when we go out.
So sweet and kind. And did you guys take a picture of you out for dinner?
No, he did it so quick and walked out. It was just him and his wife. They kind of walked up and kind of took us by surprise.
I'm sure it did. Well, that is such a lovely, great story, especially in the season of giving. I love that, Blaine. Thank you for sharing. We're all happy that you went out for dinner, and we're hoping you took a picture of you and Michelle. And we're all loving our little friend that continues to visit you on set.
Stuff keeps disappearing. All right.
I think that's funny.
Well, Jane, we're ready to go.
Yeah.
We're going to get, I think we're going to get Aero cabinets in here, and I'm going to let you take this first session, and I'll see you back in about 30 minutes, okay?
That sounds great. Thank you so much, Blaine. All right, everybody, let's get this party started on a Friday. Yay! So excited for our first segment of the day, our first product line, because I love the Aero cabinets. I love this company, and the presenter, well, he has been in e-commerce since e-commerce was e-commerce. Like before it was an E, it was an A. And I think they were like doing it on cement tablets or stone tablets when he started working in e-commerce and marketing and demonstrating and all the good stuff. So what else can I say? He is one of a kind. You know him, you love him. Let's welcome to the show, Harley Thomas. Hi, Harley.
Good morning, Jane.
How are you?
You know what? I couldn't be any better. I've got Sarah LePage with me this morning.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, Sarah. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
And we have 2 hours of all sorts of great things. And because you've got a little bling, I don't have a lot of bling. Little confetti cannon today. So we're going to have some of that.
That is my most favorite thing that's ever happened in my
I've
whole
got a case of them here. We're going to have lots of fun today.
Okay, anytime you do something great, we're gonna do it. And so your intro about this doing the e-commerce since e-commerce was e-commerce is right. You were doing it, chiseling it in on the stone, right?
You know, that's like when you had to write and mail a letter and lick the stamp when they still had to lick stamps and they tasted terrible, right?
Yes.
Way back in the day.
Way back in the day.
I can't believe you remember that, Jane.
I do remember it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was there.
Wow.
I mean, somebody told me about it. I read about it on like that thing called TikTok. I'm not sure. Hey, I'm going to let you guys take this away because I see behind you, like literally my favorite things ever. You know it. I love these chairs. I'm going to buy 3 of them today. So I'm going to get to my computer to start looking them up while I let you guys explain. How's that sound?
Jane, that sounds great. And one last thing for everyone out there in SMP land, Sewing Machines Plus, great dealer for Arrow, great dealer for Kangaroo products. They have actually exceeded sales from last year. So everything on this show, I know what the number is, and I've shared it with Blaine. We got a lot of chairs to sell, a lot of cabinets to sell, so that Rockin' Roger and Buddy the Elf there can be happy. And Kennedy. We want Kennedy to be happy too.
Yes.
So we're going to do things a little different this time. We're going to do numbers instead of all the names. But before we start, I'm curious to know who is sitting on an office chair or a kitchen table chair. Just type 2 in the chat. I just want to see who's doing it because we're going to change the way you do it. Someone loves the purple chair. Boom. We're going to get to that one. So if you want to type 2, we're going to show you why you really want a dedicated sewing chair.
Oh, those are a lot.
Look at all those 2.
Chairs.
Those are people uncomfortable. They can't sew all day.
No.
Oh, Sarah, don't cry.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, it's heartbreaking. Blaine, do you see this opportunity? Huge opportunity. So, Jane, let's get to it because Jane loves our chairs. I've met Jane in person a couple times. She always sits in the chair, and then she tells me how much she loves them, but she keeps buying more. So she's got a whole studio of chairs. Let's start off with the Arrow chair.
Let's start off with that one. This one is the Cat's Meow fabric, and this will
be known as chair number 1.
Number 1.
We're going to call it chair number 1 today.
There it is.
Oh, Ethan, where are you? There you are. Okay. So, the Cat's Meow chair. We should probably go over kind of the benefits of a sewing chair.
Yeah, we definitely should. Now, Arrow sewing chairs are the number 1 rated sewing chair in America. They are, bar none, the best sewing chair you will ever use. Well, there's a lot of different reasons. Let's not discount the adorable and durable fabrics.
The adorable brings you in.
Yeah,
and then
that's what brings you in.
And you're like, that's a cute chair. And then you sit and you're like,
and then you notice the lumbar support.
Look at that.
Check that out. It hits just exactly at the right spot to really.
And I'm not a little guy.
Need.
But little people fit on these too.
That's right, because they are height adjustable. You can adjust the seat of your chair anywhere from 18 inches up to 22 inches. Short legs, no problem. Long legs, no problem.
Not ergonomically correct. My knees are bent. I need to be a little more ergonomic.
Oh, there you go. Now you got it.
It's all about ergonomics so I can sew in comfort and sew longer.
Right, and that's really the name of the game, is sewing in comfort and sewing longer. So we've got the lumbar support. Now I want to tell you about this 5-star base. If you look at the bottom here, we've got a 5-star base here. That gives you such great stability. Harley's just kind of wobbling along in his chair here, and look at him go. It's smooth. He's got stability. He can go anywhere he wants to go with his chair. Right down the hallway.
We'll get a better one.
Throwing confetti at people. That 5-star base really gives you great stability. And
It does.
attached to the 5-star base are those casters. You get a 360-degree swivel on this chair. It spins right around. And those casters, they run like a dream. They'll roll beautifully over flooring, hard flooring like we have here in the studio. They also work great on carpet and most rugs. So you can just scoot yourself right down the hall with these.
You can, and they're the fabric. It's an upholstery fabric, so it's very durable. They come with a 1-year warranty. They ship in 2 boxes.
That's right, 2 boxes.
Super easy to put together. 300-pound weight capacity.
That's correct.
So
And they're super easy to assemble.
super easy, height adjustable. But really, it's about your comfort,
It is about your comfort.
and that's what we're selling. We're not selling a chair. We're selling so you can be comfortable. Let's get to the different kinds of fabrics that we have.
Okay, as we said before, this number 1 here is our cat's meow. And you can see up on the screen there, we've got a bunch of different brightly colored, fun fabrics. And then on that bottom row there, you see, we call them the Royal set. We've got just classic, really high quality and durable fabrics all the way across the board for you.
I'm glad to hear Nana says it was easy to put together.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad it went together easily for you.
So we've got all these chairs. So Ethan, if we go to this camera, why don't we go down and kind of I'll bring the chairs into frame. We'll talk about, this is chair number 1.
Chair number 1 is the cat's meow.
Then we have, this we call chair number 2, black sewing notions.
This one is so cute. It's
Oh,
got
you
all
know
these-
what we didn't show anybody?
What?
But we'll get to it up here, but we'll tease them.
Yeah.
Oh, you can put stuff inside.
So nice.
Huh, I wonder what's in the button chair.
Oh, that's an excellent
And I'm
question.
tired of getting flack from the audience. Because the audience gives me a hard time about this old candy bar that's in there. So there might be something in there. It is the holiday season.
It is the holiday season.
Maybe it's eggnog or rum chocolate.
Ooh,
Oh.
so
So
exciting.
chair number 2, black sewing notions. This one is chair number 3. This is the So Now So Wow chair. This chair is the number 1 selling fabric. By the way, if you order these today, they're going to ship either today or Monday. So we are located north of Chicago, so we're in the middle of the country. So they will travel quickly to your, yeah, Blaine's favorite is Reese's, you're right, Jeanette. Absolutely it is. Chocolate Santa maybe? We're going to find out.
Could be.
So chair number 3, sewing notions. We've got so much time. I timed this up so well for
You
today.
did a great job, Harley.
We don't have to rush, do we? Unless you want to talk. You want to do the Royals?
I do want to do
You want to talk about Royals? Okay. This chair. This is number 4. This is a Wicked cosplay chair. Limited edition cosplay chair. We have limited stock on this. Blaine said he was going to tell everyone, order these now if you want the Wicked cosplay. There aren't that many left. It's a little different. It's got little cutouts in the front, kind of like little skulls, and the fabric is kind of skulls. We'll have Ethan bring stuff up when we're done with the colors, the patterns. Chair number 4, limited edition. When they're gone, they're gone. So grab that one for a loved one or yourself if you think you want that. And then
Harley's
have-
favorite one, number 5.
famous buttons. Now remember again, 5-star base. It's got great lumbar support. We can make Sarah sit in a solid one when we get there and show
For
the lumbar.
sure.
It's super solid, height adjustable, 18 to 22 inches. Number 5. I see number 5 up. People love this chair. And inside,
Oh my goodness.
it must be Christmas.
Bounty of goodness.
There's a whole sleeve of peanut butter cups for Blaine. I found this Reese's peanut butter bar. Probably not Blaine's thing, but it's peanut butter. It's the giving season. So Mr. Beast has a candy bar. So I'm trying to get Blaine to have a Mr. Beast candy bar. By the way, one piece of Mr. Beast candy bar says share with a loved one. And then to wash it all down, I know everyone's at home. You have to have a little drink, right? A little Mountain Dew. That might be Blaine's favorite. And what would Christmas be without a little kiss, right? And we have a whole bag of candy. So we have all sorts of stuff in here. Oh, Ethan, I was kidding about rum chata, but there's rum chata in here.
Hey, you never know what kind of sewing supplies you're gonna
Wow.
need. It really depends on the project.
I really
doesn't
like
it?
working here. We get a rum chata. That's pretty good. So this is chair number 5. This is the buttons chair. And Sarah, would you like to go through these chairs? Should we go through these one more time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I mean, let's count backwards, okay?
Okay,
So
chair number
again,
5.
Number 5 is buttons upholstery fabric.
Beautiful chair. Look for buttons over here.
And here comes
Limited
Wicked
edition.
Cosplay.
Number 4. Wicked Cosplay.
Number 3. So now, so wow.
Love this fabric. So cute.
Number 2, notions.
Dun, dun, dun.
And
number
this
1.
adorable one, number 1.
Cat.
Cat's meow.
Meow. Meow. I know people want dogs. They might be in the works. So, but for now, if you're a cat lover, get the cats. 2 and 5, love them. I love that people love number 2. Number 2, big seller. Number 2, seller fabric. So, with that, Sarah, do you want to take over and do the solids?
Okay, let me see.
I'm
how
going to
we're
roll
number
these bad.
3.
Actually, Ethan, do you want to put up all the colors one more time while we move a couple chairs around, get reset for just a second? I'm going to slide these up out of the way. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, you're going to start on that, and
Oh yeah,
someone
we're
said
going,
they like the
we're
purple.
going in numerical order here. And this one is chair number 6. This is royal purple. And I saw a couple of you making a couple of comments about how much you love this purple chair. I'm going to flip this out of the way here. You can see this is such a rich purple color.
Sarah, I think Ethan's going to go to this camera over here on the left for a close up.
And I need to be over here.
Ta-da!
There we go. I figured out where I'm supposed to be. Okay, this is our royal purple chair, again with the 360-degree spin, the 5-star base, the easy roll casters, the height adjustable, and for your secret stash of ranchata or whatever else you need to get through your sewing day, you've got a nice spot to
Most
stash
importantly, chair number 6.
Chair number 6. Remember it. Okay, then we go on to.
You know, does the audience like the numbers?
Do you guys like
Do you guys
the
like
numbers?
the numbers?
Does it make
Is
it
that a good
easier
idea?
to
Do
figure
numbers?
that out?
Okay.
Love it. She says, I love it. Okay, great. Okay, this is I think probably my favorite color. This is the Crown Ruby. Beautiful, rich color. When you look at this, you guys, I don't think that what's on your computer screens is really doing these colors justice. This is such a nice, deep red. And this fabric is durable, and I mean, this is not some wimpy fabric. This is going to last you a good long time.
It's
And,
heavy duty upholstery fabric.
And once again, you've got your lumbar support. Gotta figure out which way I'm turning
You're
here.
going the right way. There you
There
go.
we go. Lumbar support hits you just exactly in the right spot. You've got height adjustable. So I'll make sure that I've got my proper sewing posture. So I can do what I
So you
need
can
to
roll
do.
around.
I can roll
You
around
probably don't want me
anywhere
pushing
I
it around. That could be troublesome.
Okay. Yeah, so this is a lovely color again. This is number 7, Crown Ruby. All right. Here, roll up number 8.
I like that Ethan used gaffer tape on this.
Hey, you know what, guys? I might have lied to you a little bit when I said that Crown Ruby was my favorite color. I don't know, Princess Hazel might be right up in there with it. There are, you can't see it right here, but believe me when I tell you, there are little bits of color all the way through this woven, gorgeous upholstery fabric. This will go beautifully in any room of your home, most likely in your sewing room though. Again, this is Princess Hazel, number 8. All of these chairs have the 360-degree spin, the 5-star base, the rolling casters, the height adjustability. Everything you want in a sewing chair is in these. And again, number 8 is Princess Hazel.
Number 9, Duchess Blue.
Ooh, it's so pretty. pretty, Duchess blue.
But it's not just blue. It's got like little specks
It's
of
got
red. And
blue and other colors of blue. It's got a bunch of different
Multicolored,
shades of
yeah.
blue, a little bit of navy background here. It's lovely. And once again, these upholstery fabrics are so durable. You are going to be able to sit and sew in comfort and sew longer. Spend more time doing what it is you love doing. These beautiful and fantastically made chairs.
you know, I sat in a different chair the other day here in the office. Not one of our production chairs, and it was really soft.
Mm-hmm.
But these chairs, they're comfortable, but they're not like super squishy.
Right.
The
they're-
foam is a little more firm, which really lets you sit in them longer. It's you get into it a little bit. You sit and it kind of gets into you a little bit, and it feels really nice.
Yeah,
Where
and
if
it's
it's
not
really
going to
soft, you
just
just go.
flatten. It's not going to just flatten down underneath you and just give you a hard time a couple of hours into your sewing. Sit in one of these guys, and you're going to be supported and comfortable for hours and hours. Think
And
of how much
hours.
sewing you can get done in one of these chairs.
And last, but this is certainly not
Not
least.
the least.
Number 10, it is the 4th best-selling color.
This is
So-
Lady Gray, and Lady Gray. This actually kind of reminds me of suiting material, the way that the like a tweed almost, the way that the colors kind of blend and intersect with each other. Got a couple of different colors of gray here, and it is really just gorgeous. So again, number 10, Lady Gray.
Now, I wonder, do you think we have time to go through these real fast and just wheel them around and show everybody, or do you want to just put them up on the screen? Because it's time for us to move on to the Wallaby.
Mhm.
This is America's #1 selling sewing chair. Look at all the options. So many options. The hard part is making a choice, but we know you're sewing on your dining room chair. You aren't that comfortable. It's not the perfect ergonomics to let you sew longer. It's
It's
not
a
the
dining
way
room
you're
chair.
supposed to sew.
It's meant for you to sit there for maybe an hour. I don't know about you, but when I start getting into it, I don't want to get up after an hour.
I'm not even gonna move these guys, you can see. I'm gonna move them out, I can move them out of the frame so we can bring in a large cabinet. Well, not a super large cabinet, but a great cabinet.
It is a
It's
wonderful
got a
cabinet.
space saver, fully featured cabinet.
Right.
Let's call it that.
The Wallaby has such a home-friendly footprint. When it's all folded down, it's great to just tuck everything out of the way. But you'll see, why don't we wheel it on out and give them a...
Yes, and I see lots of questions about pricing for the chairs. We are gonna talk about a cabinet and then go back to Jane, who's gonna address pricing. I believe there's going to be a call-in special. This chair normally is only $329, so it's normally on sale for $329. I think there will be a call-in special. There it is. S&P Melinda says, call on in, get the special price. It's so low, they can't discuss it. Right? So, but we'll see what happens because it is the holiday, and Santa Blaine is in the mood today. He got a good night's sleep, so he is ready. All right, we're gonna move in the Wallaby and start with the Wallaby, which we're gonna call number 17 today.
Number 17 is
Yes.
the Wallaby. Now the Wallaby, I just really like this cabinet a lot.
And even, why don't we go with the close camera? I'm gonna move some chairs out of the way so we have a little bit of extra room. How's that sound? Perfect.
Now, while Harley's moving those chairs around, before we really get into discussing what's so great about the Wallaby, I just want to let you know that Harley touched on it a little bit before. We're located just a little bit north of Chicago. So that means that whatever we ship to you from our warehouse is going to get to you pretty quick. Our cabinets are sold ready to assemble. They have, I'm just going to go ahead and say that the instructions are fantastic.
That's only because you wrote.
That's true. I did write
You
the
did write them.
instructions.
Sorry, I was muted. The audience will let me know. I know they will.
Oh, yes,
They're
they
so
will.
good at telling me what I mess up.
So the instructions are great. These are really easy to put together. And if at any time during your ownership of your cabinet you have any sort of problem at all, call our customer service department. Our customer service agents are, bar none, the best and wonderful to work with. Okay, Harley, are you ready to talk about the Wallaby with me?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna take this gorgeous cabinet, move it up a little bit. Okay, there it is.
And he's going to say we moved it too close, but that's all right.
We're doing our best.
All right, so number 17. This is the Wallaby. This is
Wallaby. Right there.
Oh, look at that. They're
So
so
once
odd.
again, our Wallaby, this isn't still counts as a full-size cabinet, but it does have a very, very home-friendly footprint.
It's like the everyday cabinet for the everyday sew.
I think so. I think that's a good way to put it.
I mean, we're starting to get confetti on things. But, so why don't, without further ado, let's open it up so people can see it.
Ooh, exciting.
Now, when it's closed, this is the nice thing about this cabinet. When it's closed, it's about 3.5 feet by 1.5 feet deep. So it's not, it's tiny, right? 3.5 feet by 1.5.
Look at how nice it opens up, though.
And then it's got, so it's got a well cover, a wood well cover that comes with it.
I like the well cover a lot. Sometimes, you know what? Sometimes I'm using my little sewing cabinet for things other than specifically sewing. I might be cutting, I might be measuring, I might be piecing some things together. It's nice to have that well cover to.
But why do you need a sewing table, Sarah? That's the
Well,
question you get.
That's an excellent question, Harley. And what really makes a sewing cabinet is the sewing machine lift.
So this is what we would call a storage position, right? It had doors and it was closed up, so you could use this in a multi-purpose room, in a family room, in a bedroom where
Yeah.
you might have guests come and stay and you could close it up, right? This one locks also to keep tiny fingers and husbands out of your shears.
That's right.
So the nice part is your machine's in here. It pops right up. Okay, you're ready to sew. Well,
You just saved
almost.
yourself 15 minutes of digging stuff out of the closet to set up on your dining room table.
That's the problem. You clear off the dining room table.
Mm-hmm.
You go to the closet, you drag the stuff out, you plug it in, you might need an extension cord, you need the project boxes. Here, you just do this. You come out, you open it up. You saw how quickly we opened it up. You do this, you put it down, and then we can put our custom acrylic insert on,
This thing is
and
great.
we are ready to go.
These custom acrylic inserts are specifically made to work with your sewing machine and your cabinet to give you
Wow.
a flush sewing
Wow.
surface all the way across here.
Wow.
No pulling, no snagging, no
I
getting
mean, this means
stuck.
I could be in my chair, smooth. Here's my piece of paper. Smooth, right across, all the way. No hang-ups, just right across. I don't have my wrists going up and over. That's the downside when you sew on a table, right? It's not the right height. It's up here. You're constantly going up
And it's a lot of
Up and
strain
over,
on your
up and over,
wrists,
right?
it's
You're like
strain on
this.
your stitches.
all the time.
Yeah, that acrylic insert really it's a pretty cool thing to have.
Having that level is great. Now, it's a lot larger, Sarah, now that it's open.
It is. If you take what we had in the beginning, closed 3.5 feet by only 1.5 feet deep, and when we unfurl this baby, open, it is 6 feet wide by 5 feet deep. So much room.
So much room.
So much room.
So much room. Now, this cabinet, the Wallaby, where'd the number go?
17.
Number 17, you have storage in the door. So you got, let's not discount the storage, right? You can put a serger or some other things here, a bunch of project boxes. Has a small drawer here with soft closing drawers. Self-closing, full view, comes all the way out. We also have attached an accessory on this one called quilt blocks
Oh, I love these quilt blocks.
or quilt stops. It's like a backstop.
It's
in
a
baseball.
guardrail. It's a guardrail
guardrail.
for your larger projects.
That's right.
That's right.
So when your projects are sewing and you go, they don't fall off the back and pull your seam from here.
Right.
It's a great add-on.
These are ingenious. This solution was actually designed by an award-winning quilter named Krista Watson. So we call them Krista's quilt blocks. And like we said, these just keep your fabric from sliding off of your table. And you know, you're working on a quilt, you're trying to get it done and make it beautiful for someone that you love. If you've got it pulling off of the back of your table and puddling on the
It's not
floor,
very good.
it's not good. You don't want your beautiful gift to get dirty. You don't want your stitches to pull. It's these are just really, really nice.
So
to have.
we're going to show 3 cabinets this morning right away. So we're showing this one, chairs, this one.
Yep.
We're going to take a quick break with Jane. We're going to come back and show you 2 more of our signature 3 cabinets. And what you're going to see, this one is really designed for more space. We're going to show one that's designed for storage, extra storage. And then the next thing you're going to see is the Aussie, which is a big work surface. We need to talk about what size machine fits in here.
Right, I'm seeing a lot of questions about how
We
big
need to talk about that.
how big is that opening? This lift opening is 23 3/4 inches wide by 12 1/2 inches deep. So bust out your measuring tape and measure your machine. Don't forget to include any protruding knobs or cords.
And Ethan's got a graphic up there with the size.
Yeah. You will fit if your machine is 23 3/4 inches wide or smaller and 12 1/2 inches deep or smaller, it will fit in the Wallaby
And this is going to
cabinet.
fit 95% of the machines on
Oh,
the market.
absolutely. Oh, and up to 55 pounds.
Up to
with this
55 pounds,
particular
so-
lift, yes.
Basically, any machine this size is going to fit.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. So that's why this is one of our best-selling cabinets. We're showing the top 3 cabinets this morning so that you guys can have them. And with that, I think it's time to go back to Jane, talk about some pricing, some promos, the famous chair.
The famous chair, the famous cabinets, Harley and Sarah. I mean, love it. And the new way we do it with the numbers is even better.
You like the numbers?
Yeah, I love the
I
numbers.
can't see. I've got like this beard in my face now.
The numbers are fun, except that I keep writing down the numbers that I like, and now I've got 20 numbers.
Yeah, and 20 numbers. There are 10 chairs, but Jane gets 20. I don't know how that happens.
You need 2 of each. Just
Well,
in case, right, Jane?
Because I put the double number next to each other, and then I went backwards and got 20. Yeah, I don't know what I was counting, guys. I was counting numbers or something like that. Hey, listen, I still love the chairs. I love the cabinet. Let me tell everybody how they can get one, because
Absolutely.
yes,
And we're going to reset while you do that.
reset, and I'll see you in a couple minutes. All right, everybody. You saw it there. You love those chairs, don't you? The hydraulic chairs from our friends at Arrow. We love those sewing and crafting chairs. The storage is great. Yeah, who knows what you're going to put in the storage in the seat? Rum chata. I think that's pretty funny. Yeah, maybe you're going to put some hand lotion in there. Maybe you're going to put some secret stuff that you don't want your kids to get to or the grandkids to get to, but you can see it there. There's a sale price there. You can see the regular price there. But oh, guess what? You can call because Santa Blaine has put some special pricing together for you for this special countdown to Christmas. Today is the day, friends. I know you've been thinking about it. But I'm telling you, today is the day. This is the day that you need to get your Arrow hydraulic sewing chair. Yeah, the price looks great, but guess what? Better pricing when you call now, 800-401-8151. It's just that simple. Call for your better pricing, 800-401-8151. Or, of course, you can chat at smplive.tv for more special show pricing. Yeah, Blaine makes it easy for you and for me. And we love those Arrow products. So we're going to keep going with our friends at Arrow. But first, I'm going to bring Blaine back in so we could chat a little bit while they set up. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jane. So I want to ask everybody out there right now, how did you like the numbering system we've got set up? So it makes it real easy.
Somehow I got to 20, so.
To find those chairs. I mean, it really does, because you don't have to remember the name. You just, oh, I like that chair. It's number 8.
It's easy. I think it's great.
All right, well, good. So we're trying to make it extremely easy for everybody, because that's why I got some feedback from some customers, and they said, man, I love the chairs. I couldn't remember which one that you showed I loved. And then I went on your page and was trying to look at the pictures. I was like, you know what? We're going to make this easier.
Everybody loves it. It's great. It's great. Yes, it works great. Love the number system. So you're getting some really great feedback, Blaine.
Oh, well, good. We're trying to make it easy for them. So we are going to go right back to Arrow, Jane, and I'm hoping Harley will shoot another confetti cannon.
Oh my
off.
God, you were jealous when that happened, weren't you? He said he has a whole box. So
I got to tell you,
yeah.
I got to tell you the story. I'm actually on hold. Listen. Can y'all hear that?
Hello, thank you for holding.
Oh,
you're welcome.
No, she's answering you.
so I'm just going to add a note that the driver should reattempt delivery today. So you're located on Center Drive, right?
That is correct.
What's the name of the business?
Sewing Machines Plus.
Okay, thank you for that information. And is there a safe place where the driver could leave the package?
We're open. We're a retail store, so he can just walk in and drop it off.
Okay, no problem. Is there a number that I can provide for the driver to give you a call?
Yeah, y'all know the store number here?
760. We're all listening to Blaine on a phone.
739.
I feel like we're in on something.
8222.
Maybe we could all call the same person at the same time.
So that's 760-739-822.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know. What are they delivering, Blaine? Pizza?
Thank you for that information. So I'm just going to add a note here that the driver should reattempt delivery today. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much for your help.
Mrs. Claus.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling on Miss Dawn. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right.
Blaine.
Little did she know she was on a live show, everyone.
No, you didn't even tell her. Did you order more jackets is what everybody's wondering.
I ordered confetti cannons to be delivered at 7 a.m. this morning so I could shoot them at Harley. And they showed up at 6:30 before we even got here. Well, I guess we were here. They didn't knock on the door, nothing. They just didn't deliver it and left. And so I'm trying to get my confetti cannons here today because I wanted to shoot Harley.
Oh, so it was your idea first. Actually, we all thought either you were ordering donuts, you were talking to your electricity company that you had, or we thought you were ordering from SMPLive.tv and you were wondering where your order was.
No, I told Harley I wanted confetti cannons for him to shoot off, but I was going to shoot some off as well this morning to help celebrate the great prices on the Aero chairs and Aero cabinets. But unfortunately, FedEx tried to deliver ours too early. So anyway, hopefully they'll be here today and we'll shoot them off for something else if we get them.
We'll get them at some point. And if you get them today, we'll shoot them off at the very end when we give away prizes.
That's a good idea, Jane. Great idea.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's go back over to Aero and we'll talk to Harley a little bit. So who's with him? Sarah, isn't it? Sarah LePage? All right, let's go back to Aero. Is it Sarah with you?
Yes.
That's me.
Yes.
Hey, we got it. So great. Guys, I want to see some more confetti cannons shoot off Harley. There we go.
Oh, it's a dud.
Oh, my gosh.
I got a dud. Don't worry. You know what? For you, Blaine?
You said you had a whole case. Everybody, we've got to see some confetti shot right now. There we go.
There you go. Now, Blaine, you said you wanted confetti, so I delivered confetti for you.
You did.
And now we have it. It's all over my monitor. It's on the camera. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to take, I think, poor Ethan a week to clean it up.
Well, hey, we still got some stuck in the ceiling in here from another show that we did. So, hey, we're celebrating today because of the great prices for Christmas and all the things that we got to show for Aero. But guys, I want to let y'all get back into the demos because we want to show, and everybody's loving the number system. We're making it easy for them. So I'm going to let y'all get demoing, and I'll see y'all back here in about 30 minutes, and we'll tell them how they can get these cabinets.
Sounds good. Yeah, someone said, dang, he went bang. You read that? Yeah, we went bang.
All right, we love the numbers. So here are your numbers for the Aussie cabinet, which is the one we're showing you now. Number 11 is the Aussie in this beautiful ash white finish that you're seeing right here on your screen. And a different number, number 12, if you get it, in a teak finish. And Harley's just bringing out an example of what that teak color is. It is a really nice, rich, brown color, a gorgeous wood grain. I think it's my favorite finish. I don't know, I change my mind a lot, but it really is a lovely finish for your cabinet. It'll look gorgeous in your home.
It all depends on your room.
It depends on your room, it depends on your style. So again, number 11 for Aussie in the ash white, and number 12 for Aussie in teak.
But let's tell them what the Aussie really is.
Oh
Is that what we're
my
doing?
gosh.
Are we doing Aussie first?
Let's do Aussie.
Oh, man.
Let's do it.
Do we have enough room?
I don't know, we're gonna have to spread it out
So,
and find out.
The Aussie cabinet is one of our largest cabinets.
It is.
And the key to this one is it has lots of workspace. If you're a quilter or a sewer, you want lots of room, right? And white is a lot of people's space.
Yes.
So white fits in a lot of places.
It does. It's classic. And you know what? Carly was just talking about how much space this has. We call this the work surface paradise. And right now I'm going to show you why we call it the work surface paradise.
Why do we call it the work surface paradise? Well,
Wow.
close up though, it's tiny.
It's teeny tiny,
Right.
but it's close up here. You got your tape measure. Let's
I
measure
do.
it.
Let's see.
Oop.
Oh boy.
Oh, it was a fail on my
Live
part.
TV that
Oh
happens.
man.
Okay, it's 4 feet 2 inches.
4 feet 2 inches, and from front to back,
I'm gonna say it's 2 feet.
it's about 2 feet. That's right.
That's tiny.
That's tiny. Let's unfold it. This is so fun. And once again, this comes with a well cover. You can see it right here.
Well cover.
Yep.
Oh, as I kick the. You know, the nice part about the cabinets we didn't touch on the last one, I don't think, is the locking casters.
Oh yeah, that's a really nice feature.
So these cabinets, they all come with heavy duty locking casters.
Oh my gosh, we can't even fit this whole cabinet in the frame, Harley.
That's because Ethan's got it on the close-up camera. He can pull away for a minute.
Pull away, Ethan.
But there's the heavy duty caster in set picture that he has there for us to see. This same idea of what makes a sewing cabinet, the lift.
There it is.
That's it.
Now this lift opening is the same as what we showed you on the Wallaby. Again, we've got 23 3/4 inches wide and about 12 1/2 inches deep. So when you're measuring your machine, don't forget those cords, don't forget the knobs. 23 3/4, 12 1/2 inches.
And this is a little bit larger machine than we had in the last one. Same opening dimension, however.
Same opening dimension.
So the nice part is, so it's 12, Ethan's got the graphic up there, 23 3/4 by 12 1/2, I believe. That's straight from memory though.
Yes,
Am I right?
you are correct. Way to
Love it
go.
when I'm right.
Yeah.
So all the cabinets, you know, basically your work surface, they're all gonna be about the same working height, about 29 1/2. 29 1/2, yep, exactly.
Oh, but you know what? This gets even bigger.
No way.
Wait. Check that out. It's got an extendable caddy that comes out, and it can actually be anchored in 2 different positions. Right now, we've got it anchored right in its little cubby hole where it can slide in.
So
But
if you were
let's say,
sewing and you wanted to have some work over here, you can do that.
yeah, but let's say you want even more space.
Or you want a center needle sew and you want to get it out of the way, and you want to be able to straddle right here.
Absolutely.
The center needle sew, you can
Just-
do that.
Anchor the caddy to the open door here. Even more room for you to be in your zone, doing your thing.
That's absolutely right. You got this great quilt leaf on the back. You got a leaf there on that side. You got room on this side. You kind of have room all around
That's right.
to really, really go crazy.
And so much cool storage space too. I really like these door bins. You can see they hold lots of stuff. And this caddy is really great too. With all of our products, all of our Kangaroo sewing products, we have these cool, soft closing drawers. We've got 2 of them on this caddy. And do you see it down here in the little cubby down here, guys? I got a whole serger stashed in there.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you can put the serger on top, work, sew, serge without ever taking it down.
Right. And if you're sitting on one of those arrow chairs, you can spin around in a full 360-degree
I
spin.
could throw you for a loop and throw a kiwi in.
Oh my gosh, you could.
I don't think I should though,
Why not?
because it's not on script. It'll make Rock and Roger unhappy. But we'll do it anyway.
We're gonna do it
Ethan,
anyway.
let's do it anyway. So let's say this one's not big enough for you, right? There's all this great room.
Need
We
a
sell
little more
this an accessory called a kiwi. It's just a cute little guy. Ethan, can you swap the cameras for me for a moment, please, sir? So it's called a kiwi. It's got some drawers.
space. Again, soft
It's
close.
got thread storage. We're not going to talk a lot about this one. It's got a thread storage. They come out, go in. Soft closed drawers. Ironing pad. Also can flip over. We're going to talk about this in the next segment. So it flips over. Ironing pad. You can actually. This one's going to be number 18 when we get to it. Where we
And
get
since we're talking numbers, to remind you of the numbers of the Aussie here. Again, ash white is number 11. And if you choose teak, that's going to be number 12.
So this one comes in white, teak, and gray. But if you put it here and you were sitting in the middle, you kind of have like a whole U made.
Yeah.
So you've got all sorts of stuff, but we'll get back to that. We'll bring the kiwi out in a bit.
That's right. Now, we talked about the well cover before, how it makes this, it takes it from a fantastic sewing station to whatever kind of craft station you want it to be. You just push your machine down into the storage position, put your well cover on there, and look at that, so much room to spread out. That's okay.
Oh, I found it. It's white on the
They're
wall.
white on white. It hid from us. We've got the quilt leaf on the back, and you know those Krista's quilt blocks that we just showed you a few minutes ago? They're made to
They can go on
fit
here too.
on here. They'll fit on just about anything. You just need a 1-inch overhang. And they go on all our cabinets, and they're just such a great idea. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
So
Okay.
cabinet number,
Cabinet number 11 for ash white and 12 for teak. Those are your numbers. Number 11 for ash white and number 12 for teak.
so I think that the secret to a sewing cabinet, and we'll hit this one more time.
Yep.
Kangaroo brand sewing furniture from Arrow Sewing. Lifetime warranty. We will ship it out of our Chicagoland warehouse. It'll come to your house in a few boxes. Sarah wrote the directions and has put every cabinet together a couple times.
At least.
And once in a while you need a hand just to move something, but for the most part you did it yourself.
Yeah, most of our
independently.
cabinets are, you can build it all by yourself. It takes a little while. Be patient, but the instructions are very clear, easy to follow. And I mean, the cabinets are so well engineered and well designed. They go together like a dream.
And the number one reason you want to do it, to get it to your room. Because if you got to carry this thing assembled, could you imagine having to carry this thing up the stairs, fully assembled? Ay, ay, ay. I don't want it. It makes my back hurt just thinking about it. So the nice part is you can buy it in a ready to assemble format. And it'll ship to your house in a few boxes and great instructions, and you just put it together.
And another thing that I really like about this cabinet and a great number of our cabinets is that it locks. I can keep my children away from my shears.
So this is the Aussie cabinet, number 11 and 12, right?
This is number 11 for ash white and number 12 for teak.
So this is really for someone that wants that space. We like to say it's a signature full-size cabinet and a workspace paradise. Right?
Absolutely.
Large quilts.
Large quilts.
So it's a great place, fits lots and lots of machines. We kind of went over that. We can hit it again if we want to. What else have we not told you about Arrow? Fast shipping, ready to assemble, lifetime warranty. If you have, where's Pockets? Mary wants to know where Pockets is. Was Pockets
I can't
hiding in
believe
here?
you forgot to show Pockets. Here he is.
Thanks,
This is-
Mary.
This is our
Way to
fun
call
little
us out.
guy, Pockets. I'm gonna bring him on up so you can see him. This is
Every-
Pockets.
Kangaroo cabinet comes with a Pockets.
He's got a little Joey here too.
He's got a little Joey in his pouch.
Comes with
her
every Kangaroo
pouch.
cabinet.
So yes, and the nice part about this, it folds down very compact, just like Lisa says in the chat. So the question is, does your machine fit in this cabinet? If your machine fits in this cabinet, it is a winner for you.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the nice part, you don't have to clear off your dining room table, grab things out of your closet and your storage, carry it to your project boxes, plug it in, you open it up, you push it up, you're set, you're going, right? Now, the next cabinet we're going to talk about has more storage.
Yes, that's true.
So I'm going to wheel this out of the way. Actually, if you want to wheel out of the way, I'll grab the next one.
Okay, which way do you want me to go?
It's up to you.
I'm just gonna go this way.
Dealer's choice. How's that? No. I think someone has a lot of gas now. Boom. Well covered in teak. I'm going to put over here. Oh, you can cut away. People didn't even see my dance moves.
Oh my gosh.
But am I muted? That's the question.
Oh, that's an important question.
No. Good.
Oh, good.
All right. Look at all this stuff we have, sir.
So much stuff. All right, now, since we're doing numbers, let's line them up for you.
Can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
This is our signature cabinet. Okay, it's Kangaroo brand sewing furniture. Thus, the Kangaroo cabinet. And it comes with a Joey. We're going to show that because Joey's tucked in there. Chucked into mama, just like a kangaroo, just like pockets.
Just like pockets and her
So-
little Joey.
This is #1 selling cabinet, period. Now, we have developed so many new cabinets. The last time I saw Blaine, we were at a trade show. We looked at all the cabinets we had out on the floor. And we said, there's not a single cabinet here that hasn't been changed in 3 years. Everything was new. So the Kangaroo just keeps getting better.
It does.
And we'll get into it. One of the new things on the Kangaroo, if you've been following for years and you've really wanted one, now it has a right side foot right here. Bam! To put your extra stuff on. So it's really nice to have this little extra workspace on the side.
That's where my laptop and my cup of coffee go.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's what it does, because you're working over here.
That's right.
Working over here.
I need to stay caffeinated.
So,
Okay.
sorry, I interrupted.
That's okay. We've got 3 numbers for Kangaroo and Joey.
3 numbers.
3 numbers because it comes in 3 finishes. The first finish, of course, is going to be that ash white. That's the color that we generally start with.
If
So
you don't
that's-
have a swatch of ash white, do you? Because we have white everywhere in the studio. But Ethan will put some swatches up on the screen.
So number 14 is going to be ash white. Number 15 is this beautiful teak color that you see here. And I'm telling you guys, this is just, in person, this is just such a pretty wood tone. It's got lovely grain. It's just really, I might be a little biased because this
You
is
are.
the color of the woodwork in
You
my
are.
house, but I just love it. I think it's beautiful.
Or,
And number 16, gray. That's the color
Gray.
that our kiwi is right here. So
we'll
there's
get
your
into that though
example of gray.
next.
So remember, 14 ash white, 15 teak, and 16 gray. And we'll go over those numbers again tomorrow.
Checking the schedule.
Yeah.
Sarah, we have to talk about the Kangaroo and Joey. We have enough time though. We can do some justice here. We got about 7 minutes to talk about this, maybe 8.
Oh my goch. Well, let's get started.
You know, it's really nice to have this much time to talk about the cabinets and the features of each of the cabinets. Because they're each one very feature rich,
They are.
but they're all different. And, you know, we want to try to help. If you have questions about which cabinet, how do you choose a cabinet, we can try to address those live right now, or you can call in Sewing Machines Plus, talk to Nicholas and the inside sales team. They're very happy to help you. Customer service team there at S&P is awesome and amazing as every
knows. So one of the things that we really want to do is try to educate, and that's kind of why we're here, is to educate
That's right.
and teach you about the cabinets. Again, Kangaroo cabinet, lifetime warranty, heavy duty casters. Uh-oh. Ethan, my sound changed and I'm off a little bit. Sarah, you may have to talk.
I'm happy to talk. I'm good at talking. Okay, so we're talking about Kangaroo and Joey, and Kangaroo and Joey.
Okay, good.
Okay, great. This is our, like Harley said, our flagship signature Kangaroo cabinet, and it is really all about the storage. Now this beautiful
about the
table
storage.
starts out, and this one unfurls just like most of our cabinets do, okay? When it's all closed up, it's only 4.5, we'll ignore this quilt leaf that Harley just put up, only 4.5 feet wide and only 2 feet deep. That can fit almost anywhere, right? Now let's open it up and show you just how much space you end up with once everything is all unfolded. Now, Harley went ahead and did this side quilt leaf. Remember, this is where I like to put my laptop and my cup of coffee. We also have a rear quilt leaf. That's where the quilt goes, right? Right off the back. I don't know if you saw sitting on the side leaf here, we've got Krista's quilt blocks again.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, and these They come in any color that our cabinets come in. They're available in white, they're available in ash white, they're available in gray, and they are available in teak. And you see how quickly and easily those guys go on?
Oh,
So
Magic
quick and
8 Ball. Will Santa bring our audience a cabinet?
easy. Ooh, come on, Santa, don't fail me now.
It says, concentrate and ask again. Again, concentrate. That's my
Concentrate,
problem.
Harley.
Will Santa bring a cabinet?
Okay.
Oh, not even a doubt about it. The answer is yes. Okay.
Check that out, guys.
Now that Sarah's got the cabinet all put together, I made her do all the hard work.
It's not hard work at all. These guys spread out
That was so fast.
easy. In the time that it would take me to just get to my hall closet to get my sewing machine down, bam. I have an entire studio worth of space
Bam.
that I can work
I'm
with.
just moving back a little
He's
bit.
moving the kangaroo back, and that's great because I want to show you the Joey.
Stop. Don't tell me that thing spins and dances.
Oh, it does.
Look at that.
It does. It spins like a dream.
And you can move it anywhere you want to. That's the neat
Anywhere
part
you
about
want.
Kangaroo. It's
Right,
got storage.
It's got lots of storage, and this can, I had it kind of like out this way a little bit. You can turn it like this. So you have a U shape. You can go like this. I mean, really, your imagination is your only limit when it comes to what you're going to
Yeah, but
do
how are the
with
drawers
setting this
on that?
up.
Oh, yeah, and it rolls over carpeting
It
very
rolls
well,
over carpeting.
too.
It rolls over most flooring. Just great.
Ethan, can you put the casters up? Because these casters on this unit, well, all the Kangaroo units, they are ginormous.
They are really,
They're really
big,
large.
sturdy. When we say heavy duty casters,
We're not
messing
joking.
around. These are honest to goodness
There it
heavy
is.
duty. There's the picture. Locking casters.
I mean, and the ones on the Joey, I think, are like 4 inches in size.
Yeah, they're really big.
They're really big.
And they're lockable, which keeps everything from rolling away from you when it's time to work.
So once you put it in place, you can lock your casters.
That's right.
And get to work. And that helps when you open your drawers. But I don't like that drawer open.
You don't like that drawer open? Well, then let me show you how nice it closes.
How does it close? Boom. And the nice part is about the Kangaroo and the Joey, it's just like old pockets over there on the shelf.
Yep.
The Joey comes with the Kangaroo. It's a set. It's a package deal.
It's a package
You don't take the
deal.
baby away from mama.
No, you do not do that.
So
we've got 3 drawers worth of storage here. We've got a larger bottom drawer. Oh, look, another pockets.
yay!
This guy just shows up everywhere. Any one of our Kangaroo cabinets comes along with your very own little friend pockets. He fits in this bottom drawer. I've got an iron in here, again with that soft close. I think these are nicer than my kitchen cabinets. honest to
Well,
goodness.
and as nice as that is, you don't have to hurt yourself trying to close it. But the ergonomics of sewing, that is the key to the sewing cabinet, right? You can sit, you can sew, your wrists are not up going over, you are flush surface. And as we mentioned earlier, you can be sewing in minutes. And if you're done for the day, you just take this and push it down.
There it goes.
Put a lid, fold it up, you're done,
Put a lid on
right?
it. and
Put a
you're
lid
done.
on it.
Put a
We
lid
should
on
make a
it.
song about that.
I feel like they did once.
Yeah, I feel like there is one somewhere
Yeah,
about that.
yeah. I think there is.
55 pounds, right? On
Up
this
to
lift?
55 pounds, and again, this is the same size same size lift opening that we've been talking about so
23
far
and
today.
3/4.
23 and 3/4 wide,
12 and a half.
12.5 inches deep, and don't forget those knobs and cords.
Knobs and cords. Wait, knobs and cords are normally always on this side, though.
Usually, yeah.
So, yeah, and there's a little notch in the top for your cord, so you
That's
don't pinch
right.
it when it goes up and down, which is really great.
Yeah, you don't want to pinch the cord. That's a bad idea.
And yeah, going all the way down, as Martha says, that's the best part about it. You can store it now, and you're done.
Yeah.
Or you can bring it up, and if you want to do, we call it free arm sewing, where your hands are kind of up and over. You might be doing garment sewers use this quite a bit. Or if you're flat, quilters use this a lot. The other feature of the Kangaroo and Joey, it's one of the few cabinets we have for a knee lift.
The knee lift.
So those of you that use a knee lift know it goes in the front of your machine, but you notice there's a front panel here.
That's right.
How the heck does that work? Boom. Done. Just like that. It's got special fittings on there. Lets you pull it right off. You know what? I think it goes boom,
Oh, you scared me with
just
that
like
one.
that. And it comes right off. So with that, you've got now gold confetti all over
You got-
Kangaroo and Joey. I surprised you on that one, didn't I?
You did. You got me on that
I
one.
hope no one's
Woo!
sleeping at home.
Well, they're not anymore.
They're not anymore. So the nice part is you can buy the custom acrylic insert, and with a custom acrylic insert on here, nice flat sewing surface, large quilt leaf in the back. It's a package deal price that we're going to talk about here momentarily.
That's right.
Oh, it's December.
It is December.
You know what you get free in December?
Uh-huh. Do you know what we get free in December?
Rum chata in a chair?
Well, if you're us, yeah. But if you're buying a Kangaroo and Joey this month,
Or an Aussie.
or an Aussie,
Or
a Wallaby,
Or a Wallaby that we've shown all
any
three of those
our
cabinets.
three signature cabinets, you're going to get a set of Krista's quilt blocks for free. Along
What?
with that cabinet. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And Krista's quilt blocks come in sets of 2. So what you see attached to this cabinet, 1 and 2, would be what you would get with your purchase this month.
Yes, and you get it in the matching color. So
That's right.
with
And
that,
speaking
let's
of
talk
those
about
colors,
numbers.
Once again, number 14 is ash white. Number 15 is teak, like you see right here in the studio today. And number 16 is gray, like that cute little kiwi that Harley wheeled
You know what I
over a minute
think?
ago.
I think all three of the cabinets we've shown this morning are kind of like platinum. That's what I think.
Oh, hey.
Color fits everybody, right? So we've got those cabinets. We're going to go back to Jane. Jane's going to tell you about the offer for today at SMP Live. And we're going to be back after you guys hear from Jane about the great deals. Oh, it's Blaine.
Hi, Blaine.
Did your confetti show up yet?
I'm sorry, I'm disappointing you, Harley. I know you wanted Jane, but I'm here.
Man, you know, that's all right, Blaine. You and I are kind of the same ilk. I don't know if
That's
that's good or
true.
bad.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Well, hey.
yeah.
We got a great price on these things, and
Yes, we do.
I wanted to explain to everybody too how this number system works. If you go to smplive.tv, you can look at all the products across the top. You can just scroll through them, and we have numbers of all the Aero products, the chairs and the cabinets. We'll coordinate with the numbers that you're showing. So if y'all want to order, when you can order, you can still call in and you can look at that page at the same time, and you can get the name of the cabinet based off the number. So what we're trying to do is make it easy for you to recognize the cabinet you like on air to the web page. So that way you can see which one it is. If it's number like this one, these are number 14 through 16, and that's the same cabinet, the Joey, but it's just different colors. So they can, if they want a gray, they can pick out the number 16, and they can look and see, hey, I want the Joey, it's gray, when they call in.
So many choices, Blaine. We're just trying to make life easier, and this was a great idea you had to do this.
So yeah, I think it's working really well, but I just want to clear it up because we had a couple of customers said, well, what if I call in? Well, that's how you're going to use it. You're going to use the combination of that website, smplive.tv, where you can see all the products, and then you can make your phone call, and that way you'll know exactly what cabinet that you liked. You can see the name of it there.
And Blaine, we're going to be back for a marathon after you go. We've got so much product in this next half-hour segment. I'm exhausted just thinking about it.
All right. Well, I'm going to tell them again, we're going to do a sales overlay, and we're going to show them these cabinets, and we are going to, while y'all are getting the new set up. And so Kennedy, if we could put that overlay up there for the cabinets, and we'll talk a little bit about the ones you just saw. Do we have that?
We got one for each individual.
Okay. All right. We can go through every single one of them. All right. So this one, the one you're looking at, do we have the numbers that coordinate with it? I can coordinate the numbers too. So this is the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet. And again, I think this was number 14 for the ash white. And it's $17.99. And guys, again, you're going to get those free quilt blocks. They demonstrated how they clamp on there so your quilt won't fall off the back or, any material you have. And then, so this is number 14, and it's ash white. Number 15 in this is going to be the teak colored, and then the number 16 is the gray. Okay, so you can just, if you go to smplive.tv right now, you can see these across the top. You just scroll to the right. You can scroll through all the products, and you'll see they're all in number order. You'll see that 14, 15, and 16. And all that is, it's all the same cabinet. It's that Kangaroo and Joey too, but it's just different colors. So again, number 14 is ash white, number 15 is the teak, and number 16 is the gray. They're $17.99, and we're going to throw in those free quilt blocks, which is like $130 value. So guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or you can just go, when you see the one on smplive.tv, that you just click on that product. It'll take you right to the product page. And Kyle, this is not a call-in special. They can check out right online, right? So they can check out right online with this. You can just go, once you see the product you're looking for, those numbers, click on it, and you can actually purchase it right through the website without even calling. So, but if you want to call, you give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we can help you up. So let's bring Jane back in real quick. So Jane, have you made another list of the cabinets and chairs that you want?
Well, of course I made a list of all the cabinets and chairs that I want, but like now I don't think I have enough space. So I have to decide which one is going to be perfect for my space. But the chairs, there's always room for more chairs because I'm going to use my chairs and put them at the Christmas table when I need extra chairs.
Well, something that's very unique about all the Aero cabinets that everybody loves is they fold out to use, and then you can just fold them into where they're extremely compact, and you can store them away. It doesn't take up much space. I bought one of these for Michelle for her sewing machine, and I'm telling you, we've got it in her office, and it's just all folded up over in the corner. It takes up hardly any room, and when she wants to use it, you just roll that thing out, open it up, and you got a ton of working space. So
that's why we love
makes
it.
These so unique.
Yeah, well, that's why I love them too, because I've got some extra bedrooms, and in one of the bedrooms, it's a guest bedroom, and we've got lots of people coming for Christmas. And I thought, oh, this would be perfect for in there because I like to be in there and I like to sew in there because it's got great lighting. So this would be perfect because I can wrap it all up, fold it all up, and nobody would even know what it is, and I can have a beautiful guest room too.
Exactly. And we had a customer tell us that they even used one that was folded up that way. They put it in, she had it in an actual, I forgot what part of the room it was in, but it was in I think it was in her living room or somewhere.
Yeah.
But they just put it over to the side. She put a tablecloth over it and set things on it. So
it looks like a bureau. It's perfect. Yeah, absolutely. It's a great idea. And again, I am getting cold, Lisa. That's why I put a sweater on. But it's a perfect idea to be able to, kind of camouflage your sewing table when you have guests and company over.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you take it back to Aero and with Harley and
Sarah,
right?
Yeah.
I think I can't see on screen. I hope Sarah's going to be here the whole time with Harley, so we don't have to keep guessing if she's going to be, if they change the lineup or not. But anyway, I'm going to let you go back to Harley and Sarah, and they got a marathon, they said, coming up. So we'll see what the marathon is.
Okay, let's see what they got coming up. All right, everybody. I know you love your Aero cabinets. I know you love your Aero hydraulic chairs. And I know you love Harley and Sarah. So let's get right back to them to see what this marathon is all about. I hope they're not tired.
Whew, I'm already tired, Jane.
We're just getting started. Nobody's tired.
That is true. We got a little more to tell you guys. The holiday special is so big with Blaine, I want to cover it all. So that's the goal. I want to cover it all. So that's what we're going to do today. And we're going to talk about the Kiwi and Bandicoot sold separately or as a bundle with a chair.
Let's start with the Bandicoot. This Bandicoot, this is your new sewing assistant, everybody. It's a jack of all trades. And, I'm looking at the wrong one.
It is a jack of all trades.
It is a jack of all trades. This is a mid-size sewing cabinet, okay? This is our premier mid-size sewing cabinet. And we talked about a compact footprint with the Wallaby just a little while ago. This one has an ultra compact footprint. Look how little this is.
It's so tiny.
It's just a teeny little guy.
Do I have to get out my tape measure?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Put me to work again.
Of course.
No.
Now, when this cute little Bandicoot is all
Here's 2
closed
feet,
up,
so it's
two and a half feet wide. That's right.
By
only 1.5 feet
feet
deep. It's almost like nightstand size.
It kind of is, and this would be a really good one in a multi-purpose room.
Right.
It'd be great in the guest room.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in an apartment, this works really well.
Absolutely.
And it's more compact. We'll get to the size of the machine.
Well,
it holds
it's
and everything, too.
compact now, but this is seriously my favorite part of
blows
these
up.
shows. I love opening these cabinets up. It makes me happy every single time. So,
Either
So, hey, Harley, I think y'all's mics just went out. We cannot hear you or Sarah. All right, Ethan, get to clicking again and get them things working. All right, bring Jane back in.
Hi. Sorry, I'm waving in the background going, put me on with Blaine.
We're going to, I guess, until they get their mics, because I know earlier, and we apologize for that, they their mics weren't working, and you could hear them over the laptop, and you could hear Ethan clicking, and so they finally got that. We told them that that was their mics weren't working. They got it working, and now they're sound like they cut out again. So
I think it's that little
Harley's
Grinch
gonna
that
give me
was
a thumbs
bothering
up
you
when they're
earlier.
working
Kind of
again.
that little Grinch that was bothering you earlier made their way to Wisconsin to bother them a little bit.
Yep, the Grinch has struck again. So
that silly little Grinch.
Telling you. So Harley,
but hey, listen, Blaine, you may be able to answer this question. Lisa wrote and said, "Hey, did they ever have anything that doesn't fold up that looks more like a desk that somebody would want to put into a room to make it look like a desk, but yet it's also sewing?"
You know, I'm not sure if they got anything that doesn't fold up like that. I mean,
but you can leave it open.
Yeah, they got a lot of cabinets, and this is the one that the one that they're showing right now is the one I bought Michelle. It's the Bandicoot, and then you can get the Kiwi tables come with it with the chair combo. And I'm telling you what, this thing at Bandicoot completely folds up in such a small, compact area, and it just works out good. And then we set the Kiwi right beside it, and so I mean, when she wants to use it, we just pull this thing out, open it up, and I mean, it's just fantastic, cabinet for if you want a small space, which she has. She's working her sewing cabinet machines in her office, and so and she also works out in that room. So it's a multi-use room, and so we don't need a lot of cabinet space in there right while she's trying to do all of her activities. So it just pushes over in the corner, and it takes up hardly any room. And so when she gets ready to use it, she just rolls it out, opens it up, and it works perfect for her.
Yeah, and Lisa, funny, my sewing room does not close. Yeah, we get it. And a lot of times our sewing rooms never close, and we're bleary-eyed in the middle of the night working in our sewing rooms because it's such a passion and joy to do. But I love the opportunity to be able to put all of these pieces that they sell next to each other. Like you said, you put one next to the other, and then it can create this room, but yet you still have space. And for you, that works. So I think that you can leave these open because they're great storage and they work well. But if you needed to fold them up and move them, easy peasy.
Yeah, I think that's the way I would approach it is, look at all the cabinets. They're showing every single one today. And you take a look at one that is kind of fits your needs as far as what the opening. And, a couple of them, they have the quilt leaves on the back. Well, if that's something you didn't really need to use at that time, you could keep that closed. It would still fit up against the wall. And you could use it as a desk with a laptop or whatever. Because once that machine's down in there, you actually have a desktop surface. So, but hey, I think they're ready, Jane. So let's, I'm gonna let you go back with them. And so let's go back to Harley.
Whoa, Blaine.
Are we back?
Ho.
We're back.
The North Pole, did we cut out from the North Pole? I apologize. All right, we'll get right back into it. So I see some hand stitching comments and some other comments, but we were at the Bandicoot before we were terribly interrupted by the solar flares and the northern lights.
I think Jane called it a Grinch, and I'm going to go with her.
I'm going to go with the Grinch too.
It was the Grinch.
Yeah, we know it's not our friendly gnome in the studio.
No, not the gnome.
So, but the gnome wants to watch you show why on earth do you even need a sewing cabinet, Sarah?
Well, you need a sewing cabinet to store your sewing machine.
But I can put it in the closet and put it on a dining room table, and it'll be just fine.
Oh my goodness. Hush you.
Just fine.
You
Do I
need
sound
one of
like a
these.
husband now?
A little bit.
You don't need a cabinet.
Yes, sweetheart, I do. Let me show you why.
And you deserve it.
I do.
That's right.
I do. Okay, so you've got the Bandicoot completely folded out. Now, before we were so rudely interrupted by that Grinch, I was telling you that when it's all closed up, it's only 2.5 feet wide by 1.5 feet deep. When you open this guy up, and you do that just by opening up the doors and opening up the leaves on the side, you double your workspace. We're now at 5 feet wide by only 1.5 feet deep. And this cabinet is so great. Like Blaine was saying, he bought this for Michelle, and
Yes.
they've got it in her office. It's great for a secondary sewing workstation and also for new sewers. This is just fantastic.
It's great for that.
And since it does not have a rear quilt leaf, for those of you who like to sew up against the wall,
It's great for that.
it's perfect for that as well. Now, this lift opening is a little bit smaller than, now we're going to talk about the lift, okay? Because that's like the pièce de résistance, right? This lift opening is 20.75 inches wide by 11 inches deep. But it
You know,
functions.
someone said it was Gremlins that did it, and it is that time. That was a holiday movie.
That was a
Gremlins.
holiday movie.
So maybe the confetti cannon has water in it.
But it's, yeah, okay, so
That
we're
could
just
be
not going
exactly
to,
what it
don't
is.
feed your gremlins
All right, don't
after
let me interrupt
midnight.
you again. I'm going
I
to step
will
off
not.
camera. And go away.
Okay. Here's the sewing lift. This is what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. Now, right now, I've got my machine in the free arm position. Let's see, I need to reattach the cuffs onto my kids' mittens again this year. This is what I want for that. All right. Here's my flatbed position, and just like any of our other cabinets, you can get a custom-made acrylic insert that will fit right into this space right here, and will give you a nice flush surface upon which to sew. And okay, let's say you're all done sewing. The kids are getting home from school. They're gonna make a mess of everything in your
You
life.
have to make dinner and put it on the table. Oh, I got to clear off my dining room table now.
Oh, no you don't. You just push your machine down into storage position.
You put your well back on
You
top.
put your
'cause
well
the kids
cover
might
back
need to
on
do
top.
Math.
You close your leaves. You shut your doors. You lock her up. And you're done.
Wow.
Woo, so
Now-
easy.
Now, this cabinet also comes with heavy-duty locking casters. I've got one right here that I can step on and lock it. Lifetime warranty.
Lifetime warranty.
Comes with a pockets.
Yes, it does.
Stuffed animal. It award-winning customer service. The best manuals in the business for ready-to-assemble furniture. Easy to get to your room and put together. Sarah's done many, many of them.
Many, many cabinets.
Many, many cabinets. That's her everyday project. This is like a break for you.
This is a little bit of a break for me.
Yeah.
I get to talk about the cabinets that I love so much and not just write about
Right.
them. So this is kind of fun for me. Thanks for having
So,
me.
and we went over the size of the machine.
That's
so
right.
Slightly smaller machine in this cabinet. The nice part about the Bandicoot, if you're kind of on the fence, you're like, oh, do I really want a cabinet? This is a great price during the holiday for this cabinet. Awesome, awesome price for this. And if your machine fits in this, we have a bundle package deal that is available also during the holiday.
What comes in the bundle,
Oh,
Harley?
what comes in the bundle? Well, I know everyone loves a bundle of joy to
Well,
go
before
along
we
with
move
number
on
13.
from
Oh, we should
that-
talk about all the colors.
We're going to talk about all the colors. For the Bandicoot, we're just giving a number 13 to this guy. All colors fall under number 13. This comes in 3 finishes. First finish being ash white, the second being teak, and the third finish is gray. Again, all number 13 with this particular cabinet. Now, I'm going to move this guy over just a little bit because I want to show you number 18.
We'll
Get
need
my
that in a
number 3
minute.
chair here. Number 18, also part of this bundle, is the kiwi. Now, we teased this one a little earlier. But here it is.
Tada, I'm going to walk right in front of the
You're
camera.
going to walk right in front
Right
of
in front
it?
of the camera.
Okay, perfect.
We're all family here.
This guy is real nice. This is our cute little kiwi rolling storage caddy. Think of this one as your sewing assistant. This is the jack of all trades. This is Kangaroo Sewing Furniture's signature storage caddy.
Press. Sew.
Cut, press, store,
Cut,
sew.
press, sew.
That's right.
Right?
So
Right.
for those of you, you sewists, you quilters, you crafters, are you ready to get serious about your organization? Because this is how you're going to do it. This adds constant convenience to all phases of your projects. Like Harley was saying, you've got your little cutting mat for cutting out your pieces. You've got your ironing mat for pressing them. You've got your thread storage here. You've got your
Removable thread storage.
removable thread storage.
Ta-da.
That's fantastic.
You get 2 of those with this cabinet.
That's so nice with the soft closing drawers. And I love this bottom drawer. It is so deep. You could fit all sorts of stuff in there.
I could put 20 pockets in there.
20 pockets is?
Probably, but I feel bad they'd like be
I don't know,
dark.
but they'd be kind of cramped.
They wouldn't like it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a pretty deep.
It's deep.
Pretty deep drawer.
Yeah.
They'd probably have plenty of room.
So you've got the Kiwi, you've got the Bandicoot. So the Kiwi, it's great. It comes in 3 colors.
That's right. It comes in ash white, it comes in teak, and it comes in gray. And
Let's do it again really fast and make Ethan sweat a little bit, trying to get the color swatches up there.
For our purposes today, all 3 finishes are covered. There they are. All 3 finishes are covered under number 18. And again, that comes in ash white, teak, and gray. And all of these Kiwis come with this pressing mat and with the cutting mat included.
Yeah, someone's asking if a serger can go in the bottom drawer. You know what? The best way to find out, let's measure it for you. How's that? It is going to be just under 13. I'm going to call it 12 and 7/8 from side to side. And front to back, I'm going to call it 15. So 15 by just under 13 inches. And then as far as height goes, you would need to be probably 11 inches for the drawer to close.
Hey, Sue Rusher, I see you. What is the machine opening on the number 13 Bandicoot? The opening size for this number 13, the Bandicoot, is 20 3/4 inches wide by 11 inches deep.
Yeah.
And and since I'm talking about measurements, like don't stop me now.
Okay.
Okay, on the Kiwi cabinet, our little storage cabinet here, we've got the pressing mat. The pressing mat measures 17 by 21 inches, and the cutting mat measures 17 by 11 inches.
Part of Kangaroo lifetime warranty, heavy duty casters, right?
That's
Did I say
right.
again?
All of that
Okay,
stuff.
good. I just wanted to make sure I was talking
Warranty,
the
the
right language.
customer service, the manuals, get stuff off your dining room table, all of that stuff.
Are we ready for a boom?
Boom.
Boom. What happens if I want the Bandicoot, the Kiwi, and a chair? Is that even possible?
That is totally possible.
Sounds explosive.
It is explosive, and we can make that happen for you. We are offering.
Dun,
There it is.
I think we'll do it this way. And then
You
we'll
gonna do it
open
like
the
that?
Bandicoot.
Okay,
we'll
let's
put it
open it
right
back
here.
up.
Yeah.
All right, I like it. I like it.
Ta-da.
I'm gonna model our sewing station here. Get myself a Bandicoot. Get myself a Kiwi.
Well covered.
Get myself a
Why don't you
confetti-covered
sit in the
chair.
beautiful chair, Sarah?
I'm gonna sit in this beautiful chair. And in case you were needing a reminder, it's a number 3 chair. It's the Sew Now, Sew Wow fabric.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get myself in this very comfortable chair. I've got my lumbar support just exactly where I need it. Proper sewing position. Here I am, just sewing away. Just pretend I'm making the world's greatest Christmas quilt for each and every one of you right now.
And you know, if you buy the Kiwi or you buy the Bandicoot, you buy a chair.
That's right.
You buy them. You buy all it together.
That's right.
You're going to save well over it's almost $150 if
Yeah,
you buy
I
it
think
as
it's
a
something
set.
like that, yeah.
And the nice part is the chair you're on with the 5-star base.
It's not going to tip.
It's not gonna
As I
tip
move
over.
myself from, hey, I need to cut out some pieces here, and oh, I guess I better.
Sarah, you drop
Gotta
something on the
press 'em.
floor. Why don't you bend over and lean over and pick it up?
Oh, like
You-
all this
You can do
confetti?
that, and the chair won't tip over.
Sure.
Just a great
All that
benefit
confetti.
of the 5-star
I can
base.
spin around. I can get all my stuff out of my drawers.
And you are a
And I'm
heavy
really
duty locking
comfortable doing
casters.
it too.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Because you can cut.
I got my rotary cutter. I love my rotary
You're
cutter.
on number 18.
We're at
Right.
number 18.
For
this
Kiwi.
is the Kiwi. Okay, I'm on the number 3 chair.
You're cutting.
On the number 18 cabinet.
You're
I'm cutting.
pressing.
I'm pressing. I'm sewing. And I'm gifting. All from one chair.
I think you're going to be covered in confetti.
Woo! Merry Christmas, everybody.
That one deserves. It is a great package deal. S&P's got to put together for you as the Bandicoot bundle, and you know we wanted to kind of end on a bang with this one because it is such a great deal. If you're just getting into it and you really want a couple pieces to really make your sewing room or your multi-purpose room something that works really well. The Bandicoot's nice and small, it's compact, it doesn't hold as big of a machine, but fits many machines. We gave the sizes, again, the size is, where's the card? Bop, bop, bop. I need my tape measure, I guess. Dave's laughing at me. I hear Dave
looking
laughing.
for the measurements on the Bandicoot?
Yes.
All right, the Bandicoot,
Yes.
when it's all closed up, it's 2.5 feet wide by 1.5 feet deep.
Tiny.
And when it is all opened up, like you see it on your screen now, we're looking at 5 feet across and still only 1.5 feet deep. So you can really do a lot of your up against the wall sewing with this cute little cabinet. Again, the lift opening on this one is 20 3/4 inches wide by 11 inches deep. And don't forget
to measure your knobs.
the knobs and the
cords.
cords.
And the
Remember
best
that.
part is with it in the flatbed position, your hands are not going up and over. The camera's way over there, so. But yeah, the nice part is you can kind of move it. Are you able to make the pressing that off and make a larger cutting table? Sure, you could. Absolutely, you could. The pressing mat comes off. It's removable. So comes off. It actually removes, and you can take the Kiwi and fold it down. So it becomes half the size that it is. But the nice part is, Bandicoot bundle set, special pricing for the holiday. It's a great piece. And Blaine's wife has this unit, so enough said.
Enough said.
Enough
Again,
said. But if you need more space, we talked about those earlier. Go
we did.
to the S&P Live page, the Countdown to Christmas page, and they'll show you all the great Arrow products that are on there.
That guy has everything.
Now
again, the Bandicoot is number 13. The Kiwi is number 18. And this particular chair, So Wow, So Now, number 3.
You know, Sarah, there was a question there, and I said, yeah, you can take this off and put a larger cutting mat on here, which you could do.
You sure could.
But why would you want to do that if you've got number 13? No.
Nope, that's the Bandicoot.
Number
21.
Number 21. Okay, we're going to show you number 21
Oh my gosh,
here.
I get so excited about number 21 every time, you guys.
I know you do.
This is one of my favorite things in the world.
I know you do. I know. It's called the Kookaburra. Again, it is the Kookaburra cutting table. It is a lifetime warranty, heavy duty. It's got a nice hard melamine finish like all the Kangaroo cabinets do. Has 4 drawers and adjustable shelves.
It's got those heavy-duty casters. I don't remember if you said that already. Those heavy-duty casters, and you can see just how easily I'm able to maneuver this cutting table around our studio. Now, when this guy is all folded down, like you see it now, this Kookaburra cutting cabinet, when it's closed up, it's 4.5 feet wide.
Oh, 4.5 feet wide.
Oh, 4.5 feet wide. There we go. Wide. And 4.5 feet wide and 2 feet deep. So that's 2 feet this way.
And this side has the drawers, soft closing.
Soft closed drawers on one side.
And they're full view, I believe.
They are full view.
So you can see everything in there.
Soft closed drawers.
Soft closed drawers. What's on the other side?
The other side, adjustable shelving.
I feel like one of the casters is locked, and I'm having a tough time spinning it. But it still spins.
It still spins.
Which is great. So this is, because it has lots of casters on it, because this is a heavy piece.
It is a heavy piece, yeah.
And why is it heavy?
Because
it can
it's
be sturdy.
huge.
How huge is it?
Oh, let's show everybody. This is, oh my gosh. I just love this cutting table so much.
You know, Blaine challenged me. He said, go big or go home.
Oh, we ain't going home. All right.
I said, I got cattle, so we got to have a place to keep it.
All right, here it is completely folded out. Now this one is a great height for cutting. It's counter height. It's 36¼ inches tall. And when it's all opened up, this work surface here that I have, I now have 6 feet of space across here. 6 feet. Woo!
More confetti.
6 feet across.
It's and the nice part about this, it's got 2 wings supporting each of the side leaves. So
That's right.
I mean, it's super sturdy.
It is super sturdy. I wouldn't feel at all uncomfortable with putting, just a lot of stuff on
There's
the top
also
of this
a
table.
giant cutting mat that fits the top of this thing.
Yeah, there is, and it's specifically designed to go with this cutting cabinet.
It absolutely
so it
is.
fits perfectly. It is a pinnable mat. It's fantastic.
It's fantastic. So let's see, what else? What do you guys want to know about a cutting table? Tell us what you want to know about a cutting table. I think it's really great. And if you had this, 6 feet.
6
6 feet.
Yeah, we're not kidding.
Look how big this thing is. I mean, it's ginormous.
All right, here we go, all the
So-
way across. What do you get?
I have 70 inches. Actually, it's 5'10", but we call it 6 because you need 6 feet of space to work it.
This is true.
So yeah, it's ginormous, and it's 40 inches deep, so 3.5 feet almost.
Yeah,
So that is a
big guy.
big, big table. It's got some great storage. Cutting mat. We might have a cutting mat around here somewhere, but it's just going to be.
Oh my goodness, that's a 25-pound weight you got on there.
Little kettlebell. I
Little
did this
kettlebell.
earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Blaine and I, we FaceTimed. We did a little kettlebell workout.
I believe you, I do. I
Blaine
believe
was a
you.
college athlete, man. He's got to stay in shape, that guy.
Hey, speaking of this kettlebell, you'll notice that when Harley plunked this down here, he wasn't super gentle, was he? This particular hour cabinets, they have this durable finish on them. You saw how he bonked that weight down there. You don't have to baby this. You can live your life around this furniture, and you don't have to worry. It's got that lifetime warranty.
So, and all the shelves here are adjustable.
That's
so
right.
You can remove one if you want to, if you've got a large serger. These shelves, the units are very deep.
They are
Okay.
really deep. I think I saw somebody ask, can you fit a serger in
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, the shelves are adjustable.
They're 18.5 inches deep and 17 inches wide. And you can go as tall as you want.
Yeah, and speaking of going as tall as you want, the height of the table, this is counter height cutting table, it's 36.25 inches tall.
I'm sorry, I have 36.25.
Wow. You'd think that is almost the same thing.
Fractions. I stay away from fractions, Sarah.
You and my 10-year-old both. All right.
I bet the audience, I don't, that's the whole question, right? How do you put measurements? Do you put 0.25? Do you do it as fractions? People love fractions.
I love fractions.
Ask the kids in grade school. They love fractions. But the most important thing is whole numbers. This is number 21.
This is hole number 21. This is the Kookaburra. Again, it's got 4 adjustable shelves, 4 drawers. You can get a cutting mat for it. Your open workspace is 70 by 40 inches. That's huge.
But you know what? I might not have enough room for this one in my house.
You might not?
I might
All
need
right.
number 13. Lucky number 13.
I bet I got one that'll fit there. Here, let me
Lucky
get this,
number
Let
13.
me get this behemoth
So
out
this
of
is
the
the
way.
Kookaburra cutting table. You can find it as number 21 in the Countdown to Christmas
That's right.
page. We're going to fold this down.
I'm kind of scooching myself in between here.
See, I told you, you need that extra 4 inches on the side.
You do.
Number 21,
Got
the Kookaburra.
some confetti holding my door open here.
Oh, boy.
There
sometimes,
she goes. All right.
sometimes we got confetti everywhere.
There
But don't
we
worry,
go.
we have more confetti. And we
Don't
need
worry.
a boom every now and
There's
then.
more. I'm gonna
But wait, there's
switch with
more.
you.
So this is the Dixie cutting table. We're going to call it number 19.
We're going a little bit out of order for you guys today.
The Kookaburra is available
Keep you on your
in
toes.
teak
And ash white.
and ash white.
That's right.
Only 2 colors.
Only 2
The
colors.
Dixie's available in white, white, and white. Kinda
All
like
the colors of white. White,
all
white,
the colors
and
of white.
Again, Dixie is number 19. Harley, why don't you, after you're done wrestling with that one, why don't you tell us a little bit about the Dixie?
Dixie is another great cutting table. You might consider it a little more compact, right?
That's right, it is a little bit more compact. The Dixie cutting table, when it's all the way closed up, is about 1 foot by 3 foot.
So it's kind of tiny. I think it's 14 inches.
I believe so, yeah. Well, we have
I
this
believe
tape
it's 14
measure.
inches wide, so
Let's
if you got a
see.
14-inch slot to put it into,
Okay.
16 with the leaves.
16
on
with
the
the
side.
with the leaves folded down. So it's about 16 inches, everything folded down, by 37 inches. 16 by 37 inches, all folded down. Okay.
It has 2 shelves, 2 fixed shelves that are on the unit. As you can see, we've got them nicely decorated here.
That's right.
This one's height adjustable, however. How sturdy this is. Okay, we'll get to the sturdiness factor in just a second, because yeah. And Marina's right, there is a free cutting mat that comes with these tables.
That's right.
Cutting tables. So this is adjustable in height from 32 inches to 38 inches. So it fits everyone, 32 to 38 in height. And then this, there's actually like a lock underneath that goes bam.
Yeah, it just clicks right in there.
And it clicks right in. You get kind of a positive. So open is 4 feet by 3 feet.
And
How sturdy is it?
it's really sturdy. The metal base that's used here, I mean, look at this. I
Now,
just want to push you across the studio and ask you if you feel like the king of the world.
sometimes I do this show with Jerry, and Jerry's got pretty good hops. And Jerry can hop up here, right? Jerry just jumps right up here on the table and crawls right up there, right? But yeah, it is very sturdy. You see tables like this, you might see, I'm going to call them junk. There's junk on the internet.
There is.
Don't believe the reviews. If it costs less than this, it's not going to work. I've taken them and pushed on the side of some of those tables, and they just go woo. They flip
Yeah.
right up. They flip over.
That is absolutely
Table
not what
does
you
not
want.
flip over.
Yeah, this table, it's got these heavy-duty, also lockable casters on this table. It moves like a dream over all sorts of different flooring. Again, the casters lock to keep it in position. It's a great thing to have. There is corner-to-corner engineering here on this metal frame on the bottom.
There
That's
is.
part of what gives it
Yeah.
such great stability. And as Harley mentioned, these
I can be taller.
as Harley mentioned, the legs actually click and lock into the tabletop leaves. It's sturdy. I got to give it a good shove to get that down there. All right.
So
and there
this
she
is the Dixie. Where'd the number go? I lost the number. again.
I stole it from you, Dixie.
No wonder I lost it.
Dixie comes in white, and it is number 19.
So it is a very sturdy table. I think it's on sale. It might be. Well, I'm going to let Blaine go over the
We'll
price.
let Blaine do the pricing.
We only
He's-
have one more thing to go over before we go to Blaine or Jane. I never know who I'm talking to next. I hope it's Jane. Please be Jane. Please be Jane.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
Well, what if you go on a retreat, or you just have a little bit of space, or you need an extra workstation in your house?
Ooh,
Just a
what
little extra
if?
place to work.
You know what? I think we have something that'll solve that problem.
Yeah.
You want to wheel it out?
I will come over here and get it. I've got a popper.
Fantastic.
Oh, this one was expired. An expired popper. So, I have
Okay, we're back with sound. Great. Okay. So we're gonna move this table back just a little bit so everyone can see. What was that, Dave? All right, Ethan. Number 20. Nice and loud. Nice and loud. That's what we want to
Number
hear.
20 is our Gidget 2 table. If you want to go on a retreat,
Traveling around for the holidays.
has wheels right here. So you can walk it and drag it around. It folds up, the legs fold in, and you can actually drag it along.
Yeah, Absolutely.
Well, it doesn't really drag it.
No, it
has
rolls.
wheels.
That's why we have the wheels, so that you're not dragging, you're rolling. Now, this is a manual lift. It works in 2 positions. There we go. It's just got a little lever on the bottom. You release the lever, and your tabletop drops a bit. This is adjustable so that it can fit just right for your machine. It works great. It works great with our acrylic inserts, with custom acrylic inserts that are made specifically to go into your table and work with your sewing machine. And this manual lift is 2 position. You can do your free arm sewing and you can do your flatbed sewing. These lifts will hold up to 45 pounds.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
45 pounds. The lift opening on this one is the same size as some of our cabinets with the hydraulic lift. The opening is 23 3/4 inches wide.
12 and a half.
You got it! And
Wow, I was
12
just
and a
guessing.
half inches deep. And I have to remind you once again, when you're measuring machines, don't forget your cords, don't forget your knobs.
So the nice part is, on this particular unit, you are able to have a measuring. There's a ruler here on the front. Much better, Ethan, thank you. So you can get a custom insert for this. It has a beveled edge around the front. Has this. Yeah, we can show a ruler from the other camera. You bet. So this particular one, it does not have wheels on it, but it's very sturdy. From when you're sewing, it's nice. We sometimes put a glass of water to show how sturdy it is as you're sewing on it. You can fold it up. It's portable. You can take it with you. You can go places with it. Oh man, what else can I tell you about the Gidget 2?
For beginners, for secondary workstations, it's easy to transport. It's super easy to store. When you fold this guy down, the legs just collapse right down. It's very easy to do. It's easy to store on its side. You can shove this under a bed, behind a door, in a closet.
And it's super affordable if you need a secondary place to do it. This is the one to do it. If you're sewing on AKA IKEA table, stop. Don't do it. Get this. Get rid of your IKEA table. Use it for your events and eating at. This table is designed to travel. This table is designed to sew at. So get rid of the plastic table. With that, sir, I think we're out of time on this segment.
I think we are, Harley.
So we're going to have to go back to Jane. Dave, what was that question? I don't think I saw this table before. This
Hey,
is
guys.
Hi, Jane.
I love all of this.
I know you love all of it.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Hi.
I hear you just fine.
Okay,
you hear
good.
Me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Perfect. Is there support in the front? I'm going to go through some questions. If anybody has questions, throw them in here now, and we will get the experts to tell us all about it. Is there support in the front?
Support like up here, under here?
Yep.
Yes, there is a steel beam that goes across the front.
Okay, very, very good. How is it with vibration?
It is very good with vibration. There might be a video on the S&P website. They've got a cup of water with it sewing at full speed, and it vibrates just a little bit. It's not going to slosh water all over.
Okay, very good, very good. Somebody says my iron is old from 1991.
Someone's looking for the iron giveaway.
Yes.
Yes, they want.
Oh, that's
the
an
iron
old one.
giveaway.
Sorry. Max weight for the table.
This one, 45.
For the lift,
For the
the lift, it's 45. That's what will hold your machine. And like if you just want to tap dance on it, but not on the lift part, I'd go probably 100 pounds, maybe 125.
Does it have a drawer in the front there?
No drawers
There's
on
no
this.
drawers in this
It
one.
is a table. It's designed for portability, Jane.
I love it. Okay, I'm just reading the questions, friends.
No, I know you are. And this one I believe is $199. I think is what the overlay you've got probably is on this one. $199. We've got the Bandicoot bundle that we talked about. We talked about the giant kookaburra.
I love the kookaburra. I
know,
like
I
the
do
name.
too.
I'm not sure
You
if I
like
like
the
the
name.
name or the actual thing better.
Both. It's both.
Both.
It's both.
You guys are coming back, right?
We are coming back, and we might spend the next segment talking about your favorite chair.
Really?
Yeah, again. In case
Okay.
people missed it earlier.
Oh, right. Okay. You guys go reset. Get those
Yes,
chairs,
ma'am.
1 through 10 or 10 through 20, whatever you want. And then I'll tell everybody what they need to do to get these amazing tables. I hope we answered some of those questions. I just got the ones that were rolling down at the very end of the thing. So if we have an overlay, fellas, let's put that up there. That would be awesome. There we go. Yes. Bandicoot cabinet. Oh, we love the studio set here with the Kiwi storage cabinet. You see that right there? Okay, so you see the regular price, you see the sale price, $13.99, and you see how much you're saving. It is an amazing, amazing deal. So this is what you need to do. Call now, 800-401-8151. If this is the one you want, the Bandicoot cabinet, I know it's hard. I know it's a tough decision. But I love this Kiwi storage cabinet as well. And oh, there's my favorite chairs right there, my friends. That's a great, great option to add. Let's see here. 800-401-8151. And then this last one, the Gidget 2 Sewing Craft and Hobby Table. We love this. Look at it. Ooh. So I like it. So it's fun to see Harley and Sarah, demoing them and on them and tap dancing and all the good stuff. But I loved looking at this picture. So again, great price on that, friends. That is great. That's so great. Get 2. You know what? Get 3 because you're going to lose one. That's just how it goes. You get in your house, you have too much stuff. So buy 3. Great price there. Call now, 800-401-8151. Or, of course, smplive.tv for chatting, talking, and especially ordering all of those great tables, great cabinets, and amazing chairs. Wow. Okay, let's go back to Harley and Sarah. I'm not sure if they're going back to them or we're going to have Blaine, but let's go back to Harley and Sarah at Arrow. Maybe they're not ready yet. Let me tell you one more time. Call 800-401-8151 for all of these amazing products that you're seeing here from our friends at
We're
Arrow.
ready.
Oh, there they are. Sorry guys.
About that. Hi,
Oh, okay.
Jane.
Hi. Oh my goodness. Look at all my chairs.
Look at them all.
Did you change the numbers on me?
No,
we have
did
numbers
not.
1 through 35 now for you.
Okay, because it looks like 82, 81, 83, or do I just need glasses?
This is kind of starting to look like your sewing studio, one of your studios.
That's exactly right. That's exactly what it looks like. I have all the colors and all the chairs. I have them when I have company come over and I sit in them. And I'm not even tell you what I hide in those underneath the seats. I mean,
it's got to be better than what Blaine hides in his seats.
I assure you it is.
And probably healthier for you, too.
I assure you it is.
But,
actually, one of them is just full of Santa hats.
I love it. I love this. I took my Santa hat off. Why did I do that?
I think you were getting a little warm.
I was getting a little warm, all this activity.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, Jane. We are going to talk about chairs now. We've talked about cabinets. We started talking about chairs. Then we talked about cabinets. And now we're going to come back and talk about chairs again for the wrap-up of our session because we've got plenty of time.
We got plenty of time. Well, and we also have plenty of chairs, so
We do.
that works out nice.
So we should probably start with, why on earth do I need a sewing chair? And I asked earlier, who in the audience is sewing on a dining room chair or a kitchen chair, something that's not very ergonomic? If you want to type, let's have everyone type a 22.
Yeah,
22.
22 if you're sewing on a chair that's just not all that comfortable for you.
Me. Bernadette says, that's
Bernadette,
me.
me.
That's me.
Kathy's using a kitchen chair. Wolfcase has a folding metal chair. Yowza. Nancy's got a computer chair.
Lots. Everyone.
Wow.
Everyone. Yes, you need an Arrow chair. No better time of the year to get one than spoil yourself during Christmas time.
Absolutely.
So this is the countdown to Christmas. It's Friday.
It's Friday.
We only have a week.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
might-
9 days until Christmas. I don't know how many shopping days
I might
that
need to
counts
get
for.
going.
You should probably start.
Holiday stuff. There is going to be a special price on these chairs. I can tell you every day, not every day, but they are on sale for $329. Blaine has a special price going. It's a call-in special only, I believe.
It's a call-in special, so if you
Unless
give a call,
Kyle's done something on the website to, get around what he does. But Kyle is a genius on the web.
So if you give a call over to Sewing Machines Plus, somebody there will answer the phone and talk to you and tell you exactly what a great deal Blaine is going to offer you on these chairs today.
So, the fabrics bring you in because
They
you're like,
do.
oh, they're cute. Look at this. I've got buttons with lots of confetti on it.
The confetti doesn't come with the chairs.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, those the poppers are sold separately.
Where's buttons? Here's buttons. So why don't we talk about just some of the overall features. This is not just chair number 5. This is all 10 chairs. So it's got a great lumbar support right here. Sarah, do you want to sit and you want me
More
to
than
sit?
anything.
More than anything you
More
want
than
to sit,
anything.
right?
I'm gonna show you. Harley's gonna demo this chair, and I will just put myself. Which way do I have to go?
You can sit in and roll into the frame.
Oh,
it's
that's
more
such
fun
a fun
that
idea.
way.
Okay, cat's meow.
The
happens
chairs
to
come
be
with a 5-star base, which means they're very sturdy and you're not going to tip over. You can roll around. Oh, you fell off camera.
Am I way off a camera?
Come back
there
this
I am.
way.
Hey!
Okay, there you go.
I can roll all over the place in one
Boom.
of these. I can.
Now, and if you drop something, you can bend over.
Oh,
and get
oops!
it.
I dropped some confetti.
So you're not
there
gonna,
we
the
go.
chair won't
I got
go
it.
whoop and tip over for you.
That's right.
It's the ergonomics. It's where it hits Sarah in the lumbar, in the back, right here. I'm trying to look at the camera and do this, so I apologize
Right
in
here,
advance.
right there. Right
Yeah, so it's
my
hitting
back.
the lumbar.
That's right.
And when she's leaning forward sewing, it's still in the perfect spot for you.
right.
And she wouldn't lean over quite that far because the table's going to make it great. The
That's
arrow
right.
cabinet and the kangaroo
Well, you know, I
cabinet.
might have to do a little bit of reaching, a little bit of
That's
getting
right.
stuff through my machine.
And then you go back into the resting position.
And resting position, and it really does feel like resting.
That's the whole point of it. And these chairs they're not so soft you just slip in and you go in. They're made for action because
Yeah.
this is an action activity.
Yeah, you're gonna feel supported and really comfortable when you're sitting in this chair and doing your sewing.
And the casters, not only a 5-star base, they roll really nicely on carpeting.
They do.
They roll great on hard floors.
Most flooring, these guys will scoot right along. And if you do have hard flooring, don't worry. These casters do not mark. They're not going to leave marks.
They're
on your
non-marking,
floors.
that is true. Height adjustable from 18 to 22 inches. So, Tammy, you don't want a chair that tips over. So height adjustable chair,
That's right.
1-year warranty. For me, I always worry about what's the weight capacity of the chair.
It's 300 pounds for this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it comes in 10 fabrics, plus, because it's the holiday season, I want to unwrap this chair. There's a secret storage compartment underneath here.
Oh my goodness! And look at
So-
all the good stuff we have in here. Oh my gosh! It's like Christmas morning.
I've
We
got rum
have-
chata.
Ooh, we have a peanut butter bar, Reese's XL. Peanut
Blaine
butter
was
bar.
here. There's a Mountain Dew.
There's a Mountain Dew.
Blaine was
There's-
in here.
There's a Mr. Beast bar. Is this the Mr. Beast who's online that my kids are obsessed
It
with?
is. That's the same
That
Mr.
is.
Beast. Yeah.
All right, we're not going to tell them that this exists, but you can put it in your chair.
And yeah, you can put your project in here, your seam ripper, hide your shears.
Put your shears in and sit on them, and your kids won't get in there.
That's right. You put your seam ripper. You can put chocolate in here. We have lots of chocolate in
We
here.
had our festive little holiday bottle of rum chata.
That's right.
Yeah. But there's only one.
There's only one
There's
in there.
only
I know.
one.
So it can't be that big of a party, but it does have a storage. It's hinged on the back because if you hinge it on the front and you get up and you hold it, it would pinch your fingers.
That's right.
It was thought out very well, by the
Very
way.
well
People at
thought
shows are always trying to open it in the front. And I'm like, well, you'd pinch your fingers. And they're like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not-
You don't want to pinch your fingers.
So engineered to be a winner. That's what I say. Speaking of winner, let's talk about the numbers because winners make me think of number one.
All right.
And where
Speaking
is
of
chair
number one,
one?
chair number one. This is the Cat's Meow fabric.
Oh, that is chair number one.
Chair number one. I always pick the winner.
The Cat's Meow chair. Here we go. So Ethan, Cat's Meow. Beautiful, beautiful. It's got kind of a dark gray, a dark black with some colors.
Some
and Ethan can
speckles
put some
in there.
swatches up in a bit, but we've got number one.
That's
Let's
number
try to do them in
one.
order. Where's number two?
Number two is the Notions chair. This one, oh, and confetti too.
Lots of confetti.
This one's so cute. You got scissors and buttons and you can hide this stuff
Judy.
from your cat.
Judy, you're
Yes.
killing me, but
You
it's
know,
true.
As a person who also has cats, I 1000% agree with that.
So number two,
Number
Sewing
two,
Notions chair.
Sewing
Beautiful.
Notions. Number three, so now. This one's so cute. It's got patterns on it and zippers and machines, all sorts of cool stuff.
The limited edition. This is the number one selling fabric. Number one, number two, Number 3 selling fabric is buttons. And we have a limited edition print.
This is our limited edition print. We're gonna just kind of roll over this way a little bit. I'm gonna bring this guy.
So limited edition print. This one is actually called Wicked Cosplay.
And what's interesting and cool about this chair too, just this particular one, because it is a limited edition. Let me see if I can get a little bit of a glare on here so you can see. We have some hole cutouts along the wooden base here, and they kind of look like little skulls, kind of fun. And this is a really pretty fabric. It's varying shades of black and gray, and it's got little scullies on there too. So just kind of a cool, fun limited edition. That's number 4 Wicked Cosplay. So we've gone through the prints for our chairs, Harley.
We have. We should go through the royals.
Do we have anything that's a little bit more conservative?
Well, I guess. I mean, the conservative, we call them the royals.
The royals, yes.
Are doing very, very well. We launched them late last year, and they are tearing it up.
Here's number 6. This is called Royal Purple. This is a number 6 chair for today.
Okay, number 6.
Number 6.
And then we've got number 7. Okay.
Uh-oh, I just heard from the warehouse.
Dave from the warehouse
Dave from the
talked to
warehouse
us.
just said that we only have 9 cosplay chairs left.
So,
that's again this limited edition one.
If you have a loved one in your life that
Wicked Cosplay number 4, we have 9 chairs left.
in the world, this is it. We've used all the fabric
We've
up.
used up all the fabric. It doesn't exist in the world
And
anymore.
Rhonda, yes, there is a skull chair.
Yes, this is the one, Rhonda. It's number 4.
Ethan, do you want to put all the colors up real quick, and we'll cut back and we'll show more of these. We've got enough time to do that. So up there is the Wicked Cosplay.
Yep.
We've got all the different colors up there. So, and the top right is the Wicked Cosplay. You can see a bigger fabric swatch at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You'll be able to see the chair. It'll probably rotate and spin and all that cool stuff up there.
It looks pretty cool.
Kyle and team does a great job. Rockin' Roger, Kennedy,
Yeah, they got it dialed in.
Andrea, that whole gang, they're amazing.
They're great.
So I love working with the entire gang. So okay, so skull number 4. We're back to where were we?
Back to the royals.
You were
we
7.
talked about number 6 was the royal purple. We've got number 7 here. This is Crown Ruby. And what comes next?
If you
Harley?
need something that kind of matches more interiors, and you really want your projects to be the star of your sewing room in your studio. We've got Princess Hazel, number 8.
Hazel. It's got kind of a nice creamy camel brown color on the background, and lots and lots and lots of different colors kind of woven through the fabric. So do check out a large picture of the swatch at SewingMachinesPlus.com. I think you're going to really like it.
Number 9 is not just blue, it's got different colors of blue. It's not one texture.
Yeah,
so
none
this
of
is
these-
Duchess Blue.
They may be a little bit more conservative, but these guys are not boring. And then last but certainly not least, number 10, Lady Gray. And this one, again, this kind of reminds me of a suiting material, a suiting fabric. It's kind of a tweed, lots of different varying shades of black, gray, a little bit of cream, a little bit of white in there, and it's really, really beautiful. Again, these all have 360-degree spin. They all have that 5-star base. They are all height adjustable. They all have excellent lumbar support, a 300-pound capacity, super easy to assemble, and all of our chairs come with a 1-year warranty.
And you know how to put them all together.
I do. I know how to put pretty much everything together.
I think you know how to put everything together. Sadly, but it is true. What else can we tell folks about the chairs? On sale, $329. Blaine may have a better deal. Rhonda says call the 800 number right there. Barbara's sitting in number 5 right now.
Number 5, you're sitting in buttons? That's fantastic.
Call in special.
Lady Fair has a number 9. That's that beautiful Duchess blue color there.
I lost our schedule, Sarah. We have so much to
I
talk
hid it
about.
from you. It's on the kookaburra.
Oh, wow. Let me look at our schedule.
I'm helpful like that.
You know what? We should do a quick recap.
Okay, let's do it.
And actually, we should be tossing over to Blaine here any minute. So we've talked about a lot today. We've talked about little tables to sew on. We've talked about big tables to sew on, tables to cut on. We talked
Cabinets
about
for
a great
storage.
cabinets for storage.
That's right.
Talked about Bandicoot, kind of a whole workstation package. We've talked about the #1 selling sewing chair in America. We've talked about how Blaine has to sell a lot of product in the next 9 days to be ahead of last year, and he does not like to lose. So I have to poke a little fun at Blaine on that.
Of course.
And Jane owns every chair and says there are actually 20 chairs because I think she owns 2 of every one.
I think that might be right. She might have to set us straight about that.
You are absolutely correct. It's 20 because I have 2 of every single one of them. Because you want to know why? I say buy 2 because you'll lose one.
You'll lose one.
Well, you never know what happens. Like somebody's like, hey, I need a chair. Like the neighbors come over, like that's nice, and then you
Jane,
lose one.
we love you.
I love it. So I'm loving the Royals because I'm like that. I love the skulls because I'm like that. I love the idea that the casters don't make any scratches on your hardwood or your hard floors, which is what everybody wants to hear. And I will tell you this for next time, future reference, my friends. What you should put in the seat of my chair when you're demoing it, you know, you get the Mountain Dew for Blaine.
Yes.
And the Reese's Fritos.
Fritos.
I got you, girl. We'll get you Fritos next time.
Every Friday, I call it Frito Friday. And so I would put Fritos in my chair. I had to think about what I would put in my chair. It's Fritos.
Frito Friday. That's brilliant. I love it.
Great. Yes. And can I also just reiterate to everybody the reason why getting the right chair is so important, ergonomically correct. I'll tell you why. It helps your posture. You guys know this. There you go. Yep. Have a seat while I tell everybody this. It supports your it helps with back pain. It supports your posture. It reduces neck pain. This is all reasons why you need a chair that is ergonomically correct. It even helps with hip pressure. And I'm not talking about the kind of pressure it takes to be hip and cool. I'm talking about literally your hip, right? So for all of these years that I hosted a health TV show, I learned a few things about getting the right chair and the right posture. This is the reason why I love this chair. And I know you never knew that, but I'm telling you because it's all about health and well-being. And the #1 reason to buy this chair is because it boosts productivity.
It does. If you're comfortable, you can sew longer. I mean, this is your sport, right? This is what you do. And I don't want to quit what I'm doing because I got a crick in my back or my neck is acting up a little funny. Right. When I use one of these chairs, smooth sailing.
It's dinner time. Hey, kids, it's time for walking tacos. Use the Frito bags.
There you go. Absolutely.
Oh, that's so cute. No, I think you're right. It's all about having the perfect chair. And listen, I do use my dining room chairs before I met these. So this is a great chair to have all the time. Sit in it, whether you're at your desk, whether you're sewing, wherever you may be. This is a great chair just simply because it helps you feel comfortable doing what you're doing. So I thank you guys. We love you guys. And
we love you.
And I don't know, like, if I love you more than Blaine loves you, but I'm just going to say it's me because he's not here.
Well, Merry Christmas, Jane. Look forward to you guys going over the pricing, and good luck to everyone on the SMP team, and have a great holiday.
Merry Christmas. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Merry
Jane.
Christmas.
All right, everybody. Now is your turn. It's your turn to get the the hydraulic sewing and craft chair from our friends at Arrow. Of course, you're going to call 800-401-8151. Oh, yes. You've heard us say that number over and over and over again, but you see the pricing there, $329. Okay, that's nice. But guess what? Today, because it's Santa Blaine and because it is the countdown to Christmas, oh, Blaine, he's got a special treat for you. There's a better price. So all you need to do is call to get that special pricing. Again, buy 2, you'll lose 1. 800-401-8151. I know you're all laughing at me. You're not going to lose a chair. The chairs are just so great. I want you to benefit from them all the time. So again, it's the Arrow hydraulic sewing and craft chairs. Call for a better price. They're going to give it to you. 800-401-8151. Of course, you can always keep up with us at smplive.tv. How about that, friends? Should we keep things moving along, or is Blaine coming in? I think we're going to keep things moving along because it is just about that time. And I'm super excited to introduce our next guest. Let me tell you a little bit about her. Kim Christopherson is the owner and creative force behind Kimber Bell. Yes, you know it. You know it as an industry leader in machine embroidery, quilting, and sewing products. Now, let me tell you this. Kim was a 4th grade teacher, and she's also a twin. She decided to start designing projects for quilting and machine embroidery in 2009. And her husband, Ryan, now head up a staff of about 60 employees. And that could have changed since I knew this, with 4 dedicated folks to embroidery design. If she's ready, I think we're right here on the half-hour mark. We want to give her all the time she has. Put your hands together. Say hi to Kim Christopherson. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
Oh my God, I'm so good. Are you in Logan, Utah?
I am. Yep.
I
Sure.
love Logan, Utah. I've been.
Well, it's beautiful this time of the year. Some
Are-
snow, lots
Are
of
you
snow.
familiar with the Little Lambs Foundation at all?
Yes, I am. Work with them often.
So
Yes.
I was there. I did a story about the Little Lambs Foundation. I did this whole series called Making It Forward, or We Make for Good.
Yeah.
And the Little Lambs Foundation, Ted Chalfant,
Yes.
he creates comfort kits and
Yes.
gives them to children in foster care. And he works with the Family Place there in Logan, Utah. So I was all over the place.
I know them all. They're
And
wonderful people, wonderful organization.
the things that Ted and his group, the Little Lambs Foundation, do, they do the plushed animals,
Yes.
they do quilts,
Yeah.
they do blankets, and then they do, these little, comfort kits. So they're in
Comfort
bags
kits.
and things that are donated. But again,
Yeah.
if people want to help a great organization and make things to help make things, the
Yeah.
Little Lambs Foundation, and Kim, I'm sure you know that.
Well, what's kind of cool, I'm glad you mentioned that, Jane. This is a perfect time to actually let your viewers know that Kimberbell is a big supporter of Little Lambs. And when you talked about the plush animals, we've actually created a sewing version and a machine embroidery version of what we call the Kimber Bear. And it is free to download because we want you to make these darling little cuddle bears for donating to places like Little Lambs, or to police departments or fire departments, and to those, people that are helping children in need on a daily basis.
And
so anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Kim, because you know what, it's so important for all of us and the folks that already do it. You share your time, you share your talents, and then you give them to those people in need, especially these little kids. That this is literally the first thing that they have, and they can hug, and it's a sense of love for them when they're in such a scary place. So thank you for doing that, and and I'm glad we got to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm hoping everyone out there, whether you sew or machine embroider, and I have a guess you probably do one or the other, will download that Kimber Bear design. It's an awesome program.
And they can get that on your website?
Yeah, Kimberbell.com, totally for free.
Awesome. All right, Kim, thank you. I'm going to let you take over and do your presentation. Tell us about everything you have. And
I love how festive you look, Jane.
Have you seen Blaine yet today?
Not yet today. I saw him earlier.
Well, we're wearing the same outfit. Well, he's not blingy. He's like Santa, Blaine.
Ah, got it.
It's a whole festive thing, but you've got your red on, so you're good.
I did sport the red just for this occasion, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so you're here with us actually for the next hour. So in 30 minutes, I'm going to come back. We're going to go through everything you talked about, and then I'm going to send it back to you. We'll answer some questions in between, and then we'll send it back to you. You can do your second half, and then we'll come back again. Sound good?
Sounds great. Yeah, you just chime on in anytime you want, Jane. Hi, everyone. Oh, it's so good to be with you today. I am coming to you from my sewing studio at my home. And actually, it's kind of crazy sauce around here because I am in full Christmas mode. Can any of you relate? We're like busy making all those last minute gifts. And that is totally me today. But I am so happy to actually be with all of you here for Sewing Machines Plus's Countdown to Christmas. It's always just such an honor to be part of that. So welcome to this segment from Kimberbell. My name is Kim Christofferson, and I am the owner, the lucky owner of Kimberbell.com. But as Jane said, there's so many more people behind the scenes. We actually have over 120 people now at Kimberbell who make everything that you see possible. So anyway, I get to share the fun, but boy, there's a lot of great people behind the scenes. And I'm so grateful to so many of you out there that I've met through Sewing Machines Plus and other online venues to recognize, everything that is Kimberbell out there. Today, I get the opportunity to talk to you about some new things coming out from Kimberbell, maybe some things that you'd like to see under your Christmas tree next week. Can you believe that? Oh my goodness. And of course, Sewing Machine Plus carries them all. Oh, it's so good to see in the comments so many friends that I've met over the years. Can't wait to meet so many more. All right, so this first half of this hour, I'm going to spend some time talking about Kimberbell tools. Sounds really exciting, right? Well, we'll try to make it a little more exciting for you. So we'll be talking about that. And then the second half, I'm actually going to be talking about some new stuff that you can look forward to seeing at Sewing Machines Plus in 2023 coming out from Kimberbell. And in fact, several of them are actually already on the website ready to order at SewingMachinesPlus.com. So anyhow, let's go ahead and get started with some of those you might call them big ticket items. It's not like they're overly expensive. It's just that sometimes we're looking for just the right tool to put under the tree for, ourselves or to gift to other people. So I thought I'd share some of my favorite. The first one is the Kimberbell tools, scissors. This is the deluxe scissors and tools set. Do any of you guys have these tools yet? And if you don't, I'm going to tell you why you just may want to get those ordered today so that they go under your Christmas tree. So first of all, this, you can't put a price on tools. That's what I have to say. The right tools for the right job, right? And over the years, I have used a whole lot of tools out there. But I'm here to say today, I feel like we have found the very best set for you, for all your machine embroidery needs. And I'll tell you why. So this set was made especially for Kimberbell with a lot of different little touches and capabilities that this set has that you're not going to find just anywhere. First of all, I love that it comes in this handy little tin, aqua tin, and then they are housed in this felt base because we know we got to keep really good care of these special tools, don't we? Now, while they may first look similar to what you already have, I'm going to tell you why they're a little bit different than what's already exists out there. And that's because we worked very closely with the manufacturer of these tools to make it so that they were just right for us and for all of you. So many of you probably have your typical duck bill scissors. These are my favorite scissors for doing applique, right? So you've seen these before, but you haven't seen Kimberbell ones. They're a little bit different. First of all, this has they're shorter in length here. Most are quite long. And while I do, I've used the long ones, the reason why I like a shorter length here is because you can get around your appliques so much easier. It's lighter. They're not so heavy. So it's going to help reduce hand fatigue. We've also made this blade shorter and thinner so that it gets right up close to your applique stitches, your applique fabric, and you're able to cut with a really nice close cut to those appliques without cutting through the stitches themselves. We don't want to pop those stitches, right? We've got to get nice and close, but not too close, right? So these will do that trick. The other great thing about a set like this is that if I were, I should have brought my other pair to show you other brands, but ours have the largest finger holes for you. Now, no matter what size your fingers are, from little to a little bit bigger, right? It's nice to have the open holes for putting your fingers in. Again, helps reduce hand fatigue, and it's just easier to cut all the way around. Okay, so those are some of the differences between, the Kimber Bell applique duckbill scissors and others that you may see out on the market. Now, of course, we also love our flexi snips. Everyone loves the flexi snips, but these are a lot longer between the base to the tip. They also have like a very a serrated edge, so it is going to grip your fabric nice and tight as you go around and cut. They are sharp from the base to the very tip. I've had a lot of these over the years. Not so sharp from the base to the tip, maybe just at the base, but this will cut right to the tip. And because they have this flexible area, your hand is just going to bounce right across your fabric and again, reduce hand fatigue. This is going to be really good, especially for those who have arthritis as well. We've got a nice little top to that to keep them nice and sharp. Now, this next tool set, these last two, I absolutely love, and this is where the wow comes in. If you think a pair of tweezers is like any other pair of tweezers, you have not tried the Kimber Bell tweezers, my friends, because take a look at that. Do you see there's a few differences right off the bat? This is going to not only, be great for grabbing on those jump stitches and lifting them up to cut them like tweezers do, but do you see that it goes to a very nice tip there? These are sharp. This is a weapon, my friends. But this is something that we especially are excited about, and we worked with the manufacturer to make this possible. I'm so thrilled about it. What you're going to find on all four sides of this tweezer set is a blade. Now, it's not sharp like where if I rubbed my finger around it, I'm going to cut myself. But it's sharp enough so that all you have to do when you have a jump stitch, and we've all got them, you simply slide this tip, this very pointy tip, underneath your jump stitch. And because of those four sides with blades on all four sides, all across the length of it, it will just snip it and cut it right there at the base. All right. So I see a lot of people going, ooh, nice. I like that idea. Okay. So boy, I should have, let me see if I've got any jump stitches right here with me. I've already cut them all, it seems like. Oh boy, I should have grabbed one that didn't have a cut jump stitch. But what I'm talking about here is that I can slide it under the stitch. It's very sharp, so it's going to get it right in there. And I just continue to slide that across, and it cuts the base of the jump stitch. Now, you're going to get a tail, right? It cuts that side of the jump stitch. What you're going to then do is take that tweezer set, and because these, they just come and clamp down so nice and tight, your thread is not going to slip through it. How many of you have used tweezers where you try to grab the thread and you try to grab the thread and you try to grab the thread and it just slips right through it because it doesn't give you that nice tight grip? No, you're not going to have that problem with this. It's going to grab that thread, and then you take what we call our micro tips from Kimber Bell. Oh, you're going to love these. Very, very sharp, right up to the very tip. And you slide that under and you cut the other base of that jump thread. It's like performing surgery, and it's so much fun. You're not going to believe this, but it's true. I actually look forward to cutting jump threads because I think it's just fun. Just slide it under, snip, snip, done. Okay. I also like these micro tip scissors for going around appliques that have, say, for example, we call them valleys. So if you've ever gone around a heart, maybe that's the easiest example to picture. You've gone around a heart and you come around, and then you need to get into the valley of the heart, right? You need a nice micro tip to get right in there. These will be your best friend. So those are just a few reasons why I like the Kimber Bell scissor and tool set. You can find that at SewingMachinesPlus.com, and it's a great little set to have underneath your tree. Hey, why not say Merry Christmas to me from me? Can any of you relate to that? I mean, come on. We all buy our own Christmas presents, don't we? All right. Or maybe you have someone in your life that loves machine embroidery so much, you know they could use these tools. You just, that may be the ticket for them. All right. Okay. Yeah. Angela's like, yes, that's me. All right. So that is a little chat about the Kimber Bell scissor and tool set. Let's look at another thing that I'm so excited about that you may also want under your Christmas tree, and Sewing Machines Plus has it. So let me start by saying this. How many of you out there, raise your hand, type yes, that's me, have quilts that you have finished? Maybe they're table runners, table toppers, bed-size quilts, wall hangings, pillows, you name it. You've done all the piecing, you've done all the machine embroidery on it, whatever it is that you're doing, because this next thing I'm about to show you is for anything like that. You have them done, but they're not quite finished yet. Why? Because you haven't quilted them yet. Can anyone relate? You guys, I have stacks of quilts and pillows and table runners and wall hangings and things. Yes, even a baby quilt that I did for my newborn son, who's now 18 years old. Still just sitting there because I haven't taken it. All these people, yep, me. I haven't taken it to the finish line of getting it quilted. Whether it's time, money, expertise, whatever the reason is, I just have not taken it to the finish line. And maybe it's because I have to find a long arm quilter to do it, right? Or maybe I even have a long arm quilting machine, but it's maybe a smaller project, or I don't have time, or I'm not sure what to do. Maybe I don't have the expertise in my mind to do it on my home sewing machine. Maybe I wanted something special besides doing kind of a stitch in the ditch. Yeah, Joanne is saying, I do understand. Kathy's working on a baby quilt now. Jan's saying, that's me. Yes, so true. People are saying, you guys, we're not alone in this, but I'm so excited to tell you about a set from Kimber Bell that we put together. This is a tool that everyone's going to want to have in their toolbox, and it is called Kimber Bell's Clear Blue Tiles. How many of you have this already and are loving it? I'm telling you, the feedback we've gotten on Clear Blue Tiles, you're going, well, what is it? What is it? Tell me. I'll tell you in a minute. But the feedback has been phenomenal. People are getting their projects to the finish line with the use of their own home embroidery machine, getting this all done, all in the hoop, and all for a fraction of the price it would cost to take it to a long arm quilter. Maybe the price is your stress, right? Your peace of mind to be able to get it done yourself from start to finish with the use of Clear Blue Tiles. So there are two sets you're going to want to look for on SewingMachinesPlus.com. There is the Essential Set. This is a patent pending program we have here. This is the Essential Set. Everyone will want the Essential Set. Now, yours doesn't say Kim on it. I'm Kim, and I just wrote this on here because I take this to all of my retreats. I take it everywhere I go because I use this all the time to finish my projects. This is the ability to do background quilting on your home embroidery machine as you would like a traditional quilt. All right. So if you're looking to quilt your projects, again, it doesn't matter the size from small to big and everything in between. And it doesn't matter what hoop size you have. That's a pretty big deal. My friends, you could do this with a 4x4 hoop, but you could also do it with a 9x14 hoop and every size in between. And you will never know what hoop size you used to do this with because of the phenomenal digitizing that works with clear blue tiles. Okay, so what is this? This set comes with, you open it up, it has this magnetic closure, has a carrying case, so you can keep all your tools right there in the box, okay? And then when you open it up, you've got a step-by-step guide on how to use these clear blue tiles. Inside this side here, you've got, oh, they're falling out here. You've got all the clear blue tiles in all the different sizes that work with the essential set. Now, the essential set will take you anywhere from a 2x2 size block all the way up to 8x10. Okay, 8x10. If you have an embroidery machine that has larger, a larger hoop, then you will want not only the essential set, because you want the base set, but you also may be interested in the expansion set that's going to give you additional larger size tiles for larger size hoops. All right, so this is how easy it is. And I'm going to show you a little demonstration here in just a minute. On the back, you can see this. There are basically, it comes down to 3 steps. Yes, 3 steps to get this quilted. You place your tile on your quilt, okay? You can do all over quilting, or you could do, section by section, okay? You place your tile on the quilt, you mark it, and then you quilt it. Can it really be that easy? Yeah. We're going to give you a ton of videos out there, okay? So you can scan this QR code if you have this set, or just find us on YouTube, put in Kimber Bell Clear Blue Tiles, go to the Kimber Bell YouTube page, and we're going to give you all of the video instruction on how to do it as well. So here's what I'm talking about when I say you're going to be able to get the look of traditional quilting, but where you see it on the front as well as the back of the quilt, right? But you don't have to measure anything. You don't have to do any math. It is literally like placing it, marking it, and then quilting it. All right. So in this essentials box, you also get a free pattern to practice with, right? We want you to have lots of practice, plus it's so cute. So you're going to get this table runner pattern. In fact, the table runner pattern not only is going to have this quilting be in the box, but you're going to learn how to piece these trees in the hoop with the perfect 1/4 inch, okay? And you're going to be able to piece this house in the hoop. Then when you've put all these blocks together, and we did this kind of like a summery theme here, I'm going to show you different seasons. Then you are going to quilt it. So take a look at those darling bumblebees. This comes in the essential set. So you're going to get some samples of some background quilting designs. We have hundreds of background quilting designs on the Kimberbell website for download, but you're also going to get these in your essential set box, a whole slew of them. So this was for summer, and so we did a bumblebee quilting. Do you notice that? Now, when I talk about whether you can do an all-over quilting or you can just kind of pick and choose your block sizes, here's an example. Look where we did the bumblebee quilting all across the front of this runner. You'll also see it on the back, okay? But I said, you know what? I want to do the border a separate design. So I could do that with the use of clear blue tiles. I could even do these cornerstone blocks a separate background quilting design. Again, because of clear blue tiles. Let me show you why. Let me show you the other seasons just real quick. Here we did more like a spring theme. And this we did, look at those cute swirls and flowers all over it. And this one we also chose a different border and a different corner block there. This one, we used Halloween fabrics and made it like a Halloween table runner. And here you're going to see that we actually did it from edge to edge with this fun candy corn design and candy design that also is included in the essential set. Look how darling that is. And you can see on the back, maybe this one a little bit better. See what I'm talking about with traditional quilting? You did this on your embroidery machine. And then this one, we did like a winter set. All right. Winter colors. And you get the snowflake design in that one. So here are some samples. Let me show you here. This one comes in the essential set. Here's just a sample block. What we've done is we've layered your top, your batting, yes, and then your backing behind it. You make a quilt sandwich, and look how darling that background quilting is. Now, the reason why, let me show you another example where I use the flower all over design. The reason why you can do this is because of these tiles, and you get a whole lot of sizes, like 22 different sizes of tiles with the essentials and the expansion pack. Okay, so say for example, I have a 5x7 hoop and I'm thinking, gosh, I really wish I could do these kinds of things with a smaller hoop, but boy, I can't do things with a smaller hoop. Guess what? You can. And because the scale is all the same, no matter what tile you're using, you never knew that you had only a 5x7 hoop, but you could also have, this one's larger, and that scale, no matter if you use this one or this one, is still going to be the same. All right. So when I say place it, mark it, quilt it, this is what you do. You think about this like a rubber stamp, okay? Visualize this in your mind. If this was a rubber stamp and you stamped this in an ink pad, for example, whatever was, if you took that rubber stamp, stamped it in ink, and then put it onto a piece of paper and you stamped it, whatever landed underneath that stamp, right? Whatever lands under this clear blue tile is exactly where the quilting is going to go. It's where it's going to land. All right. So for example, if I have a small hoop and I start here in the middle, all I have to do is there's a series of markings on here, crosshairs and such, that again, we have all the video tutorials out there that you can watch. Makes it so simple. And you just place it on there, you make your markings, and then now you stamp it to the next one. And you stamp it across and across and across until you fill up your entire area. Now, again, if you have larger size hoops, you're definitely going to want a larger size tile. Means less hoopings, but it can still be done. The way this is digitized is that you'll never be able to see where one stamp, one clear blue tile ended and began. It all is going to give you an overall look of custom quilting on your embroidery machine. Okay. Sally says it still looks difficult. I promise you, Sally, it is not. We have so many tutorials out there, and once you try it, I guarantee you're going to love it. If you look up clear blue tiles, you will see the rave reviews people have had when they first thought, oh gosh, I don't know if I could do that. And then they realized how easy it was, and they're using clear blue tiles for everything. Cinda says it is easy. Sue, yes, these will work with any embroidery machine, okay? So you place it, you mark it with a disappearing pin, you like a washable pin. We give you some washable markers in there as well. Or if you use a disappearing pin, you mark it, then you hoop it. Okay. So if you have even a magnetic hoop, that works really well too. But you don't have to have a magnetic hoop. You can do this without that. Oh, I forgot one of the best parts. You don't need stabilizer. You don't need stabilizer. So you're not wasting a lot of stabilizer with this either. You are simply hooping your 3 layers of fabric, your front, your batting, and your backing. You're hooping it, whether it's with a regular traditional hoop or a magnetic hoop. And then you find the same file name as tile names. So look right there. Do you see where I put 4x6 finished tile? When I mark this on my quilt, there is an open window that says size. With my disappearing ink pen, I put in 4x6. That way, when I go to quilt this, I bring up the 4x6 file. I know it's going to land exactly right there where I wanted it to go. And that's how easy it is. It, again, no stabilizer. Clovis is saying, no stabilizer? No stabilizer. It's awesome. The system is so user-friendly. People are loving it. You can do borders. We've got 6 different widths of borders. You can do corner blocks. The borders are a 1 inch wide, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, 5 inch, 6 inch. Yeah, it's all there provided for you. So in the essentials box, like I said, you're going to want this one for sure. But then you're also going to receive a USB file with more background quilting designs. Here's examples of the borders and the loops and the bumblebees, the candy corn, the flowers, the snowflakes, all for the different season. You're going to get some bitty blocks that are perfect for those like cornerstone blocks. And you can do either all over custom quilting or all over quilting, or even, yes, custom quilting, where if this was my border, this, I don't have the size here with me, but if I wanted just this border to be with this one, I just place it right there. Remember the rubber stamp, and you can't go wrong. If it lands there, it's going to get stitched there, and it's so easy. All right. All right. Any questions? I know that was a quick 30 minutes before we go on to our next, but I can show you that they, even beyond quilting, look what we've done. We did clear blue tiles and made a tote bag, and we quilted these pockets here. Look how cute those little candy canes are. We did this even on an apron. Okay, this is a half apron, and we quilted those areas. I even quilted, oh, I've got to show you this. This was fun because beyond quilting, look at what the background quilting on this is. I then took one of our Kimber Bell designs and put it on there, and then I wrapped it around a canvas. So this actually hangs up in my sewing room. Really easy. Okay. All right. So Jane, are you there? Are there any questions?
I am here, Kim. That's so much fun. I love everything that you have shown us.
Yeah.
I think a couple of questions I saw come through, but you answered a lot of them. So I know it does go by fast. If you guys have a question that was not answered, put it in the chat right now in the comments. We'll try to get to it.
Yeah.
Did you show us a seam ripper at the very tippy top?
The seam ripper, it was, are you talking about these tools?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Because we always say you need the right tools for the job to get the job done, and you've got the right tools. The question was undo stitches in jeans.
Oh, yeah, that would be awesome.
Okay.
To use the background quilting on jeans for a design.
Well,
Oh, yes,
that would be great too. Because I'm into sustainability and I love to upcycle.
I love it. Yeah.
How many tools come in the set?
4 different ones. Yeah.
Okay.
So you have the applique scissors, the flexi snips, the micro tips, and the tweezers.
Do you, let's see, are there videos demonstrating, let's see here, are there videos demonstrating the blue system?
Yes. Oh, so many. In fact, you can go to Kimberbell.com, look up clear blue tiles. There's pages of videos. You could go to YouTube. I know many of you are there right now. You can search Kimber Bell designs in there and search clear blue tiles. We have a whole slew of video tutorials. So yeah, we're there to help you.
Do you mark the whole entire project and then embroider it?
Yeah, you can. That's what I would suggest. I think that is the most easy and straightforward way. And you'll always know where to place your next tile because there's this series of little blue tabs on each corner. You would just quickly mark that so you know exactly where to place your next tile. If you think about it like that rubber stamp, you can't go wrong.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Do the tiles work with the dime magnetic hoops and sticky hoops?
100% yes.
100% yes.
I have them even in my own sewing room, and yes, I use them all the time.
Let's see. Look, we're getting to Santa Blaine pretty soon. Blue type magnetic hoop, we got that. Can you buy the tools separately, individually?
No, they only come in the 4-pack set.
Very good. And what is the candy cane design?
Candy cane design. Oh, this one, probably. This one, I'm guessing? Yes. So these are background quilting designs that you can download at Kimberbell.com, and S&P probably has an affiliate link for that as well, so that you can add to your collection of background quilting.
Well, that is amazing. All right. Well, let's tell everybody how they can get these right now. I'm going to let you reset. We're going to come back to you in just a minute or two, and we'll let you go for the next half hour. All right, everybody. We love it. Kimber Bell, that is Kim. Fantastic products, great ideas. I love having her on the show. She's just so enthusiastic and obviously passionate about what she does. So let's tell everybody how they can get the Kimber Bell tool set. I love this embroidery tool and scissor set. Look at that beautiful close up. She went through all of those different tools. As we always say, you got to get the right tools to get the job done. And these are the tools that you need. So you're going to go to SewingMachinesPlus.com for special show pricing right now to get these tools. You can see them there. You're going to go there to get the special show pricing, or of course you can always call 800-401-8151. You're getting 4 tools in that set. And you'll see it right there. Let's move on to the Clear Blue Tiles Essentials set. Well, you see a really good price right there, but guess what? Because it's countdown to Christmas, you're going to get a better price. So call 800-401-8151 for your pricing, or go to SMPlive.tv. And of course, it's Santa Blaine, so you're going to get the best price you can get all year round. Okay, moving on, we're going to talk about the Clear Blue Tiles expansion pack. I'm loving these, right? She showed us these. These are so cool. Again, great pricing on it as is, but call now. Get it now. Get it now. 800-401-8151. Of course, go to SMPlive.tv. If any of those interest you, I'm sure they do. I know it's a tough decision, my friends. I know it's a long day and a really long week, but these are some things that are pretty cool. And these are really great pricing on these Kimber Bell products. Again, 800-401-8151. That's where you're going to call. Go to SMPlive.tv to check it all out. We showed it to you on the screen a little bit there, but you can go and look at it a little bit more detail. You can read it, spend some time with it, see what you want to do. We've got more from Kimber Bell and Kim. So we're going to bring her back to the screen and see if she's ready to go. Hey, Kim.
I'm back.
You're back. Okay. Hey, I love the pricing on this. Awesome deals. Great. But the tools are great and the things are great. And you're really passionate about it.
Thank you. I am, because I use them all the time myself. You know, I love it and they make life easy. And I want you to think about this. You know, when you look at like the price of the Clear Blue tiles, and what a great price you guys are having right now on that. If I were to take just even one quilt to a long arm quilter to have done, I'd be spending well over $150 to get custom quilting done. Now, granted, it's worth those pennies for sure, because long arm quilters can do some amazing things, but this pays for itself over and over and over again, because you can use them for anything and you can get them done from start to finish on your embroidery machine. So that's pretty cool. All right, so now I get to talk to you about some fun things to look forward to in 2023 from Kimber Bell, and these are available now as Sewing Machines Plus, so I'm super pumped about that. If you love sewing, quilting, machine embroidery. I'm just going to speak your language right now with a brand new product called Oh So, S-E-W, of course, Oh So Delightful. And it is available now for pre-order. It's coming in February, but this is something that you may want to just, again, gift to yourself or tell Santa that you want to have, and give yourself an oh so delightful Christmas present, right? Something to look forward to. So Lady Fair says, I want to make oh so delightful. Oh, I can't wait myself. I'm hanging it up in this room as soon as I'm done with it. So let me show you what you're going to find with this. This is done for the embroidery machine, okay? But it has the sewing and quilting and machine embroidery theme to it. All my pieces have fallen. Here we go. So it is called Oh So Delightful Quilts and Decor. I'm sure Santa Blaine will be putting it, or Jane will be putting it up here in just a moment for you to get a quick link to it. But it is quilts and decor. So think about your sewing spaces and how you want to decorate them or to gift to all your quilty friends. This is the main quilt, and then there's several mini quilts, M-I-N-I, mini quilts, and some other fun things to go with it. So this is called Oh So Delightful. It uses a new fabric line, also from us at Kimber Bell, called Vintage Flora. And I don't know how well we'll put some pictures here up on the website, but look at that. So happy. And this is the most darling quilt you'll ever see for sewing and machine embroidery themes. Okay. And like I said, it uses the new fabric line called Vintage Flora. Now, let me show you some of the things that you have to look forward to stitching out on your embroidery machine. This is for machine embroidery only. You can do it in a 5x7 hoop. We always try to make sure and make that possible. But look at some of the cute blocks you're going to be making. Look at those fun little scissor sets. Even the little scissor set has this little brad in the middle, metal brad in the middle, so it truly looks like scissors, right? That comes in the embellishment kit that you can also, it's optional, but you're definitely going to want to bring in the embellishment kit. And I know S&P sells it. Look at the stitching on So Happy. That's all done on the embroidery machine. I absolutely adore this stitching. It looks like you did it by hand, but you did it with the push of a button. So darling. Look at the iconic tomato pin cushion right here. Oh my goodness. We put our Kimberbell Flexi Foam behind it so that it poofs out like a tomato. In the embellishment kit, you're also going to receive these fun little, what we call a chunky strawberry, not to be confused with chunky. It's chunky at Kimberbell, and they are wool felted strawberries that come out from it, as well as these fun little straight pins that are actual straight pins that you put into your quilt. It's a wall hanging. It's a piece of art. And these straight pins come in your embellishment kit. They're also sold separately if you want to make more. But these pins have been custom made to match the fabrics perfectly. So all the little flower heads on these pins are flowers that you would find in the Vintage Flora fabric. Okay. So we're going to stick that back in there. Can you believe, again, you know, if you've followed Kimberbell, you know I love, 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 love piecing in the hoop. Piecing in the hoop. You will get the perfect points every time when you piece in the hoop and the perfect 1/4 inch. We did that with this traditional flying geese block. You can't get more perfect than that, can you? I don't think so. And look at the spools here. I can see just making these a row of spools for a cute wall, another little wall hanging, or a little bench pillow, something to put on my shelf. And those are all pieced. You can see the fabrics really well in there as well from the Vintage Flora line. I love this little iron. You gotta love glitter, right? So we have this in black glitter applique sheets. and it says happiness is handmade. There's some buttons, actual real buttons on there. Gotta love the floral sewing machine. And even at the top of this sewing machine, you've got your spool of thread on there. This is a little cardboard spool that comes in the embellishment kit, a needle that also is placed in there. And then you wrap thread around it. And then you got your little piece of fabric hanging off of there. You've got some, what may look like traditional cross stitching, but you did it on your embroidery machine. Life is so good. And then you've got this fun mannequin as well. We put some puffy foam behind that, not puffy foam, some flexi foam behind that to give it some poof as well. So that is a brief overview of the main quilt. But like I said, it's called Oh So Delightful Quilts and Decor. So there's some more to it. Let me show you. These have to be some of my favorite things I've ever created. And that is these 12 by 12 mini quilts. All right, where to start? We'll start with this one. This is kind of fun. I call this one Running on Empty. You'll see why here in just a moment. This is a 12 by 12 spool quilt. And as you can see, running on empty, there it is at the end, an empty spool. But of course, a little thread turned into a heart, right? So that's a fun little wall hanging. I'm picturing a whole collage of these up on my wall with the main quilt, then these mini quilts and a few other things I'm going to show you here in just a moment. So that's called Running on Empty. Then we've got this one. This is fun. It says, I play with scissors for the sheer fun of it. Boom, boom, boom. For the sheer fun of it. And there again, you can see the beautiful floral fabrics that are part of our vintage Flora fabric collection. And again, you've got these little metal brads there that come in your embellishment kit. So it truly looks like scissors. And then you've got some quilting going across it. That's optional. It's a separate purchase for the optional quilting. But boy, that just finishes that off so nicely, doesn't it? Okay. And then the final one has to be probably my favorite. This is, and I think a lot of you would agree with it. Sewing is my sunshine. Sewing is my sunshine. Take a look at that one. This is a 12 by 12 mini quilt, but you've actually got dimensional, actual little objects inside of these jars. So here we've got, we used our vinyl on there. And then in the embellishment kit, you would also receive all of these little doodads that go inside the jar. So you're going to get some black, gold, and silver safety pins to put in the jar. We had custom dyed these buttons. So again, that they match perfectly with the vintage Flora fabric. And then this jar has some cardboard spools in there. Again, all very tactile, gives it dimension. We just love that kind of stuff here at Kimber Bell. And then we wrapped it with rickrack and ribbon and fabric, whatever you wish to wrap it with. It goes inside this jar. This jar top has some foam behind it as well to give it some poof. And then of course it has some additional little straight pins that all match the fabric line. So there's 4 quilts right there. All comes in the same package. So what you're going to be getting is a book and CD combo that has all of these projects. And then there's some optional things that you may want to add on. And S&P carries it all. So the book and CD combo is one product, but then there's an optional fabric kit. If you want all those fabrics, but you don't want to have to search for them and find the different size pieces you need, it's already done for you in a cute little box. Fabric kit, S&P also is selling that, as well as the embellishment kit. So as I mentioned earlier, this is, here's a quick sample of what an embellishment kit would entail. You've got the chunky strawberries in there, the buttons, the brads, the safety pins, the felt, the velveteen, which I'm going to show you here in a minute, the ribbons. Did you notice? I forgot to tell you about the ribbon. Even this ribbon that looks like a measuring tape Well, that's been custom designed for you as well for this particular project. Now, additionally, there's more that's part of this same set. How about some picture frames that you can place on your wall? Again, I'm thinking the whole look is going to be so darling. The main quilts, the little mini 12 by 12 quilts, the picture frames. Look how cute. These are all done on the embroidery machine. Can you believe it? So take a look. You're actually going to have quilting as part of that as well. I love this. Love is the thread that binds. You could put your family in there, your friends, your quilting buddies, you name it. You could put Santa Blaine and Jane Claus in there to remember them. Whatever you would like. It's all got this custom quilting around it that are actually part of these frames. They're all done on the embroidery machine. Nice and sturdy. And then you've got the ribbon to hang it. What else do we have? Oh my goodness. Okay, we've got some what we call happy hoop decor. You'll see why here in just a minute. There's 2 of those. So we're going to show you how to embroider on mesh. Yes, that is a blue mesh. See, you can see me right through it. How fun is that? And while it looks like you did that by hand, needle and thread with cross stitching, nope, your embroidery machine did that. Isn't that cute? And then there's an additional little house design there. If you don't want to do it in the hoops, guess what? It would look really cute framed in like a mason jar lid. You could put that in the mason jar lid and then add some buttons to your mason jar. That would be cute. And let's see, a few other things to show you. These are the pins that we call them bloomin' pins. You actually get one of those already in the embellishment kit. And then if you'd like to make a whole lot more, you can buy these separately. They're sold separately as well. And then this tomato pin cushion. Ah, so cute, right? Look at that. We've ramped up the traditional iconic tomato pin cushion and made it on the embroidery machine. Yes, on the embroidery machine. Look at that. We used this beautiful red velveteen for sections of the tomato. And then you've got a pink chunky strawberry to go off of that. It comes in 2 sizes. So darling. You could stack them if you wanted to. Whatever you would like. So there you go. That is all part of Oh So Delightful. Really, really fun stuff. Now, and if you wanted to like surprise a loved one with something like this, and you know that it's not coming until February into stores, but you order it now through SMP, you may be interested in, here's a little idea that you can put together under the tree so that they know it's coming. SMP also sells the Kimber Bell scalloped metal tray. Okay. What if you gave, and this is available now. So what if you put this under the tree? Maybe you put some threads in it. Maybe you put, maybe you put the Kimber Bell scissor set in there. Maybe you put, a spray bottle. This is the scalloped metal tray here. Says Kimberbell embossed in there. And how cute is that to set in your sewing room? Just fill it with all kinds of sewing goodies in there and say, Merry Christmas. I'm giving you Oh So Delightful coming this February or something like that, just so that there is a gift still under the tree, but knowing that they could get it in just a couple months afterwards. So anyway, it's coming at the beginning of February, so you don't have to wait too long. So that is fun. These scalloped metal trays are also found at SMP. I saw them just today on their website. So that's really fun. Now, we have a few minutes left. So I wanted to just quickly tell you a little bit about the Kimberbell stabilizer, because I know SMP also carries the entire line of Kimberbell stabilizers. And while you may think like stabilizer, isn't stabilizer all the same? It's not. It's not the same. And we went through a whole lot of testing at Kimberbell to make sure that we were going to to give you the very best that's out there. We compared all the brands and we searched and searched for the best suppliers of this stuff. And I feel like we found it. But if you've never used Kimber Bell stabilizer before, there's many reasons why it's different. And I've got a whole lot of videos on that very thing. But I want to show you just one of the ways that makes it very easy to shop for Kimber Bell stabilizer. One, it's all color coded. Now we may all look at this and go, stabilizer is all just a bunch of white stuff, right? We're all just a bunch of, it just all looks the same. And we're not sure what weight we need, why we need it, how to use it. If you run out of one, how to find what you had, because once you take off these labels, they all look the same, don't they? Well, our color coding system makes it really easy to shop for the right stabilizer for the right job. And you'll find that in any of our Kimber Bell instructions, we will color code what stabilizer we used. But let me show you that they have these color gradients. So for example, our tearaways have like an ombre effect. The very lightest tearaway, light tearaway, would be your pink color. This is all in reds, by the way, for the tearaway. So your lightest weight, light tearaway, would have a pink label across it. Then you get a little bit heavier in weight, and you're going to have a medium, more red color. Okay, again, the ombre effect. And then your heaviest weight tearaway is going to be a dark red color for heavy tearaway. Do you see the ombre effect here? Okay, so that's what you're going to find in Kimber Bell instructions or at shops or when you go to look for it on the SMP website and such. Another example of this would be like our cutaways. They're all in like an orange scale. So you're going to start with your light cutaway, which is actually what we call an ultralight cutaway. I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of what I was just about to say. Slap bands. So their ultralight cutaway is in the very lightest yellow. Then there's a light colorway that is in more of a darker yellow. And now it then blends into oranges. So the next one would be more of an orange color. Let me pull it up here. Okay. So the next one would be, you got your ultralight, then your light. Do you see how the color is getting darker? Light cutaway. And then you've got your medium cutaway, which is a darker orange right there. And then you've got your deepest one. I haven't pulled the wrapping off of this new one I have here, but it's the heavy cutaway. Okay, it's deepest orange. So that's going to help you when going to look for these things, right? But here's the other cool thing. I just mentioned that this is a brand new roll, and I'm about to break this baby open and pull off the plastic, pull off the label. And I'm thinking, yes, I certainly could roll this label up and put it in the tube. I think probably many of us do that. But I want to see at a glance what I have and what I don't have or what I need more of. And I can do that very easily with our slap bands, which SMP also sells. So once these slap bands have been custom dyed to match the exact colors on the labels, which also matches the exact colors in the instructions. You name it, it's all color coded, matchy, right? That's what we do. We want to make it easy. And so once that packaging is taken off, and maybe you've even rolled it up inside there as well. But I want to be able to keep this nice and tidy, not have this rolling everywhere. And I want to be able to see what I have. I'm just going to slap that on there. Yes, I'm a child of the 80s, right? Slap those slap bands on there. And now it is kept nice and tidy, and it's not going to roll around everywhere. And I know exactly what I have, when I need it, what it's for, you name it, it's all there because of those color-coded slap bands. They're going everywhere, guys. So there's sets of these available. Again, they're all matching the colors, makes it really easy to shop for. So there you have it. All right, that's a quick rundown. Jane, any questions for me?
Hey, Kim, that's fantastic. I love the oh so delightful. It's so cute.
Yeah, thank you.
Super cute. So many ideas going on. Nice ideas. Everybody loves it. I know you're seeing the chat. I know you're seeing what everybody says. So I can't wait. So this one is we can pre-order it for February.
Yeah, it's there right now on SMP's website.
And I love the idea that you can actually stitch with your embroidery machine over. I just thought I lost the word. You're stitching over.
The mesh?
Yeah, the mesh.
How cool is that, right? Like a screen?
Yes.
And the light shines through. There's just so many fun
It's
things. you
really
can
fun
do
too
with
because
embroidery.
cross stitching is kind of a big thing. A lot of people do it, but here you're doing it. It looks like cross stitching, but you're using your embroidery machine.
Little push of the button. I love it.
That's funny. And somebody asking the slap bands, the slap bracelets, how many come in the pack?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but they're all there.
It's probably on the website, so that's totally fine. And
Yeah.
I'm loving. We all love good stabilizer. I think that's fantastic. You are such a pleasure to be around. Thank you so much. It was great to chat with you.
Yeah, thanks, Jane, and thanks everyone at SMP. Good to be
Merry
with you.
Christmas and Happy New Year, Kim.
To you too.
All right, let's tell everybody how they can get these Kimber Bell products. We love them so much. All right, let's kick things off here with the. Let's see. We're going to start with the Kimber Bell. Oh, so delightful quilts and decor patterns. I love this. So you're going to pre-order this for February. You get your quilts, you get your decor. The fabric, the vintage Flora fabric line, it's just so absolutely beautiful. And that the designs on here, I mean, if you're a sewist, this is perfect for you. You know somebody who's a sewist, this is great. You have a shop, you can do this and put it up in the shop. So great. Now for this, you're going to pre-order for February. To get a special price, the price there is pretty good, but you're going to get a better price right now when you call 800-401-8151, 800-401-8151, or just go to smplive.tv for your special show pricing because it is the countdown to Christmas and you want to pre-order this for February. This will make a really fun gift. Okay, let's move on to the next one. And it is, okay, we're going at the Oh So Delightful fabric kit right there. And you see all of the things that you're getting in this fantastic kit. There's your price. Again, because it's Santa Blaine, you can get special pricing. Call 800-401-8151 or go to smplive.tv, smplive.tv for your special pricing. I know a lot of you guys are watching on one screen and shopping on the other screen, right? That's what we're doing. We have two separate things open. That's what I'm doing. All right. Let's move on to the next item. And we've got the Kimber Bell Oh So Delightful Embellishment Kits. This is so cool and so fun. I loved it when she was going through all of these items. That is a great kit to have right there. I don't know. You might want to just, because they all go so well together. Yeah, good deals right there. Okay, 800-401-8151. We love Kimber Bell. We're going to move on to oh, hi, it's just me. Here we go. Okay, so all the Kimber Bell products that Kim showed us and that you're seeing, I would just do a little bit more if you have questions on them. I know someone was asking how many of the slap bands came with it. All that's going to be on the website, all the details. If you scroll down a little bit, typically says what comes in the box, what comes with it. It gives you all the dimensions or gives you all the specifications, things like that, numbers and all that good stuff. So go there, check it all out. If we didn't answer your question, I'm sure that it's there. Again, if you have a question, just go to the chat box. And when you go to smplive.tv, the folks there at SMP Nation are ready to help you. The crew is there. The team is there. They're going to be able to answer any questions that you have. Right? Okay, good. Okay, everybody, have a sip of water. Get ready, because right now we're just gonna have some education. We're just gonna learn. We're gonna be together. We're gonna get inspired. I always say, with a little inspiration and some of your own imagination, you can create anything. And certainly, our host for this education segment is. Her enthusiasm for sewing is contagious, and she certainly does have a big imagination, and she is a total expert when it comes to all things sewing and embroidery. She is Joanne Banco. So everybody say hi to Joanne.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Joanne.
Good to see you again today.
I'm so excited to see you twice today.
I know, it's wonderful. I who needs to have visions of sugar plums when you can have visions of sewing projects and embroidery projects
And
and
isn't it
all the
true?
good things?
Isn't it true? With a little inspiration and
Yeah.
some imagination, you can just be as creative as you can be.
It's so wonderful. There have been so many great projects presented this week, so I'm very privileged to be last but not least, maybe.
No,
And
save the best for last. How about that?
I've got a great one for you today. This one can
Okay.
be done entirely on the sewing side of the machine, okay? And it can be done with any machine out there.
Oh
Any
boy.
machine, okay? So this
Now
is
we're
really and
intrigued.
truly a project for everybody. It's a great last minute gift idea. You
Okay,
ready?
Jan, now we're intrigued. Now we want to see it. You've got 30 minutes. Let's see it and get us all inspired. And so we can make all of our last minute Christmas gifts.
All right, let's go sew. Okay, so here it is in its gorgeousness and just a little gift bag. And I don't know about you, but one of the greatest things that I could ever come up with for gifts is just a pretty bag filled with some goodies. And I want you to know what's in here because you know me, I'm going to give you the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I wish I could say that this was loaded with delicious gourmet chocolates or something like that, but it's actually packed with packing peanuts because I haven't gone shopping for my chocolates yet. But that certainly would be one gift that would be ideal for putting in this bag. It could be a gift, a small gift. The beauty of this project is that you can make it in any size you want. So first things first, let me tell you that the instructions will be posted on my website, letsgosew.com, shortly after the project is presented today. So you'll find it right on my homepage, very easy to find. But I really want you to be able to coordinate the instructions with the video today so that you can follow along step by step. It will list all of the supplies for you for everything you need to make this gorgeous organza gift bag. So let me start by telling you a little bit about the supplies. Okay, so first of all, you are going to need some organza. You're going to need some ribbon to or cording to tie it closed. And really, there's no right or wrong with this. You pick whatever you want. Kind of the idea here is the smaller the bag, the narrower the cord probably should be. But if you make a little bigger bag, you can use wider ribbon or cording. You're going to need some fabric or some fabric scraps. I had just this little remnant of sparkly red fabric. So I just cut it into snippets, and you'll see that in just a minute. And then anything you want to use for embellishment, I'm calling this a festive confetti bag. So confetti means you can mix all kinds of different things in it. If you have some ribbons, some cords, things that are relatively flat, that will work. You can also, and you'll see me actually do this, you can also take your metallic thread and just, loop it around your hand several times and then snip that and make thread snippets. You can also, use other variety of fabrics, whatever works for you. This is really and truly a scrap type project. So all of those different things. And then optional would be these little bells. These are just, they're just so cute. You get them at the craft store, little baggies. And if you can get cording or ribbon that is narrow enough to go through these, you can put that on just a little extra addition. And then I'm not sure if I mentioned it already yet. I'm so excited to show you this project. I'm stumbling over myself, but you're going to need some ordinary nylon or polyester organza. And this is generally found in the specialty fabric section of fabric departments where, you find bridal wear and prom and all that fancy kind of stuff. It comes in lots of colors. I have 3 right here. So any color you choose to use, just remember that whatever fabric and embellishments you use for your confetti, you want to see through the bag. So if you use any of these colors, and if they're a little darker, just be sure to use something a little bit more bold for your confetti. But again, like I said, you can create this in any size you want, and the measurements are pretty much approximate. You know, you're going to lose a little bit from seam allowance, but not enough to really matter, because it's a gift bag after all. Okay, so let's talk about the measurements first of all. I made just a little kind of itty bitty pattern so that you can see this. What you're going to do is you're going to decide what width you want for your bag and what length you want for the bag. And very easy. And again, this will all be in the instructions. You take the width measurement and add an inch, because you're going to use up a 1/2 inch seam allowance on each side of the bag. But for your finished length of your bag, I believe mine was 10 inches for a finished length. And that's, of course, before it's stuffed and before it's folded. So I cut my strip 40 inches long. So you need the width plus 1 inch, the length times 4. So you're going to actually quadruple that measurement, because what you want is a piece that is 4 times longer than your actual bag size. There's a method to my madness, and you're going to see it when it all comes together. It's so much fun. But once you've cut your strip, so we're pretending this is my organza. Mine's already at the machine, so I can switch over there and sew on it for you. But you certainly could make a little itty bitty bag if you wanted to. If you do jewelry and things like that, you can do that. Just, you know, remember the smaller things are, the little bit harder they are to handle it. So, you know, think about that when you're doing it. You might want to make just a little larger than you think, so that it's a little bit easier for you to deal with. But that's as simple as it gets, inexpensive. And if you are making multiples of this, I would highly recommend you do it assembly line. Cut all your pieces, do all your confetti work, do all your decorative stitching that we're going to do, and then sew the bags together all at one time, so that everything is done in sequence, and you'll find it a lot easier. Now, once you've cut your organza strip, the next step is very important. Remember, organza has no right or wrong, so that really is not an issue. I would not worry about that. It looks pretty much the same on both sides. You're going to take your strip and you're going to fold it in half lengthwise, and you're going to give it a nice crease at that fold line. Now, very, 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 very important is to test your iron on the organza, because the polyester or the nylon is a little bit heat sensitive, and you don't want to melt anything when you're sewing, right? Not unless you're using fusibles. But just test it and be careful. Use a press cloth if you need to. But I found that by just setting my iron on a medium setting, I had no issues whatsoever. And you do need that crease line. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to take that end from the top end and the bottom end, and you're going to fold it towards that center fold, and you're going to do 2 more creases right here. Because if you look at my piece of paper, you can see I've got a crease at every fold mark there. That's what you need for your organza. Now, the piece that I'm going to be showing you in a minute, I actually drew on it so that I could see those lines a little bit when I'm showing it to you. But you don't want to have to mark any lines on here, because you really don't need to. You just need those folds pressed. Okay. So once you've done that, you are ready to get over to the machine and get sewing. So I'm just going to flip my camera over to that side real quick here. There we go. And I am at the machine. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, if you looked and you saw my paper, I forgot to mention it, but I had numbered sections here. So the top section is number 1. The next section is number 2, 3, and then 4. So I have, again, marked the lines on here. Here's my section number 1. And then there's that first fold line there that matches up with this line here. And as you see, I've got that marked. So this is considered section number 2. And that's where we want to put our confetti. So I've already taken my fabric pieces, and you can see I've got these just cut into snippets, and I'm just going to place them all over where I'm at here. And these could be bigger, they could be smaller, whatever you like. And I am placing them face up. Now, depending on the size of your bag, you may need more, you may need less. You can mix and match. You can overlap. There's no right or wrong. This is really a free-form project. So I'm going to call that good to go. You want to stay a little bit away from the bottom edge of this section, which is where that next fold line is. Let me spread those around a little bit more. And you want to stay out of the seam allowance. So remember, we've got a 1/2 inch seam allowance on each side here. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sprinkle just what I said. I've got that metallic thread. Just going to sprinkle that around. And then I'm going to take my scissors, and I'm going to take just those embellishment threads. And again, free form. Just going to start cutting through that and snip until I've got some confetti laying on there. This is really kind of the fun part. And again, you can use more threads, different color threads. Just make sure you got something that's going to lay relatively flat. If it's got too much thickness to it, it's going to get a little bumpy, and it has to be something you can stitch through. Okay, very, very important. You have to be able to stitch through this. All right. So I kind of like doing this like right on the bed of my machine, like I'm doing now, because for the next step, I'm going to need to sew this. So I've got a little piece of felt underneath here just to keep that from moving and to allow you to see it a little bit. But I'm going to take now this section number 1, and I'm going to fold it over section number 2. Okay. So you can see I'm spilling a little bit of my pieces here. This is where you would want to carefully transfer this to your machine if you're doing this on another surface. All right, the next part is really fun because again, it's free form and easy. I want to keep my raw edges matched up here a little bit. So I'm going to just put a few pins in here. If I were doing this, without time constraints, I'd probably use a few more, but I'm just going to pin those edges a little bit. And some of you may be thinking, could you use fusible with this, to keep those pieces in place? Well, I'm going to say probably not, because again, that organza is relatively heat sensitive, and you don't want to have to worry about that. And everything's going to be trapped with the stitching. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to decide what stitches I want to decorate this with. And on my sample bag, I used a combination of stitches. First of all, I highly recommend that you test your stitches. You want to start by selecting an open decorative stitch, or it could even be a straight stitch or zigzag. And that's why I say this will work for anybody and everybody. So no worries if you don't have decorative stitches, but if you do, have some fun with them. Just realize that the more movement it has, the harder it is to keep everything straight. And so I would suggest you stick to the 7mm ones, and use ones that are relatively open and have kind of a quick stitch to them. So what I did for the top row of my sample bag is I did this bow decorative stitch, which is one of my absolute favorite stitches. You'll find that on lots of Brother machines. But the rest of the rows, I did just a simple serpentine. So I'm going to do that now. And I'm just going to start. I'm going to approximate about 1 inch from the top. And I'm just going to do that. Hopefully I can speed this up a little bit just by watching my edge there. And again, I'm losing a few of my pieces. If I would have pinned more, I wouldn't have that happen. So I'm just going to stick those in there. And spacing really doesn't matter. A lot of that depends on how you've connected everything and how you've placed everything. So just realize that you're going to want to just kind of anchor these ends. Again, I'm going to just scooch that over a little bit. I could use the edge of my foot as a guide. I could use a quilt guide as a seam. I could go random. I could go crisscross. Again, we just want to anchor all of that beautiful confetti in there so it stays in place. So I'll just keep doing a few more rows here. I'm just kind of eyeballing it for today. Get that stuffed back in. If some of that does go into your seam allowance, no biggie. If your bag gets a little wonky, and I will tell you that one of the things about organza is it's a little bit squiggly wiggly. A few more pins would help that. But if you get a little bit off track, no worries. When you get the stitching done, you can just go ahead and lay that back on a cutting table and trim it up and true up those edges. Okay, we'll just do a couple more rows here. Anchor that in. And you may already be wondering why in the world we've got so many folds there. That is going to allow us to make a beautiful bag that finishes on all sides looking gorgeous. All right. One more across there. And again, if you want to do more decorative stitches, if you want to change colors, you can make this as decorative as you like. And I got a little piece down there, so I'm going to do one more row here really quick. All depends on how fast you need to make this. If you're leaving for a party and you got to get it done, then pick a stitch that is fast and easy, and you'll be done in no time. All right, so I've got that piece all stitched. Look at how pretty that is. And you can see that's pretty well anchored in place. If I need to do more, I can do more and anchor that more. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fold up piece number 4. So again, let me get my little paper here so I can show you what I'm doing. All right, we've got 2 decorated with 1 covering it. We're going to take piece number 4 now and fold that up so that we've got 1 fold line in the middle. And then we're going to fold it 1 more time so that we've got our folded edges together at the top. Our sides matching as good as possible. And again, I would have taken the time to, sew a little or with a few more pins, but I'm going to do just a approximate 1/2 inch seam allowance. Normally I would change, I want to change to a straight stitch. Hang on one sec. Normally I would change to my standard foot and I would change to thread that matches the fabric, but we're just going to hurry through this today. And I'm doing a little fatter than a 1/2 inch because I got a little wonky on the sides there. Yeah, we'll just back stitch that a little bit. Cut the thread. All right, 1 side seam is done. We'll get that second side seam done. We are almost finished here. Again, it's a gift bag. It's not a wedding dress, so if you're not perfect, nobody's going to know. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim these seam allowances. And I have in my instructions recommendations for these Kai pinking shears from Sewing Machines Plus. Oh, they just make such a beautiful finish, and I can trim that seam allowance down to about 1/4 inch. If you wanted to do French seams on this, you could. That would be okay. But again, it's a gift bag. You don't have to be too perfectly neat. All right, once that's done, I'm going to sew the bottom seam. And the reason I'm going to sew the bottom seam is, again, what it's going to do is it's just going to trap everything in there and finish that off. So I'm just going to go ahead and sew along the bottom. And I'll be back over to the other camera in just a minute to show you how we finish this off. All right, so essentially we've sewn with right sides together. we're going to now turn our bag right side out. You might want to give this a little press. And there's also one other step that I actually added into my instructions that you may or may not need. If you have some issues with stitching through the organza on your machine, then I would recommend that you take a piece of water-soluble stabilizer, the mesh style that looks and feels a little bit like fabric, and layer that with your organza when you're doing this stitching. You know, different machines feed differently, and if you have any issues with that, you can sew through that water soluble, and that will give a little bit more body and substance to this. Let me check my time here. Oh, I'm doing fine on time. Okay, so in the instructions, I do have that piece added for you to layer in, but it really is a matter of whether or not you needed it. I'm sewing on a Brother machine today that's a little bit higher end, and I had no issues sewing through those 2 layers of organza with that stitch without puckering. However, if you are doing decorative stitches that have a little bit more weight to them, then you might very well need that extra stabilizer. So here's what it actually looks like. It's that fibrous mesh, and I've just got that layered between 2 pieces. Now, this was my little testing sample, and I started out with one stitch that I thought I was really going to like, and found out it had so much movement that it was going to take me more than a half hour to make this bag, and I wanted to be able to make it really quick. So then I switched to one of my favorite little stitches, which is that bow stitch. But I highly recommend that you make a little sandwich like this and play around with the different stitches and test it before you actually get around to actually doing it. And then remember, you could also use one of the guides that you can slip into the machine. I've got one already in here. So if I wanted to do another row of decorative stitching along that line and have it evenly spaced, let me go ahead and just select one really quick. Feather stitch is another beautiful stitch to use for a project like this. I'm going to just make it 7 millimeters wide, and I'm going to increase the length a little bit. But when you use this quilt guide that actually slides into the back of your standard foot holder, and this will work on all of the machines that have a little hole in the back, I can do a perfectly spaced row after row after row just by following that guide along my previous line. So you don't need to do any marking. Just use that as your guide. So I love using this quilt guide for consistent rows of stitching that are perfectly evenly spaced. So definitely highly recommend that as an extra. And then presser foot wise, I've been using presser foot N, which is the foot that the machine calls for decorative stitches. This foot has a little bit of a groove on the underside. Pretty much comes with all the Brother machines. Certainly if you have decorative stitches, you'll find that with your machine. And it is also designed for stitches that have a little bit more width. I am using decorative thread in both my needle and my bobbin. So I wound a bobbin with embroidery thread, and I am using an embroidery needle. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move back over to the other side here.
Hey, Joanne, we can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All right.
Now
so
we can hear you.
There we go. There's the finished bag. We're back. We're good. And one thing that you would want to do is tack a little ribbon on the back here. So sometimes I'll just pin it on until I get my piece tied. Sometimes I'll actually sew it on. So I'm just going to pin it on for today. Okay, we'll just pin that on there. And then now it's time to fill the bag, scrunch it up, and tie it. Now, I got a great tip for you. Before I tie this bag shut, I like to put a rubber band around it. So I'm going to move this pin just for a minute here. I like to put an actual rubber band around it and then fluff it all out, because the fussy part is getting this so that it looks pretty when it's closed. And I am not going to leave that frumpy dumpy looking pin, what do I want us to call it? Rubber band on there. Now I'm going to go ahead and pin my cord on, tie this in a pretty bow. So I've got down here on the table, tying this in a pretty bow. Of course, then I could add my little bells if I wanted to. When I'm done, then I can just simply take my scissors, my trusty little Kai curved tip scissors, which you can get from Sewing Machines Plus, and I'm just going to pull away that rubber band. Boom, it's gone, but I've got that all nice and fluffed out just the way it should be for this finished bag. Isn't she pretty? So it's really a great project, very easy to do, makes a great last minute gift idea. And of course, I've got it, decorated with red and gold today, but think about this for bridal parties. You could use whatever colors are being coordinated for the bridal party. Baby showers, you could do this for baby showers and use whatever color scheme you're going for that. Birthday gift bags, you could certainly add an embroidered gift tag to this to hang on the bow. And really, the ideas are endless. It is only up to your imagination to think of what you would want to do with this and how you would want to decorate it. All right, did we get any questions?
Everybody's loving the project. So beautiful, super creative, stinking cute. I mean, they really love fun and easy, quick project. Somebody asked if you did you hem the top of the bag at all?
No, because that's why we do all that folding.
Yep.
You get that folded, and that folded, and that folded, and you sew it right sides together.
Perfect.
Those top edges are folded. The bottom edges too, but you have a raw edge in there, so that's why you want to sew a bottom seam along there at the end.
And invisible thread
for so you're not seeing the stitching.
Maybe
if you used clear thread to sew along your lines there, you would see your confetti and not your stitching. So that's certainly an option.
Yeah.
If you don't want to have that extra detail there. Yeah, good idea. Whoever thought of that one.
Well, and again, listen, this is the inspiration. This is such a cute idea, Joanne. It's adorable. And you made it so quick and easy. And it's fun too. You said something about when you're doing your decorative stitches. I pick the most intricate decorative stitches and I'm like sitting there for like forever.
They take a long time.
Well, sometimes I find myself.
It's a very relaxing kind of sound,
Oh, it is. It
sometimes
is.
when I can't sleep at night, I get up and just do decorative stitching because it just kind of lulls you to sleep.
Do you know how I fall asleep every night? My mind's racing and I'm like, I think about folding fabric and sewing it. Fold in the fabric. It's a weird thing. I think about sewing stitches.
Who needs to count sheep, right? We've got lots of other visions
like,
in our head.
What do I need to do? I'm like, oh yeah, start sewing in your head. No, Joanne, I think everyone loved it. No, my other thing is it's a gift bag, not a wedding dress.
Exactly. So you know what? I mean, I had a few wiggly squigglies on this one, and it from the outside it looks perfectly good. I went to pull a few.
Totally
trim a few things, but
person that gets it is going to be just like beyond because you made it.
Exactly.
You're going to put
be a keeper.
It's a total keeper. You're going to put a link up at letsgosew.com, right?
Yes, correct. Letsgosew.com. It'll be right on the homepage. I'm just getting ready to post it on there right now.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm going to let you go do that. Everybody say thank you so much to Joanne. She's the best. We're going to see her a little bit later this afternoon.
I'll be back at the end of the day.
So cute. I'm going to go make one of those when it's my turn to go create.
Good deal.
Thanks, Joanne.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye. See you later.
All right, everybody. Let's bring Blaine back in to join the show. I think we're going to have some fun midway through. Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, Jane. And, as usual, Joanne just knocks it out of the park. And she is so creative, all the things that she does. And again, great little, last minute Christmas, gift idea. I thought that was fantastic.
It's a bag, not a wedding dress.
Exactly.
It's like, thank you. It's fun too because the fact that she said that, we all make these little mistakes and we think about it too much. And it's like you look at Joanne, you're like, she never makes a mistake or whatever. And the point is, it's like if you're running out the door and you need to make a bag, make the bag, right? And it's fine. It's a bag, not a wedding dress. And it's fun that other people think the same way. So
Well, that's good. Well, hey, we've got a little bit of time till our next presentation, Jane. I think we got Deb Donovan, our very own Deb Donovan. She is our sewing resident guru, knows how to do everything sewing related. She's going to be in here in the studio. She's going to be doing a demo on our long arm King Quilter, and we're super excited to do that. But before, that's going to be just here in about 30 minutes. So before we do that, I want to, you and I, do a little recap of what we've seen so far today.
great.
And then end it with a bunch of giveaways.
Fabulous. Let's do it.
All right. So far, what I'd like to do, everybody out there writing down the chat, I wish y'all would just tell us what your highlight has been so far today. Just tell us, put it in the chat, what you like the best, what whether it was the air.
It's so hard to decide.
Yeah,
I
arrow
love
cabinet.
Yeah, the chairs, the hydraulic chairs are pretty cool. I love those. The cabinets are amazing. Kimberbell, Kim just knocked it out of the park with all the cool things that she had. And then Joanne, I don't know how you can pick a favorite, guys. I really don't. I gotta tell you what, the kit that Kimberbell was talking about with the fabric that she had on it, and I have it written down here, the name of the fabric. That's her own. You keep writing. I'm going to look it up. I have it written down.
Well, just there's so many things to choose from, but again,
the vintage flora and fabric line is what she said.
Yeah.
The vintage flora and fabric line.
But tell us what you're liking, and Roger, put it up in the chat, put it up on the screen if you can. They got some people kind of chiming in right now what their favorite thing they've seen so far, and Susie saying the chairs, and it's hard to beat those chairs, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Blaine, there's special price on those chairs when they call still.
Yeah, they have to call to get the special price, Jane, because the sale price is $329, but we're going to beat that. But they have to call in because we can't advertise, what the cyber or the countdown to Christmas pricing is. A lot of people putting Kimberbell up.
Yeah, she was great. Like she could just keep going and going. Let me ask you this: the chairs the chairs and cabinets. Is there like a chance they're going to run out?
There's a few of the chairs that the quantities are not just a ton of them, but most of them there's really good inventory of everything. But there's a couple chairs that were a little low, but we'll let you know as soon as if they run out, we'll let you know. But right now we're in good shape on all the Aero cabinets and chairs.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And some folks are saying, "Hey, I just bought a chair. This is amazing. I can't resist. I bought all the Kimberbell stuff." Yeah, I mean, listen, somebody else just wrote, everything has been great. There's been no losers.
And something too, Jane, we had you and I talked all about the sew match yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a huge increase in sales in sew mats. They were lined up out the door this morning in the warehouse trying to get all the sew mats shipped out. So, that special mat still is in effect. If you buy 2 of the sewing mats, you get the third one absolutely free. It has to be the equal size or smaller. And you can pick and mix and match any size, any colors on those. And that is a great, great deal because the pricing on those are $44.99 on the smaller ones and $49.99 on the larger ones. So, that's basically, over $40 for free.
That's awesome. Blaine, paint us a picture of the warehouse. So tell the people what's happening. There's a lot of bending and picking up happening over there, and like a lot of passing. Is everyone dressed up like an elf because they're pretty much like helping Santa? Like, paint us a picture, will you?
Well, do you want it today or the normal days?
Today. Yeah,
I can paint you the picture of what's going on right now over there. We've got FedEx trailers backed up behind the warehouse, sitting there, and they're filling them. There's 8 people running around like their heads are chopped off, trying to get all the orders that's coming in filled because we're under the pressure to get them out today because we want to try to get everybody's, gifts out to them before Christmas. And, as FedEx shuts down and UPS shuts down mid next week. Or they don't shut down. They just say they don't guarantee Christmas deliveries to a certain point. So we're under the gun to get everything we can possibly get shipped out today.
I mean, and so remember that, friends, as we're working on all of our Christmas items. So we're getting our stuff that we're ordering from Blaine, and he's making sure we get it. As we're sending things out, be mindful that there is a deadline to get things in the mail, to get it there before Christmas. And I feel like it's going to be Monday.
It kind of is. It's I forgot the exact date they gave us, but I'm sure we've got it on our website somewhere, don't we, Kyle? If you don't order it by a certain time, and what they do is they don't guarantee ground.
Right.
Like if you just get it shipped regular ground, it gets cut off at a certain time that they tell you it will not make it, and then they still will do overnight express up until a certain time too, and then they shut that. Well, they don't shut it down. They just say we won't guarantee that it'll get there overnight, because it is just, as y'all know, it's the busiest time of the year for all the shippers out there. You know, FedEx and UPS and the U.S. Post Office, and we use all three. And I'm telling you, the amount of packages we're putting out the door, I can't even imagine. You know, some of these bigger chains out there and all the things that are getting shipped right now across the nation. It's got to be just crazy for the the FedEx and UPS workers.
I know, but think about all of us and when we're home and the doorbell rings and that item arrives and we say, thank you so much for all your hard work. And then we snatch it and we run inside and we start playing with it right away. How many people, if you bought something for yourself, are going to actually wrap it up and put it by the Christmas tree and give it to yourself?
I don't ever, if I buy it for myself, I'm going to use it as soon as I get it.
Oh, see, I'm not that person. If I buy it for myself, I typically will tell somebody in my family, look at what you got me. Here, you wrap it, and I'll pretend like I didn't know.
Well, I'll tell you what my wife, Michelle, does, just because of and she doesn't do this at this time of year. She does it year round, but she sets outside our front door. She has a little stool with a bowl, and she puts all kinds of little goodies, treats, and things in there with bottles of water. And she has a sign that says, for our delivery angels, help yourself.
I think that's great. Oh, Michelle, now you're making us all look bad.
Hey,
so we got to go do that.
Here's the tip. If you treat your guys that are delivering your stuff well, they'll probably, instead of throwing it out in the driveway, they'll bring it up, put it up by the front door. They may not throw it. They may set it. So I just feel like it's, helping them guys kind of take care of us a little bit.
Yeah, and you're helping your guys out there that are packing all these trucks, right? We know that because you're Santa Blaine. So you're making sure they're happy and healthy and doing and having a great time.
Yeah, we're having our company Christmas party tomorrow night, and I assure you, we're taking really good care of all of our employees, and we've got a ton of. If you think Santa Blaine's here this week, you ought to come tomorrow night to the party, because I've got a ton of stuff that we're giving away to all the employees and raffling off. So it's going to be a great time.
Oh, that's fun. So you do have a whole shindig, and everybody, how many people are showing up, and you do. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, I think we'll probably have close to 100 people be there.
Wow. I wish I was a fly on the wall at that party.
It'll be a lot of fun. So, but hey, speaking of all the specials, guys, again, I think I've said this morning, but I want to remind everybody, if you got in late today, if there's a product that you've had your eye on, you've been wondering about, you wanting it for Christmas, and hadn't been on the show, go ahead and give us a call, because we've got over 4,000 products that we are on our countdown to Christmas special. And if you saw, there's just a fraction of those are on our show this week. So there's a good chance that anything that you might want could be on the special. So just call us and ask, and they're going to let you know, really quick whether it is or not.
Yeah, and that's great. Again, Blaine, like you said, check out the website. There's so many things on there. I mean, today alone, there's been so many great things, and this is day 5.
It is. You remember Monday morning we started this. I said, Jane, it's going to be like a blink of an eye, and it's going to be Friday, and we're going to say, hey, the show's winding down.
I know, but we're not. We're only midway through the show.
I know, halfway point. But again, this afternoon is it. So we want everybody, everything you've seen so far from Monday through today, if anything you're interested in, make sure you get on it. Some things we did sell out of, Jane. We still got stock on a lot of items, but there's some of the products that we had on the show already have sold out. But you can look at those, and it'll show you on the website if it's sold out or not. And it usually tells you the quantity that we have left. So you can see some of them are getting low, but just make sure, don't delay. If y'all want to try to get some of these specials and get it before Christmas, get your order in by 6 p.m. today.
And you guys are open 6 p.m. your time.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, we're going to be open tomorrow as well, and Sunday we'll be opened in our corporate office and the call center in the warehouse and everything. So they're going to be continuing to ship things all weekend long, trying to make sure that we get everything out for that deadline on Monday.
Yeah, only 9 days till Christmas. So we definitely want to get our things ordered up or out the door. So that's exciting.
It is. It's a fast-paced work environment at our corporate office right now, especially in the warehouse.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone's going to have a little bit of a minute to relax tomorrow night at your party, but otherwise you guys are sticking to it. You're working. That's why it's the countdown to Christmas, because you are Santa Blaine and you've got all your elves working hard.
Yeah, we all get to, after the 25th, we can all relax for a little bit, but, it's not going to be as much pressure, but we're still busy all the time, but, it's not as busy as it is this week. This week has been just a super busy week.
That's good news. That's good news. How's the crew doing over there? Kennedy, Kyle, Roger,
they're all hanging in there.
Yeah, they awake? I haven't heard him in a while.
We had to move the camera, so they don't have a camera on them right now.
Okay.
We got the camera moved because Roger's going to be filming Deb doing her long arm demo, and then I'm going to be coming up doing the David vacuums and the Houdini mop demo. So we've got all that coming up here in the studio as well, and then we still have Joanne Banco going to be coming back doing those Durkee sash frames, and I think everybody's going to be blown away by those, and we got a great special on those today as well.
I love it. I can't wait to see all of that. So what's up? Where's the Grinch? And did the Grinch steal all of your giveaways, or what's
No.
going
I don't know
on?
what that was.
We got
Jane. That was really weird.
Yeah,
I
we
know
got a
it.
bunch of giveaways
Our
right
doors
now.
were locked. Like,
Did the Grinch steal the giveaways, or are we still doing giveaways?
We still got giveaways. So y'all ready to win some things out
Oh,
there?
yes. Oh, yes, they are.
All right. So guys, get ready. So what we're going to do first off, we're going to draw 2 names, and we're going to give away some of our event bags. And again, these bags, we sell them as a pack of 8 for $49.99 on the website or $9.99 individually. They all have unique sayings on them, 8 different colors. So Kennedy, are you ready? Spin that wheel.
Let's
STW. Let's just shorten it. STW.
It doesn't have the same effect.
No, it doesn't. Oh, Lady Fair. Congratulations. She's been hanging with us all week on YouTube. Thank you so much.
All right. So we're going to give another customer a set of bags. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Bam. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sheila Bodette. Congratulations, Sheila. You are winner watching on YouTube. We love having you here. Hey, Sheila and Lady Fair, why don't you guys just go to smplive.tv to redeem your prize? You just scroll to the bottom. You'll see where it says prize winner. You're going to fill in all the information, your name, your email address, where you want it sent to, what show you were watching, and we'll get it out to you.
Fantastic. All right. So next up, we are going to give away 2 of our world famous sewing mats. And we're going to let you pick your color, your size. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay, guys. All right.
Alexandria Span.
Alexandria Span, congratulations. That's a pretty picture, Alexandria. Thank you so much for joining us on YouTube today. Oh, and when you go fill out your form, Blaine's going to tell you this, but you got to tell us what size mat you want and what color.
Perfect. All right, we're gonna spin a wheel for another winner of the sew mats. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Oh, that was so quick.
It was. Spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
I had to change it up a little bit.
Spin the wheel.
Yeah, you're just gonna start mumbling now, Blaine. You're like, blah, 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 blah.
Doctor.
All right. So Dr. Geraldine.
Vogelsang.
So Dr. Geraldine, you need to go to smplive.tv, scroll down to the bottom of that page. You'll see where it says claim your prize. Fill out all your information in there, along with what color and what size of sewing mat you want, and we'll get that out to you.
Woo.
All right. Next up, we are going to give away 2 of the Singer irons.
What?
Ooh.
Those are the pink and gray irons. These are awesome irons. We give 2 of these away. So Kennedy, let's get this first winner. Spin the wheel.
Okay.
In the wheel, Kennedy. People were just chiming in the middle of the other presentations. They're like, can I get an iron? We need an iron.
Everybody needs an iron. I, mean,
I know it.
it's
Hey,
great.
Lisa. Lisa was on YouTube, one of the first people to join YouTube, and she just gets to be Lisa.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, you got to be one of the early ones to get one name on there.
I mean, I think so. Don't you think so?
I think so.
All right, Lisa. You know what to do. Go to SMPlive.tv, scroll down to where you see claim your prize, fill out the information, and hit submit, and we will get the information and get it out to you. All right, let's get us another winner of the iron. So, Jane, you can do the honors.
How about I spin the wheel? Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Jane, you're doing it from Chicago. Here.
Yeah,
this is
ready?
you.
Go.
Bam. That was beautiful.
I did that. I did it like mental telepathy. I just was like, spin it. It would be fun if that woman named Jane just won. That would have been weird. Oh, congratulations, Melinda.
I just heard them all scream next door where Melinda's at. So, Melinda, you can't win. I'm sorry. But
you're going to give her something, though.
We'll take care of her. You know what's so funny about this, Jane? So we've had Melinda's won now. Rhonda won something. Marina won something. Sewing Machines Plus won something. But Deb has not won anything, and she's been tuned in doing chat and everything too. She still hadn't won anything.
There's still a couple hours left. I'm not worried. She might win. She's chatting. Yeah.
I'm telling you. All right, so let's spin it again, Kennedy, and get us a new winner.
Okay.
Still trying to get this second iron away.
It's fun. Yes. I see my name went by. All right, Kennedy, let's get this winner.
Okay, I'm on it.
Wheel.
Kyle's a little sleepy over here.
Diana Aker.
Diana Aker. Let's all just say Diana Aker together. Diana Aker.
Aker.
Oh my gosh, Diana. Amazing. I love Diana Aker. Congratulations.
All right, Diana. She was watching today from YouTube. So, Diana, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down till you see claim my prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll send your iron out to you. All right, next up, we are going to give away 2 $100 gift cards to Sewing Machines Plus. 2 of them.
What?
All right, Jane, you know what to do.
Okay, Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay. Woo.
Sulamay. Congratulations, Sue. We love having you with us on YouTube. You know what to do to claim your prize.
All right, let's give our second one.
Second winner.
$100, like that's amazing, especially when you got stuff in your cart.
Oh, exactly. Alrighty, winner, chicken dinner.
That's how Kennedy says spin the wheel. She says
Yeah,
winner, chicken dinner.
I hear that in my head. So Maria Vega.
All right, Maria Vega, she just won. She is watching from YouTube today. So, Maria, we need how you going to claim your prize. You go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, fill out the information, hit submit. And then they will email you, both of y'all that won the gift cards, they'll email you a gift card code, and you can use that when you get it in your cart at checkout. Or if you're local in Southern California, you walk into one of the retail stores, either down in San Diego on Mission Bay Boulevard or up in San Marcos at the Nordal 78 Crossroads, you can redeem it in the stores.
Cool.
All right, next up, we are going to give away, guess what, Jane?
Wait, there's more?
Machines.
2 sewing machines?
Yes.
You said at the very beginning of the show that there's going to be a lot of giveaways, and man, you were not lying, Blaine.
I'm telling you. So we're going to give away this Encore 260A sewing machine with extension table. So Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin the wheel.
Okay. Let's see.
Changed it up on it.
I'm changing it. All right. Let's see who the lucky winner is going to be.
Quilter.
Quilter. Shaquilt just won. She's watching from YouTube today. So Shaquilt, go to SMPlive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we will get that shipped out to you. All right, we're going to give another machine away. This is going to be a Necky K132 sewing machine. And Necky has been in business for over 100 years. This was one of their 100th anniversary editions. And again, this is a great little sewing machine. So Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin the wheel.
Okay.
Come on, give it a little bit more oomph there, Blaine.
Spin that wheel.
Sing, Blaine. Give us a
Spin
little.
the wheel. Dorothy Wilbur watching on Facebook.
All right. So Doris Dean, you just won. Congratulations. Go to smplive.tv. Go down till you see claim my prize. Fill out all that information. Hit submit. And then when we get that information in, we will ship your machine out to you.
Yes, we will.
Awesome. So there's our giveaways for today, Jane. And then we'll have some more this afternoon, but that's our midday giveaway.
Midday giveaway. It's kind of like a make break. It's a giveaway break. I love it. I love it.
It is. So guys, coming up next, we have got a treat for y'all. Everybody knows our resident guru, Deb Donovan, and she, demonstrates everything for us. She is the best I've ever seen. And, I always tell everybody she's like a walking encyclopedia for sewing machines. You want to know a model, you want to know any accessory, just ask Deb.
Yeah. And you can see it like scroll in her head. She's like, she comes up with the answer.
That's simple. So we're going to go and we're going to do the King Quilter. This is our very own brand, Jane. We get it made special for Sewing Machines Plus. You can't buy it anywhere else but us. And we are the best in the business when it comes to quilting machines. And this is no exception. This King Quilter, it's an 18x8. It is awesome. And you're going to give your choice of a 10 or 12 foot frame. But Deb is going to show you all about it. So let's go to the studio with Deb and Roger, and they're going to show you all about that King Quilter.
Hi, Blaine. Hi, everybody. So Blaine, I do have to have words with you because I did warn you on Monday that if I didn't win a prize, then we were going to have a discussion. And everybody has won a prize on the chat team except for me.
I know.
So far. So I'm just.
Well, Deb, what I'll do for tomorrow night at the Christmas party, I'll just tape your name to the bottom of the box.
That's not right. That's not going to be any better. All right. So what I have here today for you is the King Quilter Elite. This is our stand-up long arm, and this is the Elite version of it. The Elite is the upgraded version. We also have a standard, but I'm going to show you why the Elite is a much better value for you as we get into it. But let's start kind of with the foundations. Let's start with the frame. The King Quilter 2 has a available King Quilter 2 frame that pairs up with it perfectly. You can get this in a 10-foot or a 12-foot length. So if you want to do all the way up to king size quilts, then you can go ahead and get that 12-foot. If you want to stop at a full or your space is more limited, then you can stop at the 10-foot frame and get something that's exactly going to fit the space that you have available for you. The King Quilter 2 frame, we made it so that it could be as affordable as possible while still keeping it made out of sturdy and durable materials. We've got gears on both sides, gears on your right hand side, sorry, and a take-up wheel that you can adjust things with. But really, the thing that most impresses me about this frame is I've had my hands on long arm frames for over 10 years at this point. And with these frames, there's been a lot of ways to deal with the bungees over here on the side. Bungees are what kind of keeps the tension on there so that you've got tension to the front and the back, and then these give you some support from the sides. We tie knots in them. We put Velcro on them. There's other kind of clips for them. But this one, I was looking here and I realized that I'd never shown that is really these super little clips down here that all you have to do is pull it down in there. And now I've got the perfect tension that I want to have on this bungee without messing around trying to tie a knot and figure out how much it's going to spring back. So that's one of the things that I love about this frame is that there's a lot of those little things that are built in there that make a big difference to how easy it is for everybody to use. And then sitting on top of our fabulous King Quilter 2 frame, we have the King Quilter 2 Elite. This is our upgraded version. This is really our third version of having a long arm. So I really think that we've got it right with this one. Nice big size. Doesn't matter if you're going for the Elite or the standard. You've got 18 inches of space right here. Sorry, I'm going to cross in front of the camera. You've got 18 inches of space right here, right front to back. So that's plenty of room for you to do anything on. You've also got 8 inches here, top to bottom. So you can fit just about anything back in this space. If I move the King Quilter too, you'll see that you're really not seeing any movement here on the surface of the quilt. That's because of this super important part on the frame that I forgot to tell you about. This machine's frame has 5 rails to it. So there's a place for everything and everything can go in its place. First thing is I have a bar right here for the top to go onto. I have a bar underneath it that my backing is rolled onto, and the batting is just sandwiched in the middle. Down below where you can't see it is a bar that the batting can wrap around, which is super important to have because otherwise you end up stepping on the batting or the dogs get into it, and that's just way no fun. So at the back, we have 2 more rails. So this is kind of what we call the take-up rail. This is where your quilt top is going to roll around as it finishes. And you can see that I've advanced this one a little bit, but all 3 of these layers down here wrap around here. So you can imagine that this is going to grow over time as this turns from, as you get down to the bottom of a 90-inch long bed size quilt, which is why this idler rail right here is so important to you. Imagine if this bulk was wrapping around this pole right here. As it grew, it would press down, and then you wouldn't have this beautifully flat quilting surface anymore. So you'd keep having to go to the back of your frame and adjust the height of this bar. With the 5th rail, with the 4 rail system and this take-up rail right here, once you get your machine set at the right height, which is really mostly just dependent on the batting that you're using, then you don't have to worry about adjusting it. You've always got this beautiful flat level surface, which means that your tension is not going to be affected as you continue to advance your way down the quilt. So I've got this beautiful 18-inch machine. Oops, sorry, I think I touched the mic in front of me. We've done things to the King Quilter that make it easier to use for everybody. It has a standalone external bobbin winder, so you don't have to unthread your machine or do anything else. There's no bobbin winder on the back of it because you've got a separate bobbin winder that you can put a spool of thread on, and you can wind as many or as few bobbins as you want at a time. You can wind them at the same time as you're quilting, and you're not using your machine's motor to wind bobbins with. You're using your machine to quilt with. The thread stand has been moved way up front, so it doesn't matter how long your arms are, everybody can reach. You've got a 2-spool thread stand here, so if you want to get into some decorative quilting and with 2 threads, then you can go ahead and do that. But as not the tallest person in the store, I do really appreciate having that thread stand up close and personal so that I don't have to reach all the way to the back of the machine to try and get things threaded. I can put the spool on the post at the back, but it's a lot more challenging to get the thread through the mast when I am at as far as I can reach with the machine as forward as I can get it. We got a cast frame right here. This frame is not going to go anywhere, and it's got a powder coated steel on it, powder coated finish on it, so it's going to hold up to you over time. And those things are all standard to both the standard and the Elite King Quilters. When you move to the Elite, though, you end up with a few extra upgrades that I think make a really big difference. First thing is you get the upgraded front handlebars. The upgraded front handlebars are fully adjustable. So you can make them so that they are the right height and shape for you. These right now are a little bit high for me, so I think somebody else was on here. But I can move them down, tighten it back up, move it down, tighten it back up. And now my arms are a lot closer to parallel to the floor. So I'm going to be more comfortable and be able to stand here and quilt for a longer amount of time. And I'm going to have better control because my arms and my shoulders won't be getting tired from it. I can also adjust not only the height, but the angle right here. Oops, sorry, that obviously has been there for a while. If you move it in very low and tight, then that's going to be your micro quilting. So you don't have to add on a second set of handlebars to do micro quilting. They're built in already, but you can also change that angle. So if I didn't close that up. If I am more comfortable upright, then I can be upright, but I will be honest, I'm more comfortable at about a 45-degree angle. That's where I 60-degree angle. That's where I feel like I have the most control. So when you get the King Quilter 2 Elite, you can figure out what's the most comfortable for you. You're not stuck with one fixed set of handlebars. The handlebars also have extra lighting on them right here. So I've got all this extra lighting that's projecting down onto the surface of the quilt. I do have a standard light ring here, but the upgraded handlebars also have this lighting underneath the arm. And if I go in and turn off the upgraded lighting on the front handlebars, you can see how much darker it is down here. And I don't know about you, but I am firmly in the more light is better category. So I want those lights on for myself all the time. Maximum lighting means I have the best ability to see the stitches, where I'm going, where I've been, so I can know what I'm planning on doing. So there we go. Let's go home. I also have a great big 7-inch touchscreen on the front of this machine. I like that touchscreen because I can see it very well when it's close, but I can also see everything on it when it's pushed far enough, as far away as it can be. I can reach the touchscreen, but more importantly to me, I can read it. So I can tell you that I'm currently set up at 10 stitches per inch without having to bring the machine in and out to see what the settings are on it. I can leave it where it was if I think it's going a little bit too fast or too slow, make the adjustments, and then continue to quilt on without having to have any kind of a wobble or a bubble in my stitch. The Elite also comes, and Roger's not going to show you because we're not set up for that, but I've got included rear handlebars on the back of the machine. I don't know if you
can see the very top of it.
All right. So
there's one side right there.
There's one of the two handlebars that are on the back of the machine for you. The other thing that you get with the rear handlebars is there is a screen back there as well. You've got a 4.3 inch touchscreen on the back so that you don't have to do anything at the front of the machine when you want to use the back of the machine. You don't have to move a screen or do anything else. You can just walk around to the back of the machine and start using those rear handlebars, and then walk back around and use the front handlebars. Rear handlebars are fabulous if you're using groovy boards or pantographs, anything that you want to trace with a laser light. You've got the great platform at the back of the King Quilter 2 frame to lay things out on so that you can trace them, just like you did probably back when you were in elementary school. And what I do have, and when it comes to actually quilting, because I'm sure that you guys are going to want to see me quilt on here, I have 4 modes of stitch regulation. You got it, Roger?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm zooming in right now.
I have 4 modes of stitching on the King Quilter 2. The first one I'm going to touch is M for manual. Manual is like what you did when you were first starting quilting. When you were sitting down at your domestic machine, you put your foot on the foot pedal and the machine went one speed, no matter if you were going fast with your hands or going slow with your hands. Manual is the one that's most like that. So as you're transitioning from quilting at a sit-down machine to quilting at a stand-up machine, manual mode will probably be the place that you're going to start your practicing at, because it's a different motion. Right here with a stand-up machine, you're kind of back to the regular, you're back to writing on a piece of paper. The motion is a lot more familiar to people because you are moving the needle or the pencil on top of the fabric or the paper. So it does feel more comfortable to a lot of different people. Now the manual mode on this King Quilter 2 Elite does have 2 preset modes. I can change it anywhere. The King Quilter 2 will go up to 2,200 stitches a minute. I'll be honest, I don't know anybody that quilts that high. Right now, it's set at 49% of full speed, so that's going to be around 1,100 stitches a minute, but you can slow it way down to I think about 100, or you can go as fast as you can up to 2200. But what that means truly that you can find the right speed for you in that range. Everybody quilts at a different speed. We had somebody that used to work here that quilted so slow. She was stitching everything at like 20% of the maximum speed of the machine. And I can't go that slow. I need to go a little bit faster. So I've got this one set at 49% of the machine. 20% is the right number for her. 49% is the right number for me. Something else is going to be the right number for you, but that's going to make the machine adapt to you so you can get the best results out of it. In manual mode, there's no stitch regulation. So as I pull up that bobbin thread, yep, why don't you move in a little bit? You good?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go one-handed so I don't cross in front of your camera so much. But in manual mode, the machine is going to go up and down constantly at a constant speed. It doesn't matter what I do with my hands, where the head of the machine moves, always we're at that constant speed. So it's always going to go the same speed. If I go faster, it goes the same speed. If I go slower, it goes the same speed. So if you figured out how to move your hands at a constant speed in any direction, then manual mode's good for you. A lot of professionals like it. I know Corey loves to do it when he does his feathers and that kind of thing, because it's just so kind of get into the rhythm of it. So you've got things that you can do, and it doesn't matter what I do. The machine's always going to go the same speed. Woo. Right? It's not going to give me a second to think. If I stall right here, it's actually just put 20 stitches right there. So that's how manual mode's going to work for you. And if you like that, first of all, could you hear how smooth the machine was and hear how good it sounded? We've got a lot of long arms that are available to us, and I've quilted on all of them. I love the feel of this one when it's in manual, actually when it's in any mode, but it just sounds so good and sturdy. There's no vibration in the machine at all when I'm doing it. It's just doing exactly what I wanted it to do. So. Now, as you are getting your quilt loaded onto the frame, you'll notice that kind of over here at the edge, if I take my bungees off, since I don't have any safety pins or anything in here, what I do have is my 3 layers are completely separate on the side. Same thing holds true for when you start at the very beginning. Your top edge is completely unsecured. So the where's the bottom of them? Oh, there's a ruler base on that machine. Okay. So when you are starting, actually, let me take the ruler base off real quick. Pull that up. I just tested the machine. I didn't check what was underneath it. All right, so the ruler base is one of those things that we always include for doing ruler work. It sits on your machine just like this. It's got lugs on the machine, so it's no screws or anything to put it on and off. You can do it one-handed. You don't have to flex anything. You don't have to bend anything. But it did make it bigger than I wanted it to be so that I could show you the basting. So let me put those bungees right back on. There's number 1. Here comes the second one. All right. Because you don't have any safety pins or anything else in here, you want to baste. You want to baste so that this edge stays stable and doesn't shift on you. Or if you're doing a pantograph, when you come off the edge of the quilt and go back on again, you're not going to grab this edge of the fabric and flip it over. That basting stitch mode is going to let me pick how far apart I want the basting stitches to be. And we're going to do the maximum size right here. So these are going to be 4-inch basting stitches. The stitch regulator that's on the machine is going to check where it is, and it's only going to do a stitch about every 4 inches. So I'll get a stitch about here and another one around there. So that it's just going to very easily baste it into place for me. Whoops. Let's do that again and hold on to the thread. Oops, look at, I broke the thread. I was telling Roger earlier, I've never broken a thread. Do you want to see it threaded?
I called it. I think
Roger jinxed me. Can you scooch over to this side so they can see how easy it is to rethread?
Sure.
And I'm going to kind of go backhanded a little bit. Trade. All right.
Okay.
I was holding onto the thread and it too tight and it just snapped. So you start here, up through the mast, and then you are going to go through the guide and through that second guide. Down here is like an old-fashioned sewing machine. This is where your tension is, right here. And so, and then just like my mom's very, very old Kenmore, you put it in the little spring. And then we are going to go up under that lever. This is going through the take-up lever at the very top, just like that. And then I'm going to come through this loop right here, come down to the front of the machine, through the guide, and whoops, that wasn't quite through the eye of the needle. And through the eye of the needle. So I realize they can look kind of intimidating to thread, but they're really not. It's nice and easy because everything's exposed for you. So you don't have to worry about what's going on in your machine. And if you're in a tension dial or out of it, because you can see it all right there. So I've got two more modes to show you. I have precision and idle. Idle is kind of like your car. Idle, the motor's going, when your car's idling, the motor's going all the time. When you're on your machine, idle's going all the time. So as I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread again. I have a thing about bobbin threads. I just need to know where they are. Now on this one, the needle's moving up and down no matter what I do. But it is speeding up when I go fast. And it is slowing down when I go slow. This is what makes me look like a better quilter than I really am because it's leveling me out. It's speeding up when I go faster and it's slowing down when I go slower so that my stitch length stays fairly consistent no matter what I'm doing. I can outrun the machine, but if I'm not trying to, then the machine does a fabulous job of compensating for when I'm going slow and for when I'm going fast, like that. Oops, let me not get that. Right now, I've got it set up to go 10 stitches per inch. I can control the stitches per inch. So I like 10 stitches per inch. I think it looks good to me. You might like a different number, which is why you can go up to 18 stitches per inch and get a really fine stitch, or go down to 4 stitches per inch and get something that looks a lot more primitive and hand done. I personally like 10. I can also control the speed of the machine. Believe it or not, that was at 15% of the maximum speed of the machine, which is all I want to handle when it comes to that regulated mode, because I need a minute to think and it needs a minute to react to me. So 15% is the number that I like to use. Your mileage may vary. So there's that one kind of poking its way along. The last mode that I have is precise or precision mode. And I'm going to punch that button on my screen right here. Right here, it's giving me the same option. How many stitches per inch do I want to have? I'm going to leave it right there at 10 because 10 is my number. Now in precision mode, I turned it on, but the machine's not doing anything. It's not going anywhere, and it won't until I start to move the machine. As soon as I start moving it, then it senses and it will start stitching. But if I need to stop and take a break and think and figure out where I'm going next, then it's going to wait for me. The King Quilter 2 will wait for you to make up your mind and decide where you want to go. So you can go and have it pause. Look, thought that was going to happen. Roger, you
break the string again.
Roger, it's not called string.
The thread.
Thank you, Roger. Roger, you're going to have to go back to remedial training.
Deb told me once not to color blankets.
You're also not allowed to call thread string, okay?
Okay.
That's just one of those basic rules of working at the store. And you've been here plenty long, Roger. You should know the difference between the two. You should absolutely be able to tell me the difference. I don't even ask you about thread weights or anything. I just want you to recognize that it's
The
called
quilt you made
thread.
it was such a nice blanket though. It kept you warm.
Roger, now you're just trying to cause trouble. I wouldn't do that, or you're going to get coal in your stocking in a couple weeks. Maybe even coal at the Christmas party tomorrow night.
As long as it's 64-inch coal.
All right, there we go again. So what I'm going to do is start that over again. Let me pull that thread back there. So with the precision mode, it's stopping every time I stop, so that I can make sure I know exactly where I want to go. So if I'm going to do my little Christmas tree again, and I want to try putting a star at the top of it, I can really think my way through what that star wants to go and come back and then finish out my little Christmas tree here. And come around and keep going. The nice thing about precision mode is it's good for, I love it when I'm not comfortable with the design, because it really lets me think about where I'm going. Sometimes it's traced on the top. If I'm imagining that I'm going to go around the outside of an applique, then this is going to let me do that nice, super slow. I'll just trace around the outside of this. And this is going to be what lets me do that really close stitching around the outside of it and think about when I need to change my directions. I'm doing this left-handed, guys. I am right-handed, and this is not only one-handed, it's left-handed. So please do not judge me on my single-handed left-handed quilting. But I really like that it can do that. So you can make this machine stop and slow down and do whatever you want it to do. So you've got 3 modes of stitching plus the basting mode, which means that you have the ability to make the King Quilter 2 stitch the way you're most comfortable with. And the way you're most comfortable with might change depending on the type of quilt or the type of quilting that you're doing, but that's okay, because it's all right here on the screen. You've got all of those options to choose from and to adjust to you. Sit down, play with it, figure out your favorite settings, save your favorite presets in here, and then the King Quilter is going to take care of you. Now, I showed you all the external hardware that the King Quilter 2 Elite's going to give you. The Elite comes with the upgraded front handlebars, which gives you the extra lighting and the adjustable handlebars. The Elite gives you this nice big 7-inch screen and the rear handlebars with the 4.3-inch screen at the back. But there's also some other settings that I have inside the machine that are going to make it easier for you to use. Long arms have big bobbins in them. They've got this big M-class bobbin, holds about twice as much as a regular spool, as a regular domestic bobbin. But there's, on many long arms, there is no low bobbin estimator. So until you've figured out what your machine sounds like when it's about to run out of bobbin, you will run out of bobbin at the worst time possible, because that's the way Murphy works. But on this machine, you have a low bobbin estimator, so that the machine will warn you when it's pretty sure you're about to run out of bobbin thread. I'm going to say it's an estimator because we use a lot of different kinds of threads in our bobbins, and so it's going to behave differently for a 40 weight than it will if you put a 60 weight or 100 weight thread in your bobbin. That's why it's an estimator. You're going to tell it how much thread you have on there, and then it's going to estimate for you how much of it you've used. You also have a stitch counter on here. If you are quilting by the yard or quilting for somebody, then there's a timer and there's the stitch counter on here if you want to charge by the inch, or if you want to charge by the 15-minute increment. Also, if you want to brag to your friends or complain to your friends about how much time you put in on this quilt or how many stitches you put into this quilt, then the King Quilter 2 Elite will do that for you also. And those are built right into the settings screen. There's also, if you don't want to pull out your phone, a little calculator here if you need to do some quick math on the fly. but really the low bobbin estimator is the thing that really sets this apart from a lot of other machines. The timer is just a timer, but the low bobbin estimator is what's going to let you make sure that you don't run out of bobbin in the middle of something complicated. You know, if you are quilting around doing a very specific pattern on a pantograph, then you'll be able to have an idea if you're going to make it to the end, or if the machine thinks you're going to run out of the bobbin in the middle, at which point I would probably choose to take care of it then, so that I didn't have to deal with swapping out the bobbin when I'm in the middle of my quilt, when I could have very easily done it when I was out at the back edge. So you've got a great bonus package that comes with this every day. Honestly, I haven't looked, so I'm not sure what Blaine's got included for you for Countdown to Christmas, but that ruler base that I took off earlier is always included. It's always going to come with a glide foot, which I don't have for you right now. I'll grab it in a minute. The glide foot is cup shaped. And for anybody that's a quilter, that's a fabulous foot because it glides across your seams. If you've ever done pinwheels, you know that you have 2 layers. You've got, a seam allowance. And on parts of it, you have 2 layers of fabric at the back. And at parts of it, where that pinwheel center comes together, you have 8 pieces of the fabric on the top, which means that you have 8 seam allowances on the bottom that are all coming together. And they like to make this little bump on your fabric. Well, the glide foot is what's going to slide along there without getting caught on it and making a stutter in your stitches. The King Quilter 2 Elite bonus package also comes with the Sure Foot. The Sure Foot is the ruler foot. So you can use that with the ruler base and do ruler quilting, which I know that Sew Steady was on and showed you ruler quilting on a domestic machine. You can do all of that and more on a stand-up long arm machine, or sit down for that matter either. So stand up or sit down, you're going to get the ruler base, the Sure Foot, and the glide foot as part of the bonus package. There might be a 4th item that I'm not thinking of, but I don't think so. So beautiful machine, the King Quilter, really durable. It's going to last forever. I think that the only time we've ever had them returned is through buyer's remorse, where they decided that they wanted something else instead. And I'll be honest with you, we rent long arms here in the store. We're in San Diego. Not everybody has the space to put a long arm in their house. We've got some smaller spaces and almost no basements out here. So we rent out our long arms, and this long arm gets rented out on a regular basis. We train people for 3 hours on all the long arms in the store, and then they can come back in and rent them. We rent this one to people regularly in both of our stores, and they don't have problems with it. So we've got pretty rank beginners that are going onto it, that are coming in and out of it on our floor model. And we need our floor model to be good because we need to be able to demo it on the off days that it's not being rented. So even if King Quilter is not the best known brand for long arm quilting, I would put it up against any other long arm that's available if you're looking for value and features and reliability. So with that, I think I probably stole a little bit of Blaine's thunder, but I'm sure Blaine's got a great package to talk about, even if I told you guys how great the machine is.
Well, thanks, Deb. And guys, she said it very well. We would put our King Quilter up against any other King, long arm quilter out there. Again, guys, this thing it's an 8 by 18 inch. You're going to get your choice of a 10 or 12 foot frame. And we have a great holiday pricing right now for the countdown to Christmas. Normally, the head is $62.99. We're going to have for $69.99. You're going to get your choice of the head and a 10 or 12 foot frame. For $69.99, we're including the frame. Again, guys, what a great price this is. We have 0% interest financing available for you as well, and we're going to ship it free right to your doorstep. So again, guys, we have a standard edition and this elite edition. The elite edition just has the rear, handlebars with the bigger screen, and it has the adjustable handlebars in the front. So that's the one we have the special on right now. You get all the free bonus gifts, and you're going to get that special price of $69.99 with the frame. And guys, that's under $7,000 for a complete 18-inch with the 10 or 12 foot frame. That's kind of unheard of in this industry. So what a great price it is. And guys, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, or you can go to smplive.tv. You can look on the scroll bar of all the products till you get to the King Quilter. You can click on that. That'll take you right to the product page. We do have live chat agents on the website as well that can answer questions. But guys, we are the long arm experts. We sell more long arms than any dealer in the country. And I promise you, they can guide you and give you the right direction. But guys, we're going to continue on the show because this next product we got is kind of exclusive to SMP. There's 3 different models we have, and it goes right on our King Quilter, and that is robotics. So if you've been in the market for some robotics for your machine, we have them here today. This is the Butler robotics. We have 3 different models that we have that are made just for Sewing Machines Plus. So you can have like a beginning type, and you can go all the way up to a pro version, and with 3 different price points. And we have John Hawks and Jen Alexander here today at Butler. And so let's welcome them to the show.
Ho, ho, ho. Merry countdown to Christmas. Hey, thanks everybody for coming today. We really appreciate you looking at our product. Thanks for introducing us, Blaine. As you mentioned, we've got 3 different Butler systems branded to Sewing Machines Plus. The one that we want to show today particularly is this bottom end system, which is a great system, the basic Butler, but we've gone from a 7-inch Android display to an 8-inch Android now, EPC. So we got the basic Butler, we got the deluxe Butler, 8-inch, 10-inch, and a 12-inch screen on the professional Butler. We'll be showing the professional Butler today. One other product I did want to just point out is the Easy Shield AVR. It's a battery backup system, but it's also a voltage regulator. So that's great protection for any sewing machine, any electronics. It keeps your voltage steady no matter what's going on. Surge protection and it also will just protect for brownout and any kind of power problems that you've got. You could actually lose your power in your system. If you're running a robot, you'll have plenty of time to finish your pass. So with that said, we'll get started with Jen, and we're going to do some demonstration of most of the features of the system.
Well, thank you. So I do love that the power supply because it is nice. You can just finish a pass, and then if you haven't saved your pattern, you save your pattern, and then you can turn off your machine and pull it up later. So it's really nice to be able to do that. So it's a great addition to any machine, whether or not it's your long arm or an embroidery machine or sewing machine. So, okay, I'm going to just show you a few things about the professional Butler. All of them are great options. It just depends on what you want to spend on a system. They all have different amounts of patterns that they come with. And I love the size of this professional Butler with the 12-inch size because you have a lot more room to play with. Okay, so I've put on this cute little table topper, and I just wanted to kind of show you how easy it is to create areas that you want to put in a pattern. So if we wanted to put a pattern in here, I'm just going to go into layout on the system and add a pattern box. And then I'm just going to follow all my corners and do a plus sign at the first 3. And then the last one, I'm going to do a check mark, and that just says check, I am done making my box. Okay. So now we can go and put a pattern in there. And I have some cute patterns that, let's just go ahead and put a snowflake. We have a smart scale right from there. It just smart scales it right in there. So we don't have to adjust. I mean, if we wanted to and say, oh, I don't like which angle it's going, I can actually rotate that design. Let me just zoom out just a hair so I can get to that little red dot. So see how you can just rotate really simply where you want it. And then I am going to do one more scale so we're not sticking out anywhere. Okay, then let's go ahead and we're going to quilt this one. We're going to say, put our needle on so that we actually stitch instead of just trace. And what's nice about the Pro system is it hooks to your electronics. So you get it asked me to pull up my bobbin, so I just pulled it up. So what you do is you get a great, you don't have to do your own stitches, but it's not hard to do your own stitches, but it's nice with the Pro System because it just does that for you. I have to put my up around 10% speed. Let's speed that. So we can speed it up. We can go down to 10% and we can go up to 100. I usually stitch about 30 to 40 though. I just like maybe getting some more piecing done while I was stitching. But. Okay, so with all the different systems, you have different features depending on which one you get. The Deluxe Butler, you can also do the Smart Scale, which is really nice. On the basic Butler, what it does is you can just change with the scale on the screen. It doesn't have that Smart Scale button, but it's easy to just scale it. You saw how easy I was able to rotate that design. It's just as easy to just take those little corners and just move them out and you can get it the right size. So, okay, and then we'll do one in the white area next so you can actually see it quilt. So, and we're almost done. It's going to come back to the start point and then we can show you how to do another feature. If you want, we can do point to point, which is really a fun, easy way to make something that's block specific. So if we go in here and we look at this white area with these triangles, I'm just going to go and grab a pattern. And I'm going to erase this one here. So we're going to erase the outside piece. So that's our pattern that we've done before, or the, not outside, but the snowflake. So I want this design. I'm going to take it from corner to corner and I'm going to go into our point to point pattern. I'm going to say my height is about 2 inches. Maybe I'll go 1.75 for the height of my design. Okay. And then I can just start plotting this pattern in there. So I can just do a plus sign and then move to where I want it to end. This has a little low hopping foot, but we're going to work it through. Go to my next one. Do a plus sign. So you can see on the screen that it's taking you okay. So plus sign. So now you can see that I'm just going to fill all those little white triangles with this design and it just put it right around that snowflake. So we're going to go back into home. And point to point is really great. I mean, you can do borders and you can do so many different things. I've made spines for the center of my feathers and then I've done some free motion feathers around them. I'll show you how that just fills that in and it just makes it to where you don't have to, you get block specific, so it's custom quilting, but your robot is doing it for you. And you can see how easy that was. I mean, that took me less than a minute, I think, to place those triangles. Kind of fun seeing the red thread on the white fabric too. Oh, I might have run out of thread. This will be a great thing. We can show you what happens when we break thread. We can just say pause and it gives us an option to say thread break. You could have also just let it pause for a second and go answer the door or whatever you need to do and then push start again. But we're going to quickly get this.
Can I step in for a second?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, we got one question that I just wanted addressed already. They ask about what frames will the Pro fit on what machines. Sewing Machines Plus has the answer to that question. They've got a compatibility list that fits on any frame that connects to most machines. The basic Butler and the deluxe Butler will connect up and operate at any machine. So any detailed question like that, they can address right over a phone call.
Okay, so now we can do, we just did that thread break. It gives us a little check mark over here. So we can move the needle where we want it to start and just say, okay, this is where I want to start. And it's gonna say, are you sure? I say, yes, I'm sure. And then it makes a little stitch, ask me to pull up my bobbin. And then I can say go. So it's pretty easy because it knows where your design is. You just have to move, even if you're off a little bit, it'll move it to where it ended, like where the stitch line is. So, okay. I didn't like that big thing. Okay. All right, we'll move on to another design. So we're gonna do a stop. Okay, we can put a snowflake out here. So what's nice is I've already made, let's see, that's that one. Let's do another pattern box so we can just see where the parameters are. And I'm just going to go ahead and go around each of, see, in this one, because it's a triangle, we just need to do 2 pluses and a check. And then I can pull in, let's go into patterns and pull in another snowflake and see how you can just touch that and bring it where you want in there. Or we can do a scale. Oops, set size, wrong button. Oops, let's do, so you could do these here. So if I wanted to make it a little bit bigger one way and not the other, and place it right there in the center. Okay, so now we can quilt this one. And got to thread it one more time. So okay, here we go. Maybe. All right, so we're going to go back into home because that's where we're at when we're quilting, and do our green for go and say check mark, and it's going to bring it to the start point so we don't have to take it to that start point. It'll do the single stitch, and I don't even have to bring that back. I can just say check mark, and it's going to come back to that start point, so you don't even have to worry about getting the needle right over the top. You just have to hold the threads. Okay. So what's nice is we have channel locks on our system so that you have a straight line going across the top. So when you're quilting, you're placing your fabric, your quilt top on your backing, you can just put the channel locks and follow that across, and it keeps your quilt nice and straight at the top. You also have channel locks that go sideways. And then the one thing that's really great about our system is that we have channel locks that you can do on the diagonal. And so you can like do like 45 degrees to do like your cross hatching on your blocks. And it's really neat that we can set those different angles. So 45 one way, 135 the other way. So look how much that snowflake just pops on there with all those snowflakes in the red. So another great thing about our system, if you look, I don't know if you can really see the quilting on the quilts in the back, but the nice thing about them is that they have like an edge to edge pattern. So I don't know if that's blowing out. So this one right here is done with edge to edge. So I just kind of did a really tight pattern and it just made it really fast and fun. So, okay. All right. Okay, so let's do this triangle here. We have this one up the top. I've already set the areas for it. So let's pull in another pattern. And I have one in recents. We're going to bring it in. Now, this design is not facing the correct direction. So we're just going to rotate, which is a great feature. So you can just go rotate 45 degrees. So you can either use that red button that I rotated the design, or we can just do that. And then I can take it and we can center, go and center our design and take it all the way to our corners. And then it just fills that in nice and show. Okay, I will show this in 1 second after I get this going. So we're going to go into home, do our go button, and do our check mark to say, yes, I want to start. And it's going to go to our start point. And okay, somebody wanted to see the pillow one more time. Okay. All right. Can you see it? Which one do you want me to do? You want it to be over here? Oh, this camera. Gotcha. We got 3 cameras around. So see how fun that is? It just filled that whole pattern in. The fabric is really busy on this one. So you really didn't want to have something that was really block specific, because it's not going to show anyway. So I take the time. So that's why here you can really see that piecing with the red thread, the texture that stuff creates. So like it's kind of fun on the knitted star quilt in the background, how I just did it all edge to edge on that one, but it's really fun because it kind of creates a texture in that solid thread, that solid fabric. Okay. Okay, so we've done that. So you've kind of seen how you can add your designs to specific blocks. My backing wasn't quite big enough for this, but that's okay. But we can go ahead and kind of show you how it works to do edge to edge, kind of like we did on that pillow. So I'm going to go into layout, and we're going to do this one like an edge to edge pattern. And I'm going to add a pattern box, and we're going to do our plus, and check. Okay, so now I'm going to go and grab another pattern. We want one that's not going to take too long to quilt. Let's do this one with stars on it. So what's nice is we can pull in the pattern, and that's the size that the designers have built it. But we can take that and go into repeat. And if I want it to be a little bit tighter, I can do that, and I can scale it. So I can bring in a second row. And then when I do a smart scale, I'm going to lock my pattern proportions so that it doesn't stretch it any weird direction. And then we're going to take it to the top. And then we can add a second row. So you can kind of see, and then see how there's a little bit, if I zoom in, zoom's a super nice feature, by the way, also. So you can tell it's a little bit bigger gap here than I want. So I can just take and make that spacing where it looks good. So it just makes it fit nice. Okay. Let's go in and start quilting this one. So the nice thing about, because I set that spacing right then, it remembers that spacing. So when I go and do a nesting procedure, which is where when you finish your row that's showing and you want to roll your quilt and do the next row, it asks you for a couple like registration points. And what you do with those registration points is then you can just let it know like how far you've actually rolled, and it remembers the spacing, so you don't have to. And so I don't know if you've ever seen a quilt where it has one row quilted and then the spacing between it's bigger than another spacing, but this one remembers it so that you don't have any of those weird areas. So but look how cute that is going to be. So Okay, did we get any questions on either Facebook or YouTube or anything? We can answer some questions. So we have, oh, how many patterns? So we have in the basic, hold that back up. The basic has 160 and the deluxe has 260, so 260 patterns. Now the Pro has the most at 500 patterns, which is really nice. Now these snowflakes are some that I added to my personal designs, and you can add lots more. I have so many, so you almost have to be a little careful. But yeah, there's so many different designers out there and different websites that you can add patterns, and it's really easy to add a pattern. In fact, if that's something we want to show, I can show how to add a pattern. I don't know if it's necessary, but it's really easy. You just go in there and say import file, and it asks you internal or external. And if you're using a little jump drive or thumb drive, whatever you call it, because everyone calls them something different, and you just say external, and then it shows you what's on that external drive. You just select it and say open, and it automatically just pulls that in. So it's really simple to add patterns. It's not hard at all. So, and then we have a great feature that once you add those patterns, sometimes it's hard to keep track of where they are. If you have thousands of patterns on your tablet, then what happens is, like, how do you find them? And we have a great feature. We can tag those patterns. So we can take them and say, well, this pattern is a pantograph, and it would work well with patriotic because it has a star on it. And so you could add it to cantos and patriotic if you wanted. Where the snowflakes, you might add seasonal, or you could add your own tag and make one that says Christmas. So, which is really nice. Okay, we have, I think we'll let it finish this one row. And then what we'll do is show you how to do that nest feature. So it's, okay, what do the patterns cost on average? So, you know, every designer out there, most often they're around $15 a pattern. Now, some patterns are going to, like the smaller patterns, they might charge like $4. There's different websites where hers are normally like $12.50, and there's others that they're normally $16 a piece. So, but the thing that's nice about them is when you buy like a paper pantograph, it's that size. You buy a 12-inch paper pantograph, and that's all you get. You can't change it. But what's nice about these is you can scale them to be any size. So it's like you're buying this infinite size of design. So, which is really nice. Okay. Does it have Wi-Fi? It does. So we can actually update our system through Wi-Fi. So each of our systems have been authenticated. So it's specific to your own tablet. And what you do is you just go in there and say update, and it'll tell you if there's a current, if you're current, or if you need to update, which is really a nice feature. Okay. So I'm just going to show you how to do that nest feature, because I think a lot of people are kind of scared about how to do that. Oh, okay, I can do that too. I will first show the nesting. So we're going to go and stop. Man, that light makes me blind. So I'm going to take off the second repeat just because I want to show you how nesting works. So if we had just finished quilting a row and we want to roll our quilt, we're going to go, we have this nesting features, these little hearts in the bottom right corner. And what I do is I just put my needle down. You can actually mark your quilt with something that's not permanent. And you can say, this is my nesting point. We're going to pretend we're rolling just for, camera's sake, and we have plenty of space here. So we can just say, okay, I've rolled the quilt, because it tells you, it prompts right here, roll the quilt. And then I'm going to say, okay, I've rolled the quilt. It says move to your nesting point. Well, since we didn't actually move the quilt, I'm already there. And I do keep my needle down. I just roll really nice and slow so nothing happens. And then I say, okay, I'm at my nesting point. And it says, can you see the two different designs? Awesome. So it shows what you've quilted before and what you've quilted or what you're going to quilt. And you can see that spacing, that's the spacing that I set earlier, that negative 0.2, I think it was. And then I say, okay, and it's ready to quilt that. You would just base down your sides, whether or not you want to use channel locks, it's up to you. and then you would go ahead and quilt that. Okay, somebody wants to see the free motion record. So that is a great feature also, because I had a cute quilt and they wanted it to say Little Miss Honeybee in the sashing or the stop border. And so what I did is I recorded it like 2 or 3 times, and then I was able to repeat it around, just take that recording because it saves it as a pattern. So let's go ahead and show you that. It's really neat. Okay. Let's see. Should we do a feather in one of these? This is going to be quite the silly table runner. Okay. Okay, so we have our free motion is just over here on the left. It shows like a video camera. And then we can do a record. Now you can record while you're actually stitching, or you can record while you're not stitching. It doesn't matter. If you're moving the machine, it's recording. So I'm just going to go ahead and rotate a little feather. So that's a feather, right? And so I can do stop, and then I'm going to save that as a pattern, and I'm going to save that as Jen's feather. Okay, so that's saved. But what's neat about it is now I can scale that to any size I want. So if I had a smaller block I wanted to put it into, I could put it in there. And let's just, so you guys can see, we're going to take and add a pattern box in this other little corner. So plus, and check to be done. And then I can come into my patterns. Let's see if it puts mine. Nope, let's go into pattern. Look, we could do a search. So I could just put in Jen. And there's my feather. And I can rotate it. And then do a smart scale. Go into scale and do a smart scale. And then we can quilt that same design on the other side. We can actually flip designs also, and you can do mirror images. So it's kind of nice because you can make it look like maybe it's not recorded because you've changed the way it stitches out. I think our belt might do that. But that's a really nice feature to be able to do that. Okay, any other questions that they have that you've seen online? So, hey, we also have online videos, which are awesome. So you can go to YouTube and go to Quilting Z, and they have videos. I have videos on there also. My name's Jen Quilts on YouTube. Just one N. And then you can see some of the other features that we have too. There's cropping that we can do. So you can, so a lot of edge to edge patterns will do, they'll have like a design that goes up and down that you need a crop. So you don't end up with an empty space at the bottom of your quilt, because that is never nice. And so like on this one here, I would have to crop because those little stars go up and down like this. Info button, which is awesome too. So we can do the info button here, and let's go into edit first.
Okay, got it.
So, okay, so we can go into info, and then we can touch here, and it says crop pattern, crop the patterns to fit inside or outside the current pattern box. So you can crop around applique, which is really nice. I've done it. I had this quilt that I did edge to edge around the outside, and then on the inside there was a medallion, so I custom quilted the inside medallion, but I just did edge to edge and cropped out that medallion. There's videos. These aren't downloaded onto this one, but there's videos on each of those that you can go and watch. Each of those patterns, or kind of gives you a quick little short tutorial, and you can watch them just directly on here. Or you can, I have a lot of customers where they have like a TV in their quilting room and they'll just put it on YouTube up there so they can see it nice and big. We have, does this work on domestic sewing machines? Or it needs to be on a table. So you have to have your machine on a table. So you can do a domestic machine, but it has to be on a frame. So like the wheels, so it has like 8 wheels. So, you know, it's kind of nice because it's like a car with double the wheels. But yeah, having a long arm's nice. You get a nice lot of space here, but you know, you start where you can. And what's nice about the system is you can have the system, and then if you got a different long arm, you're like, oh, you know what, I want to change to a different brand of long arm. What's nice is that all you need to do is need some different cords and different brackets, and then you can change this to a different long arm. So you're not stuck with just one system. So how much does it take to learn? You know, it just takes practice. I usually, when I'm teaching people about it, I just have them start like, okay, if you want to learn edge to edge, start doing edge to edge. Don't worry about every single feature. Get comfortable doing edge to edge, which are border to border, where they have the top and bottom lines are straight. So learn that first, and then you can start doing some that have the nesting designs to them. But yeah, it's not as hard as you think. You just do it one step at a time. So I think we're getting close. When are 2:29? But it has been so much fun to share this little bit of time at your holiday. Thanks for taking the time to learn a little bit more about the Butler system.
Well, hey, Jen, that was a great.
Thank you very much. I'm coming back in. Okay, Blaine, thanks a lot for having us here today. There's a couple of questions that I can't really address. One person asked if they could send me their whole Christmas list. Not sure how to address that one, but there you go. I did want to mention one more time on this Easy Shield. I think Blaine's got a surprise after the cutoff here of one of those. And if there's anything else, we really appreciate the time we got here. And if there's any questions, don't forget you can upgrade from one system to another. You don't have to stay with the beginner system. You can upgrade without a doubt. So,
well, that's awesome, John. And hey, we're going to give away one of those, battery backup Easy Shields away.
That's awesome.
Great.
So anyway, guys, thanks for coming on, and y'all have a Merry Christmas. And all right, guys, we're going to tell y'all how you can get these. All right, so we have 3 different models to choose from. We have the Basic, Deluxe, and the Pro. And guys, we have prices on these on the website right now, but they are a call-in special. We want you to give us a call because we have great specials on each one of them. You can start out with that Basic. You can, like John said, you can always upgrade to the Deluxe or the Pro at a later time. But again, guys, these are the basic ones, and you're going to have an 8-inch screen on the Basic. You're going to have a 10-inch on that Deluxe, and you're going to have a 12-inch tablet for the Pro. And again, guys, these are robotics. We have them that'll fit almost all quilting machines out there. So it doesn't matter what brand it is. We can have it to fit anyone out there. And it really does fit our King Quilter as well. It's a really good combination on the King Quilter that Deb showed earlier. But again, guys, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Nick's team's over there standing by on the phones. They are robotic experts. They're going to be able to help you and walk you through the robotics better than anybody you're going to get, because we sell lots of robotics daily and lots of quilting machines, so they're experts on it. So give them a call at 800-401-8151. If you want to go to smplive.tv, you can scroll on that product bar at the top. You'll see the Butler on there. You can click on it and go right to the product page and see it. If you want to just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can just type in Butler in the search bar, and it'll take you to the product page or landing page where you see all 3 of the Basic, the Deluxe, and the Pro. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on. And hey, we have got Deb Donovan back in the house. And guys, we are going to highlight our King Quilter sit-down version. This is an 18x8. And again, guys, this was brand new launch for us this year. It was well tested, extremely tested before we launched it. And it is perfect. It works great. It has that new Quilt Vision table. And what that means is those stitch regulation eyes are built right in the table. So it has your, it judges your speed of pushing that fabric, and it changes the stitch speed. So it works awesome. Deb is here. She's going to do that. So let's go to the classroom with Roger and Deb. All right, Deb.
Hey, Blaine. I am back again. Same Queen Quilter, but this time I'm sitting down instead of standing up. I really do love the King Quilter too. Most of us learned to quilt for the very first time on a domestic machine. So we learned how to quilt by moving the fabric underneath the needle. So this, if you spent lots of hours quilting on your home machine, this is going to be very familiar for you, just the next size up. So the King Quilter 2 is the same King Quilter 2 as we have on our stand-up options. That great big space, you've got 18 inches front to back right here, which is enough to put any size quilt you want to wear. You've got 8 inches of height. With that space of space to do your. If I look at the machine, it's the King Quilter Quilt Vision table. So the Quilt Vision table,
Hey, Deb.
I absolutely love.
Hey,
Yes.
we're losing it. We lost picture there for a minute, and it's flashing off. So we're going to see if Kyle wants to try to look at that. They're going to try to reset that because, guys, I know that's irritating for you. And Deb's going on and off the screen. So they're going to see if they can watch that. But anyway, let me talk a little bit about the King Quilter, how we developed this. So, guys, back in 2018, we launched the King Quilter in September. And we have come out with that, and we call it the King Quilter 2 because we did have a original version of the King Quilter. And we just, the factory that was making it for us, there were some things that we just didn't like how that was happening. So we switched factories to a new factory. We built a new one. It was called the King Quilter 2. And I tell you, that was the smartest thing we ever did. This thing is bulletproof. It is such a good machine, such high quality. It's, assembled here in the USA. And again, guys, this thing, we stand behind it 100%. If you have any kind of problems, we're going to take care of it immediately. And guys, we have installers nationwide that we can come and even install it for you. If you have any kind of problems, they can come out at your house. So we have tried to really cover all gamuts when it comes to the King Quilter. And again, this year, in January, we came out with that new sit-down version. And again, it's, rock solid, just like the long arm stand-up version is. And we're super excited about that. And again, that long arm version, the one that Deb showed earlier, it does have it's a 10 or 12 foot frame option on that. We have it on special right now. You can get the whole thing for $69.99, and that's free shipping right to your door. We also have 0% interest financing. And then we have a great special on this sit down today. And I challenge you to go out and find a sit down 18x8 that you can find. It's going to be cheaper than what we're going to offer this for today, because it is just a great price on it. So if you've been looking for a sit down version of quilting, I'm telling you ought to give us a chance, because it doesn't take up much room. It's fantastic, and the table is adjustable, so you can adjust it on a height to get it to your perfect seating position. And Deb's going to kind of go through all that too. But its stitch speed is 2,200 stitches per minute, so it's extremely fast. And again, I can't say enough about it. And we are going to, you can give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you have any questions about any of the King Quilters or the Butler robotics we just put on, you can go call them right now. We sell more long arms than any company in the country, and our salespeople really know the quilting machines and the robotics extremely well, and they're going to be able to help you no matter what brand it is as well, help you find the best need for you. So I think that we have our camera fixed again, so hopefully it won't go out for you. So we're going to go back to Deb. And Deb, sorry for the interruption, but take it away.
I am back. So let me tell you about the King Quilter Quilt Vision table. The table is kind of the base that everything runs on. So just like a long arm depends on its frame, the sit down depends on its table. The better the table, the easier it will be to make everything work for you. This is a solid, sturdy table. It has steel legs on it that are height adjustable. So you can change the height anywhere from about 25.5 inches tall to 39 and to 39.5 inches tall. So you can sit down at it like I'm doing. But if you want to be standing up, then you can stand up. If you like to sit higher than I do, you can sit higher than I am. If you want to sit lower than I am, you can sit lower than I am too. So you can get this table to fit you instead of you having to try and fit the table. Now, I love the surface on this table. It's super slick and smooth. My quilt does not want to grab and stick on it at all, which means that I'm not dealing with any kind of external friction. Everything moves freely, no matter how big of a quilt I have back here. This super slick finish is going to make sure that everything moves for me. It's a great size. I've got 36 inches. That's like a yard, 36 inches of width right here. And I've got 32 inches of depth. So that's a lot of space for you to work in. You could get lots of size quilts up on top of this table and do it comfortably. But if that's not big enough for you, I don't think you're going to be able to see it very well. But I have extensions that we've added to both sides that go up, which is one hand. And if you put this 18-inch extension up on both sides, now you've got 6 feet of space to quilt into. I love that the table extensions go up and down. So if it's smaller or it's put away, then you're only looking at storing a 32 by 36 inch table in the corner of your room. But when you really want to get into it, pull it out from the wall, lift up the wings, and now you've got 6 feet of space to work with, plus including the 18 inches that you've got back here. That's a ton of space for you to do any kind of quilting you want on. We also have ours on the optional casters, so it will slide all around quite easily. If you put gliders underneath there, it will work just as well, but I'm a big believer in flexibility, so I tend to put casters on the bottom of everything that I can. But what really makes this table special, and Blaine, I heard reference it while we were working on the camera situation, is right here. These 2 sensors right here are what makes the Quilt Vision table the Quilt Vision table. These sensors, what senses how fast I'm moving the fabric, and it will speed up and slow down the machine to compensate for me. That means that my King Quilter 2 is making me look like a better quilter than I really am, because it's going to compensate for me as I slow and faster, slow itself down so that my stitches stay consistent. My stitches stay a more standard, a more consistent length, which makes me look really good, as opposed to what sometimes happens where I go fast and the stitches get big and I go slow and the stitches get tiny. This is going to be a happy medium for everything. Now, it does go super fast. The King Quilter 2 will go 2,200 stitches a minute, but we're not going to go all that fast with it. So let me talk to you for a second about how it's sitting in the table. This one, I do have the threads to the back of the machine on, but that's okay because I'm sitting down at it and it's an easy reach for me to get back there and change those threads. I still have the external bobbin winder. I like that I've got exposed threading right here. So if something breaks or you need to replace your thread, it's really easy with just a quick visual check to make sure that everything is threaded correctly for you. And now at a sit down, we sit facing the end of the machine. So on a normal machine, I would be sitting right over here and I'd be looking at the needle, and then my control panel would be over there. But I'm on a sit down, and this is in a sit down, I'm sitting off the end of the machine, which means that instead of looking at this part of the machine and the arm and the screens, what I'm looking at is just about 3 inches on the edge of the machine right here. I don't have all that clutter in my field of view. All I'm looking at is a little skinny 3-inch portion. I've got lots of room to see what's going on at the needle because this is about 4 inches of space right here. So it doesn't really matter how crumpled up. I don't think I can get enough fabric, enough of a quilt around there to really kind of get it tied up in that space. You can always see what's going on at the needle because you've got 4 inches of height right here. I do have a smallish screen on this. It's a 3.5-inch touchscreen. I actually think it's perfectly sized because this machine stays still. It's not moving around. I'm not moving around. My hands are what's moving around. So this screen is always going to be the same distance from me, so I can always see it. It doesn't matter that it's small. I can read without my glasses every single thing that's on this screen right here, and it's exactly the same width as the head of the machine is. So it really is not in my field of view either. It's something that I can easily kind of ignore down here focusing on the quilting, but I can just kind of flick my eyes up and see what's going on the screen if I would like to see what's going on the screen. Jumbo bobbins are a thing. I love the bobbins that are in these King Quilters. It is a front load bobbin, so I can get to it without looking at it. Look at the size of that. This is an M bobbin. It holds about twice as much thread as a standard bobbin is going to use. Twice as much thread means half as many bobbin changes, which means that you're not going to have to stop and start quite so often. It is just a regular front load bobbin case. Nothing special about it. And you can peek at it, but after a little while, you'll be able to snap it into place without even looking. It is open and exposed down there. There's nothing that you have to kind of fiddle around or behind. There's a couple of cords for this, but there's no doors or anything else that you have to work your way around. They've also closed the area off down there so that it's going to stay cleaner down there, and the lint from your sewing isn't going to have as much opportunity to get to the back of the machine. With that dam, it's going to keep everything up front where you can keep the machine clean and don't have to worry about all that lint that quilting creates. All right, so I've talked about the screen and the machine. I've got the tension or the threading all right in front of me with a tension dial right here that anybody can easily get to and adjust. There are no markings on the tension dial, but that's because it's reading that information into the screen for me. So I don't need to be able to look at this dial. I just need to know that on my screen right now, it says my tension is at 355, which is fine. That's what I need it to be for the King Tut bobbin and the King Tut thread that I am working with right now. That's what works for me. Depending on how you quilt, your number might be different. But if I all of a sudden switch from this 50 weight and decide to go and use a skinnier polyester thread instead, then I'm going to have to adjust my tension, but it's going to be really easy because the number is going to show up right here on my screen as I adjust it. And then after I'm finished with that and I want to move back, I can just the tension back to the number that it was at originally, which is right there. So you don't have to worry about changing your tensions. I do kind of like to write the tension number down somewhere when I change it on the bottom of the spool of thread or on a little sticky so that I'll know how to go back to it. But it's not blindly having to try and figure out what your tension was and what you need it to be. You've got a number here, so it's really easy to go from a number back to another number when you go from one brand of thread to another brand of thread. So the King Quilter 2 sit down was based off of the Elite, which means that we've got some extra features in here that you wouldn't normally be able to find in a sit down long arm, in addition to my beautiful sensors that are down here. The thing that surprised me the most when I sat down at it is that I have a basting mode on a sit down long arm, which is not something that I'm familiar with seeing most of the time. So I can go and baste the edges. Oops. I can baste the edges of my quilt. I have it set so the needle is going to go up and down every 1.5 seconds. So that's going to let me baste the edge of my quilt or a block section or whatever I happen to need to want to baste in place. I can very easily do it right here and get that extra support without having to deal with spray baste or safety pins or anything else. That's just pressing one button on the surface of the screen, and that'll take me straight into the basting mode. So let me grab my scissors and cut that real quick. I don't generally prefer to work that close to the edge of anything. George an option, by the way, but I like it. All right, so I just showed you basting mode. Now I have a regular manual mode. If you want to see the screen, unfortunately, you're going to have to go to the website. We've done this multiple times and we can't get a good shot of the screen without my hands getting in the way of everything. So, but I just hit the button to go to straight manual mode, which is super easy to tell because the M is green for go. So now I'm in manual mode. And as I go to stitch, the machine is going to go one constant speed no matter what. And let me change that speed. I'm going to go 2,200 stitches a minute because you need to see how crazy fast that is. I don't even think I can get up there. Almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there. This is as fast as the machine will go. And I'm never going to do that again. Nobody quilts that fast. But the reason that the machine will go that fast is so that we can go the speed we want to go. You can slow that machine way down. I've got 2 presets on here. So I have, come on, I'm going to drop the speed back down. Oops. I changed the set speed to 2,000 instead of to slow it down to what I wanted it to be. So if I slow that down to about half of the speed, the maximum speed of the machine, that's the speed that I can work with. That's what's nice about having that crazy fast speed, is not so that you can quilt that fast, but so that you can quilt at whatever speed it is that you like to quilt at. I have somebody that I know that likes to quilt super slow. She is very methodical, so she can quilt at this nice slow speed and have her stitches do exactly what she wants to do. My stitches got bigger because my hands move faster than her hands do. So I'm going to put it back up to the speed that I like to quilt with, where I'm going to get the stitches per inch that I feel the most comfortable with. This is manual mode, which is exactly like on your home machine. You're in charge. So I can control the speed of the foot pedal, and, you know, which is kind of what we do at home because we don't really have this kind of level of stitch regulation and control. But because I can set this to a maximum speed using one of the presets, I can put my foot to the floor, not have to worry about how fast the machine's going, and then my hands are in control of everything, and my hands are the only thing that I have to think about. So I can come in there and do whatever I would like to do. Oops, that was a fail. So I can get in there and do my quilting at right at 1,000 stitches per minute. But I can do it because the only thing that I have to worry about is right here, is what's going on with my hands. So it's like quilting on your home machine, but better because you've got ultimate control over the maximum speed of the machine. You don't have slow and fast. You don't have 4 speeds. You have an infinite number of speeds to pick from. So you can pick the speed that is the best one for you, not just the speed that is closest to the best one for you. You also have 2 presets on here. Sometimes if you're doing something you're super comfortable with, you could probably go a little bit faster. You might want to go a little bit slower if you're going at another speed. You can get those speeds preset into the machine, so you don't have to remember what they were every time. You can just hit that save, that memory recall button, and it'll bring them back for you. The regulated modes are the ones that make you look like a better quilter than you really are. The regulated ones are where these sensors come into play. They're going to sense how fast I'm moving the fabric over them, and they're going to speed and slow down the machine to compensate for me, which is what makes me look better than I really am. So right now I have it in regulated mode, and I am in precision. In precise, go anywhere until I tell it. So if you trust that I have the foot pedal down, which I do, the machine's not going anywhere because I haven't moved it anywhere. So it's not going to take a single stitch until I start moving the fabric like this. So as I move the fabric, it will stitch. As I stop, it will stop. That's going to give you a second or 30 seconds or however long you need to slow down my hand up when I speed up my hands, so that it's going to compensate me and keep my stitches at a nice even length. This one right now is set to 12 stitches per inch, which is a good length. I do kind of prefer a different length between the stand up and the sit down, but that's just me. Your mileage may vary. And that precision mode, again, if I stop, it's going to stop. So I'm not going to end up with a ton of stitches, and just because I had a little, just because I stopped, because I needed a minute to figure out where it was that I wanted to go. And I can control the stitch length or the stitches per inch on here. It can go all the way down from 4 stitches per inch all the way up to 22 stitches per inch. So you can get really close, tight in quilting if you want to, but you can also kind of live in that happy medium where I like to be somewhere between 10 and 12 stitches per inch. Then we've got the idle mode. Idle's like your car. When your car is going down the road, if you are stopped at a stoplight, the engine is still running. The engine is still idling. Idle mode on your King Quilt 2 sit-down is going to be exactly the same way. Oh, that's my basting. As soon as I put my foot down, it's going to start to sew, which means that it's moving all the time, no matter what I do. So if I kind of come up here and start to do that little Christmas tree, it's going to be a bad Christmas tree, guys. See how it's kind of, when I stop, it's pausing, it's continuing to stitch. That's giving me super pointy points right here. I cannot have a half stitch. It's never going to be a blunted point. If I pause there for just a fraction of a second, the needle is going to go up and down, and I'm going to get that pointy point that I want, instead of kind of having rounded edges on the ends of my stars or on the edge of my Christmas tree. And it's just going to keep going and doing that wherever I go. Boy, he's kind of tilted to the side. You can come in and do echo quilting around the edges of things with it. See, I'm doing it two-handed now, so it was much better. You've got all that quilting that you can do with the King Quilter 2, sitting down, 4 different modes of stitch regulation, which is fabulous. 4 different modes of stitching, 3 modes of stitch regulation, and 1 that is that manual freeform mode for you. So you can do whatever type of stitching you are the most comfortable with. I mentioned earlier that we based this off of the King Quilter 2 Elite stand-up. The reason that we did that is because it's going to give you some extra bells and whistles. You're going to get a low bobbin estimator with this. So you are going to have warning when your machine is about to run out of bobbin thread. So you can choose to stop at the end of a block and not start the next one, or you can choose to play bobbin chicken and run it all the way through. The choice is up to you, but you have the ability to make that choice, which is what's great. It has a quilt alarm on it. If you need something to remind you to stand up every 30 minutes and go take a walk, this will do it. It has a timer. It has a stitch counter on it. It's got all that stuff built into it that you've got on the King Quilter 2 stand up, but it's in the King Quilter 2 sit down version as well. There are so many features in the King Quilter 2 sit down that it amazed me when I first got mine, finally got the prototype into the store. It was absolutely fabulous. A couple of other things that I have on here is the ability to sew without having my foot down. I've been quilting for a long time, and I will often catch myself stopping quilting, not because I lost the groove. I was completely in the groove, but my ankle needed a break. So I found out that this machine has a start button right here. So the needle's going up and down, and it's quilting, and my foot is not on the foot pedal at all. I don't have to worry about my foot pedal. I can sit here and adjust my legs however I want to, do what I need to do. And then when I'm done, I do like to keep both hands on the fabric so I can come and just pop the foot pedal with my foot, and then that will stop the quilting for me. You can put your hand up here as well and turn it off, but I like 2 hands on the fabric. So I really like the ability to be able to kind of shift my body around while I'm still quilting and not have to stop, because that gives you more fluidity with your quilting than you'll get if you are constantly stopping and starting. There are so many controls built into this. Let me show you the great lighting as well, because I didn't show you that. So right now we have the underhead lighting turned on, and we have the underarm lighting turned on. So if I turn them both off, then you can see it got a whole lot dimmer. If I turn on just the underhead lighting, then I have a pool of light that's probably about right to here. But if I turn on both of them, then that lighting is really casting out a long distance. This underhead lighting is going and giving me lots of extra lighting in the area. More lighting is always better. I dare anybody to disagree with me on that one, but I would light everything up. I was going to say like a Christmas tree, but that's kind of like thematically appropriate for the week right now. So there we go. You can quilt anything you want to, any size. You can do baby quilts. You can do placemats. You can go all the way up to a California King on this one machine on the King Quilter 2 sit down. And then when you're finished with it, you can put the leaves down, roll it into the corner until you're ready to do your next great big quilt. I love that it's flexible like that. I also like that it's a sit down because it's what we learned how to quilt on. So it's a great place to start and not have to relearn all of your quilting skills all over again. If you go straight to a stand up, it's a different motion. If you learned how to quilt on a sit down or you want to learn how to quilt on a sit down, then this is the one to do it on. It's an easy step sideways from the domestic machine that you might have right now. And it's also a super durable, reliable machine that is going to last for you for a very long time. And I really don't think anybody's going to grow on out of it. There's a ton of accessories available for it. There's a lot of extra feet, a glide foot, a ruler foot, micro stippling foot, echo quilting feet, square feet. There's a ton of extra feet that you can put with this as well. So you can really expand your foot collection and your capabilities as your interests kind of adapt over the years. But I think that the King Quilter 2 sit down is a fabulous, fabulous machine. And I think Blaine's going to tell you all about it.
That's right, Deb. We got a great special on it today, guys. And again, we have a lot of great options that you can get with the table. We have the extension tables that you can put on the wing on each side to increase that surface space. There are two 18-inch extensions that are available to make that work surface completely 6 feet across. But what you're looking at right there in the picture, it is a 36-inch table wide, 32 inches deep. And we also have casters available for it as well. But guys, we got a great special on right now. The normal price on this is $59.95. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Get that countdown to Christmas special, and they will work with you even on the accessories. If you wanted to add the extension tables and the casters and all that, they'll work with you on that as well. But guys, we have 0% interest financing available for it. And you can give us a call at 800-401-8151. We're going to ship it free to your door. And if you want to go to smplive.tv, you can actually go right there across the products, across the top. You can just scroll till you get to the sit-down King Quilter. Click on that. That'll take you to the product page. You can read all about it. Again, this is an 18-inch machine, 8 inches tall opening. So it's an 8x8. Again, that Quilt Vision table is 36 inches wide by 32 inches deep. It has a height adjustment from 25.5 inches all the way up to 39.5. And that is going to be the surface that you're working on, okay? The stitch speed on this, like I said before, is 2,200 stitches per minute. So this thing's extremely fast. And again, it has that really nice 3.5-inch LCD screen right there that you can choose all your stitches and things on. Again, I can't say enough about this, guys. We have a great warranty on it as well. So give us a call. We can tell you all about this and all about that great special. 800-401-8151. Nick's team is standing by. And when I tell you they are quilting experts, they are quilting experts. They can really help you out and guide you in the right direction. So, hey, let's bring my co-host back in. Let's bring Jane back. So Jane had a little break.
Hi, Blaine. Hi, Blaine.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. You had a little break. Did you get some caffeine and get re-energized?
I actually went out and shoveled some snow because it's, believe it or not, snowing here in Chicago, and I needed to be able to shovel the drive so I could get home later on. Like, I have to get my sleigh home.
There you go.
And then I had some caffeine, and here I am.
There you go. You know, we've had a great show so far today. We've had a lot of great products. We got two more products we're going to demonstrate today, and then we're going to do our final recap and some giveaways. But we are closing in on a week of countdown to Christmas, and it's getting close to the end.
In the books, almost. We've got a couple of hours left, Blaine, and we're all looking forward to it, especially the next product that's coming up.
Yeah, the next product is great. I just wish they had somebody good to demo it.
I wish they had somebody good to demo it too, Blaine. Let me think about it. Well, I mean, I think, we can kick things off by showing a video.
Yeah, why don't we show video of kind of how this David product came about?
Why don't you let me introduce that? We'll see if we can find someone to demo the product.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, great. All right. Oh, wow. I mean, it's going to be tough to find someone to demo this project, but I'm certain we could find the right person to demo the vacuum. Oh, well, there's no one there. Blaine probably went to go shovel some snow. What do you think? All right. Okay, it's time. We are going to show a video for you. It's the CEO of David Vacuums. This is Tom Orrick. He's going to talk about the idea behind the vacuum. Take a look.
Hi, I'm Tom Orrick. My father pioneered the concept of lightweight, powerful vacuum cleaners, and now, to honor him, I'm introducing David, the next generation of vacuum cleaners. They're extremely durable, powerful, and lightweight and easy to use. Like the cord-free Everywhere that cleans at full power for over 1 hour on a single battery charge. It's the most effective cord-free vacuum on the market today, and the T21 that's built to last at least 21 years. It even comes with 21 free annual tune-ups, so you know it will always run like new. And since it only weighs 9 pounds, it's easy to carry up and downstairs, and it's a breeze to clean up even the toughest messes. David is the next generation of durable, lightweight, and powerful vacuums, built in America and built to last. I invite you to try my new David vacuum risk-free for 30 days. Just shop online at davidproducts.com or take a test drive at your local David's vacuum store. If you don't love it, you don't keep it.
And I am so thrilled to introduce our next presenter to talk about the David vacuum. You know him as Santa Blaine, but you know what? For the presentation, let's just call him from Sewing Machines Plus. It is Blaine Austin, everybody. Please say hi to Blaine.
I am really happy to be here, guys, and doing the David products. And again, my background was, I started out in vacuum cleaners years and years ago, and I kind of evolved into sewing. So I've been around every brand of vacuum cleaner that have been out. And I can tell you, I absolutely love this new David vacuum cleaner. And we're going to show you a little bit about it today. I'm also going to demonstrate the David Houdini mop. Guys, the days of taking out the old mop and mopping and wringing it out and all that stuff is gone when I show you how you can do this. But first off, I think Kennedy has a picture. I want to show y'all my mother, Marietta. She watches the show, and she saw we highlighted this product here a while back, and she got on the phone and called the call center and ordered one, and she sent me a picture of hers. And Kenny, can you show that picture? That's her. She's in her living room vacuuming with it. Absolutely loves it. And guys, she's 88 years old and can handle this thing extremely easy. So anyway, we're here with this. Guys, this thing only weighs 13 pounds. It's extremely lightweight. And it runs almost about 50 minutes, almost an hour on one charge. And what's so cool about it is that's where you can just grab it and go in any room. But I'm going to go ahead and start talking about this right now. Now, again, we've got some Rice Krispies on the floor. If Roger, you can zoom into that. I want to show y'all when I turn this on. This thing's extremely quiet as well. Y'all can listen how quiet it is. But I call it the Rice Krispie dance. Watch how this thing starts pulling Rice Krispies before I even get to them. They start kind of dancing around. But this is one pass on a wood floor. Look at that. It's absolutely gone. So, Roger, we're going to get over here now on some carpet. First thing we're going to do is do some cat hair, okay? We'll make one pass on cat hair. I mean, look at that. Now, I know you pet owners out there can relate to this. I've got a dog that sheds, inside dog that sheds a lot, and there's hair. Every time he lays down somewhere, he leaves a trail. And when you have a vacuum cleaner that will pick up like this, I mean, it takes all the work out of it. And guys, this thing pulls like it's self-propelled. I'm telling you, so we're going to do the Roger, you zoom in here. We're going to do the Rice Krispie dance again. If y'all can start watching this, it's pulling the Rice Krispies in before I even get to it. So, I mean, I want you all to just look at that. That's the power of the suction of this vacuum cleaner. It's amazing. We'll go through some more of the cat hair and the Rice Krispies. One pass. Look at that. So again, y'all saw how easy that was picking it up, and it almost like the vacuum is self-propelled. It pulls it so well. And what's so great, guys? We have an unbelievable special on this right now. You know, not only are you gonna get this, you know, the everywhere vacuum that'll vacuum up to an hour on one charge, but we're gonna also throw in a canister vacuum with it, absolutely free, called the Firefly. And guys, if you have ever toted around a canister around, one thing about this is extremely lightweight. And Roger, can we get a shot over here of it? It comes with a ton of accessories. This thing's extremely lightweight. And what's nice, Kennedy, if we could put that picture up, I want to show everybody the accessories that come with this. And we've got a shot of that we can show you. Right there it is. And what I had said earlier today about this as being, I mean, this is the sewer's vacuum cleaner. And the reason I say that, if you look right there, those little bitty micro tools, those micro tools are perfect for vacuuming around your sewing machine, the bobbin case out and all that. It works so good. So if we could come back to the shot, and I'm going to show you a couple of these. So what is nice about it, look at this little mini crevice tool. Can you see that, Roger? And you can put all these extensions together and use the crevice tool. I'm sorry, wrong end. The crevice tool to get into the places, like if you wanted to do your keyboard on your computer, if you wanted to get around the bobbin case, all around your sewing machine. It also has a little brush too that you can brush to get in there, and a smaller brush. And this is the hose that comes with it. So it hooks to the vacuum cleaner, and all your attachments hook to this. So it makes it extremely easy to use. You can see all that. So that's why I call it your best friend. And another thing that comes with it's really cool. This is a swivel extension. So basically it's set up to where you could go and do like turn it, like see how it is like that? I can turn it now, and now I could do on top of my ceiling fans in the house and clean all that just with this little compact canister with all the extensions and stuff. And it comes with a bag in that as well. One of the things I love about that is it has a shoulder strap. It's extremely lightweight, and you can use it as a blower. So where the exhaust port is on the back that blows out, it has an attachment that you can plug into that, put a hose on, and use it as a blower to blow up life rafts. You can blow up all kinds of things, and even just blow stuff to blow it out. Like if you wanted to blow your garage, and I use it to blow off the water off my car after we wash it to dry it. You can just blow it, and it'll dry it really quick. So it works really good for that. So getting back to this upright, Roger. So one of the things about it, people always ask, you know, the difference between a bag or a bagless system, you know, which is the best. You know, I'm just going to tell you my personal opinion. I love to have, you know, bags in my vacuum cleaners. So, you know, my question is out there to y'all, how many of y'all use trash can liners or trash bags in all your trash cans? So there's a reason you do that. And one of the reasons you do that is because it's sanitation. You want to keep the inside of that trash can as clean as you can, and you want to take all the things you're throwing away in the bag and take it out and throw it in you know, the big trash cans outside for the city to pick up. So you do that for a reason. Well, to me, vacuum cleaners are the same way. If you have a bagless vacuum cleaner, you're going to have a dump cup where all that dirt goes into, and then you have to go empty that in your trash can. Well, when you do that, dirt flies back up in the air, you're breathing it, gets all over everywhere. In here, these are called SaniSeal bags. So once you pull the bag out, it automatically seals itself, and it won't let dirt get out. And then you can just throw the dirt that you just worked really hard to pick up. You can throw it in the trash and move on and just put a new bag in. So that's why I really like them. And the bag capacity, I mean, you look how big this bag is. It is a huge bag, and it will hold a lot of dirt. And here's, people always say, when do you want to change your bag? Well, I can tell you from experience, the vacuum's going to get heavier the more dirt you get in it. So you're going to be able to tell real quick if it starts getting heavy, that means your bag's filling up, go ahead and get it out. So I want to keep my vacuum as light as I can. I want to keep the bags changed out because the bags are extremely cheap. And one of the things that we're doing about it, not only are you going to get that compact canister with the Everywhere vacuum today, we're also going to throw in 6 of the replacement bags absolutely free with the whole thing. And we're going to ship it free to your doorstep. So guys, another great thing. And again, the bags that go in this are hyperallergenic. They filter up to 99.7% of all particles up to 0.03 microns. And that's less than a human hair. So it is extremely efficient for people who have allergies and things like that. It's getting all that dust out of your floor and keeping it in the bag. So that's what's awesome about it. So again, we got a great special on it right now, guys. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Nick's team are taking the orders for this, and you're going to get this upright, you're going to get the compact canister, and you're going to get the 6 free bags, all for $8.99. The vacuum's $8.99. We're throwing in the canister for free and the extra 6 bags. So great countdown to Christmas special. And I promise you, you're going to love this vacuum cleaner. It feels like it's self-propelled, it's lightweight, and it's quiet, and it's cord free. So how many of y'all run over your cords before? So that Roger's raising his hand, Kennedy's raising his hand, Kyle's raising his hand. So everybody's raising their hands that you've run over a cord before, and it's not fun to do that. So this takes all that work away, getting it tangled. And that's what makes this vacuum so awesome. And I can tell you from personal experience, I absolutely love this, and I give it my thumbs up and recommendation for it. So the next product we're going to talk about, we're going to move right over here, and this is called the Houdini, okay? Now, you've probably had messes on your floor. Kyle, being a brand new parent, that's why we call him Big Daddy Kyle, he's had baby food on the floor, he's had ketchup, mustard, everything you can think of, everywhere, right? So we've got a wood floor here, we've got mustard, baby food, ketchup, all this smeared in down here. And again, that's things that happen. So this is dried all day. And I can tell you right now, we could take a mop and try to get this up. It wouldn't be easy to do. And so what I'm going to show you is how easy it is to do with the Houdini. Now the Houdini has a 7-inch head. And if you see over here, it's got a rubber, basically I call it a rubber bucket. It's like to hold your water in and things, your cleaning solution. And it folds up and stores away with no problem. But you put your mop head on it, and you can just set it down in there, and that's what's awesome. You can just put it out and mop with it. And again, we're just going to pull this down. We're going to turn this on, and it has a vibration to the head, and this thing just is awesome. It makes cleaning a breeze. And Kyle really put this stuff on here this time. But it's kind of making a mess, but it is coming up. I don't know if they can see that good, Roger, or not on air, but it's taking that mess up really well. Yeah. And I'm not doing any effort with this at all. I'm just, one finger. I'm just letting it glide across the floor. So it is pulling this up, no problem at all. Can they see that on camera? Yeah, it's almost got it up. There's a little bit of the mustard left. So you can see how hard mustard and ketchup is to get off. So imagine just everyday dirt in your house, how easy that would be to get up. So again, it's just, it's pretty much, there's a little bit left, Roger, right there, but not much. But I'm just not putting any pressure. Roger, you can get a shot of my hand again. I'm basically just pushing it. And you can put pressure with that handle, right? Yeah, you can push down on it if you want to. Yes, I'm letting the mop work. So what's great about this thing too is if you got grout in your house or anything like that, you can actually turn this up on its edge, like put one end in and use the handle to push a little pressure down. You can actually clean all your grout lines on your tile floors. But guys, we have a great special in this as well. And I think what do we have it for right now, Kyle? It's $279. It's $279. We have a call-in special for it. Give us a call, and we have a great countdown to Christmas special on this. And I think there's very limited of these left in there, Kyle. I can't remember how many they are, but I think there's only 10 left. These things are flying out off the shelves. This has been a big seller. And again, at that 17-inch head, you're going to be able to get a lot of mopping done with very little effort. And again, you can either use the mop bucket, kind of like what we did here, and get the head wet, or you can just do a spray and do it with a dry mop head. But you can do, I think we demonstrated this a while back. We did it with a car mat. We cleaned Kennedy's muddy floor mat, and it was amazing how good it cleaned. So there's only 10 left. Kyle just updated me. There's 10 of these left. And again, guys, if you saw the mess, I mean, this was extremely hard to get off. We tried to get this up with just pushing it with a dry cloth, and we couldn't get it off the floor. So it makes it extremely easy to mop in your house. And that's why we put such a mess down, because I want to show you how good this thing actually works with little effort. So if you can imagine, mopping your kitchen floors and around your house, even your wood floors, taking some Bona, spray it on your wood floor and just going over the wood floor with the vibrating head the way it does, it takes all the effort out of you pushing down at all. I mean, it just glides across the floor and it's doing all the work by itself. All you have to do with the mop heads is take them off, and you can just throw them in a washing machine and clean them that way and let them air dry. And you just keep reusing them over and over and over. And you get the mop heads with it. And I tell you, I can't say enough about it, guys. I know Roger and Kyle's used this, and everybody in our office is loving the David and this. So let's go back to Jane real quick, and then I'll switch back to my other desk, and we'll talk about it a little bit with Jane.
Oh my goodness. Did you see the mess that thing picked up? Can you believe it? Well, I have one question, because the Rice Krispie dance was super fun, but where do you get that much cat hair? No, that's okay. I'm a cat mom. I love my cats. Amazing that David vacuum is just, the power on that thing is so cool. And I love the idea. We do want to have a bag because of sanity reasons. I love it. The mop, with little effort, he cleaned up all of that mess on the floor. I am impressed, Blaine.
Hey, I'm telling you what, I worry every time when Kyle and Roger make those messes, because they put that stuff so thick and they leave it on there for hours, so it dries really hard. And every time, like the last time we did this in here, I was like worried that it's not going to come up. But that David, it's just, it vibrates so much. And I guess with that pad, it has that action on it. It just cleans, and then it absorbs anything that that comes over. So it works really good.
Well, and I thought whoever put the mess down for the mop, like that wasn't been a fun job. But I mean, even if I say go make a mess, we love it. But even for you, like way more fun to clean it up, because I don't know if you guys are like me. I see the mess, I clean it up, and I'm so much happier when it's clean, especially my floors, and especially when I'm picking up all the stuff that accumulates on my floor in the sewing room. And I know that for a fact. We clean it up. We love it. So, I mean, it is really a dream, that David vacuum.
It is, and the compact canister, so I just call that the sewer's friend because of the micro toolkit that come with it. You can clean all around your sewing machine, clean in your car. There's so many uses for it. But the David, I'm telling you, the everywhere upright, being a battery powered, and what's cool about it too, Jane, the battery actually pops off, and you can just store your vacuum cleaner in the closet, and you can leave your battery somewhere else and just charge it.
Aww.
And when you're ready to, go vacuum, just unplug it and go put it in your vacuum, and you're ready to go.
I mean, that's great too, because you can put that away, and then you're charging up that battery. How long does the battery work for, Blaine? Do you know?
All right, so on the everywhere upright vacuum cleaner, you're going to get about 50 minutes of runtime to almost an hour of runtime vacuuming with that. Now the Houdini, the electric mop, you can get up to 2 hours of runtime with one charge with that one.
And on the mop, some people are asking, can you empty the mop?
Well, the way it works, that little tray that I had, it's like a little tray, and it's flexible rubber. And so what you do is you can set that down and just, put a little water in it, a little cleaning solution in it, and you can just set your mop in there, and it absorbs all that cleaning solution. instead of having to go spray your floor, then you can just take that, you can pour a little Bona in it with a little water, and then just take that and just go start doing your wood floors. And then once you do it, you can take it back to your sink, take the pad off, go rinse it out, under the sink, squeeze it back out, and then put it back on and just continue to go. So
I love
that's what awesome. And then it comes with 2 pads, so you can always have, swap them out real quick too. So you can have one to use to dry, and you can have one to use to mop wet.
Yeah.
So it works extremely well.
That's so smart. And then the last question is for the price. I know the price is great because you're giving a lot of extra added value things with the price. Do you come along with the vacuum or the mop to do the cleaning?
Well, I actually do, Jane, but it's a little bit more money than the $8.99 for the upright. But I'll come once a week and do all the vacuum cleaning.
You'll be flying around the country, man.
Hey, I promise you, they would not want to pay me to come and vacuum. As easy as this thing is to use, and I'm telling you, the upright is crazy easy. We have a video that we did where I just turned it on, standing straight up and down, and it took off just like it was self-propelled by itself. And it's not. It's just that brush row pulling the carpet fiber up so well, it propels the vacuum forward.
Is there any kind of carpeting or floor that it's best for, or just works with everything?
Works with everything. The only thing I would think would give it a challenge, which it's every vacuum cleaner out there, is that real tall frangé. Yeah. That type of carpet sometimes, what it does, it bounds up into the brush rows of any vacuum cleaner. Yeah. Those are extremely hard to clean, but what good thing about it is the canister has 2 wands, attachment, and a hose, and you can do some area rugs and frangé with that canister.
And the picture of your mom was just priceless. And you said, how old is she? 89?
She's 88. And
88.
She still cleans her house and picks that vacuum up and uses it. And so that just tells you, 13 pounds is nothing. And again, it's easy to use, and you don't have to worry about messing with cords and take a chance on falling, because that's people. I don't know if y'all know this, but a lot of elderly people fall when they're trying to vacuum because they trip over the cords.
Yeah, that's super important. I love that it's so lightweight, really and truly, for all of us, because we're picking that thing up and moving it around a lot. A good question I saw go by. That when we're crafting, sometimes we get into dyes, and sometimes we get into fabric paints, and sometimes we get into other things like that. If something is dry, it's dry. But if we're picking up those paints or dyes, would the mop work on that with the right cleaning fluid?
I think it would if it was still wet. One of the things is you're probably going to have to use some sort of cleaning solution regardless of what you're doing. But there's a good chance if you can catch it while it's still there, wet, it'll come right up just like a regular mop. The only thing it's going to probably do, if it's dye, it's going to dye the color of the mop, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah, or if it's dye, it's going to dye the color of your carpet or whatever is there.
Yeah.
But again, if you can, get it right away, but it would go through paint. Like, I'm thinking of that mustard and ketchup is kind of gloppy like it is paint.
That was just about like paint. I don't know what kind of baby food Kyle had in there with it either, but that stuff was like glue. But, the thing is, what's cool about the Houdini mop too, Jane, let's just say, for instance, your dog has a little accident, or you are, somebody tracks in mud on carpet, or you drop something on some food on your carpet. Well, most people are going to go get a paper towel and try to do all that. Yeah. All you have to do is go get the Houdini and actually get the head wet and just go over the carpet even, and it's going to agitate the carpet. It's going to absorb all that stuff that's on there, and then all you got to do is just take that mop head off and throw it in the machine and wash it, and you're good.
Which is really great, because no getting on your hands and knees wiping it up, because a lot of times when it's a big spill like that, you got to get down, you got to get paper towels and go for it, and sometimes it can be hard to get up, and sometimes you don't want to go down. So if you can get this thing right away and get it on there, that's a great benefit to having it.
It is. And everybody, I know, everybody thinks $8.99 for a vacuum cleaner, but here's the thing.
Have you seen the prices of vacuum cleaners?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You're going to spend $500 on what they call disposable vacuum cleaners that last for a year, and you throw them away and go get another one. This is a quality product. It's, David stands behind the warranty 100%. And what's great about it too, there's 45 David vacuum stores nationwide. And with this, you're going to get 3 annual tune-ups. That means you can take it to the David vacuum store across the nation. You can take it in there and they're going to tune it up absolutely free once a year for 3 years.
Yeah.
And so that's awesome. And then, the other thing about it is anytime you're investing in a good product, that's the reason you do. You buy a nicer washer and dryer because you're wanting something to last. I'm telling you right now, these things will last. And if the battery ever did die out 5-10 years from now, you can buy the replacement batteries extremely easy just to replace the battery on it. And that's about the only thing you're going to have to worry about ever maybe going bad is because, batteries do die like your car over a few years, 10 years from now, they may not work.
Yeah, over time they'll die. One of my favorite, and I forgot to mention this, is it's cordless. I'm tripping over cords. I'm running over the cords. You're whipping the cord around. You're whipping the cord around. I'm holding on to the cord. I'm like doing the rodeo, like, trying to do a lasso with my cords. So the idea that it's cordless, I don't even know what I would do because I'm like, well, I'll be like, where's the cord?
Well, I can just tell you from experience, it's extremely easy just to go open your closet, pull the vacuum out and just turn it on and go to vacuuming and vacuum a room and just go from that room right to the next, never having to worry about finding a plug-in that's empty or bending over to doing it. That's the thing that makes it so easy. And so, if you've got let's just say you have a 3,000 square foot house and you have, 4 bedrooms of carpet, you can go in there and you're going to be able to clean all 4 of those bedrooms within that 50-minute or to an hour time frame. And you're not one time going to have to switch cords to plug it in. You're not going to have to bend over. You can just go from room to room to room, extremely easy. And I tell you, it's going to speed up your cleaning time a whole lot.
I feel like I still have my vacuum that my sister got me when I got my first apartment. I have another vacuum, but I'm just thinking of the vacuums in my head and how I have to lug them and they're so heavy. And I'm like, and I keep looking for new vacuums and I'm like, it's too expensive for that. It's too expensive. But just knowing what you could get based on what you can get for basically the same price is really, really astonishing.
Yeah. And again, the upright, it's $8.99. You're going to get that free canister with it. We're throwing in 6 extra bags that come with it. And again, Jane, we have some 0% interest financing available too. If somebody wanted to finance that and still get it, if they order it today, they're still going to get it in time for Christmas. So that's the great thing. And then that Houdini mop, again, $279 is a great price for that. 2-hour battery life, you get in the 2 mop heads with it. And one thing I forgot to even say about it too, it has an adjustable height handle on it. So you can adjust that down for whatever height you are. I'm 6'3", and I had it all the way up and it was perfect for me. But, somebody else there, it's a little shorter. You can put it all the way down and it's still a perfect height for you to use.
Yeah. So let's talk about the Houdini mop. So the mop will work on your kitchen floor. Could it work on a tile floor? Can it work on hardwood floors? Like all?
Any floor surface, even carpet. And then you can do your grout lines as well because it has that side handle. You can kind of turn it up on the edge and put a little pressure on it to actually clean those grout lines. And the whole secret behind this thing cleaning so well is the head that vibrates, and it does it such a high frequency of it. That's what's making it clean so well.
Yeah, and then also switching keys here or switching topics back to the vacuum, you showed us the arm so that you could get up on the fan, you can get up in the higher places, and it kind of turns, right?
Yeah, it's got a shoulder strap you can put on your shoulder, and what you supposed to do it is wear it cross body. So you put it on one shoulder and lay it on this side, so that way it makes it pretty much hands free, and then all you have to do is work the accessories and the tools.
It's phenomenal, Blaine. Like you told me about this when you first did it, or you first got it, but I hadn't seen it do the demo with the Rice Krispies. So that's really, really fascinating.
Oh, it is. I hope everybody got to see the Rice Krispies dance because it has so much suction. You can actually see them start jumping up and down and vibrating before I even get close to them, and it's pulling them to the head just in stationary position.
Yeah, just be careful that you don't, like, sometimes I have a fuzzy rug, the little, fringe comes off the side and I suck up the rug. Like this will grab the rug from 3 feet away.
Yeah, this way you won't have to. You can just go up there close to it, and it'll pull them and straighten them out and everything.
and then forget it. Like I don't even have to get. You're not down on your hands and knees.
Exactly. All right, let me remind everybody one more time, guys. We have the Everywhere Uprights, $8.99. We're going to throw in that free Firefly canister with it. You're also going to get the 6 extra bags. Give us a call right now to place your order at 800-401-8151. And then you got to see that Houdini mop, electric mop, 2-hour battery life. Again, guys, it's $279. And we have a really good shot. If Kennedy, can you put that up on the screen? We have a really good shot of how the vibration motions works with that mop head. And it's 4 times more powerful than any other electric mop like it on the market. And it has that huge 17-inch mop head, so you can cover a lot of ground very quickly. And again, guys, it's $279. Give us a call right now. You're going to get the 2 extra mop heads. And, if you need some financing, we have some 0% interest financing we can probably help you out with. But we do have a call-in special for that. You have to call. And Kyle told me we only have 10 of these left. So you better act quick on that if you're interested.
There's just 10 mops left?
10 mops left.
Oh, my goodness.
That's been a hot item for the Christmas season this year, is that Houdini mop.
Well, it's just like magic. It's just like a Christmas magic. It's Houdini.
Yeah. Makes the dirt disappear.
Yes. You just need someone to do it. But you're making it easy for us to not be so bummed out when we have to clean something up. Blaine. Maybe I'll start cleaning more.
It's really fun to use because of the way it vibrates, and it just kind of glides. It's not hard to, you can just kind of hold it with a couple fingers and let it glide and slide across by itself.
Yeah, we should make up like the Rice Krispie dance or something. We'll have Kennedy and Kyle and Roger. They'll make up the Rice Krispie dance, just popping around, and they all just pop at different rates.
All right, Jane. Well, hey, we got to continue on. We got one more last demonstration of the day.
I can't believe it.
Guess who it is?
Well, we're saving the best for last. Let me just introduce her right now. Okay, everybody. That's right. We're saving the best for last. Please welcome back to the show. Oh, she's a fan favorite, and she's here to talk all about the Durkee sash hoops. Put your hands together. Loud cheers. She's the last presenter of the entire week. Oh, yeah. It's Joanne Banco.
Hey, I love it. I love it. It's so nice to be last.
You know what? It's the truth. We saved the best for last, Joanne, and you
are it. Close out the show and wrap it up and tie it in a bow and send everybody home with lots of sewing happiness for sure.
In a big, beautiful bow to wrap it all up. So I love these Durkee sash hoops. I know you do too. So I'm going to let you take it. You got to talk about it. You get 30 minutes.
All right. Can't wait. Let me start. I've got some slides to show you with some pictures. I made lots of samples, and I wonder, could you take me off so we just see the slides? So you see everything on there? Yeah, that'd be great. I didn't realize it was going to, hopefully everybody's seeing at least good. Very good. Durkee embroidery hoops. Some of you know them. Some of you already love them. They've been in the industry and providing hoops for both industrial, commercial machines, home model machines, everything you could imagine. But they have just come out with some new, what are called sash frames. You're going to learn all about those today. And they are designed for single needle flat bed machines. So you can see here I've got we've got 2 sizes that we're going to talk about. The sash frame with an 8-inch by 12-inch sewing field is designed for machines. Remember, single needle flat bed. I'll tell you more about models in a minute. With a 9.5 by 14-inch hoop capability. So the sewing field for that frame is 8 by 12. But the machine actually has a maximum of 9.5 by 14. And we'll talk more about that when I show you the hoops. And then there's also a sash frame with a 9.5 by 14-inch sewing field for the machines that have 10 5/8 by 16 inches as their maximum hoop capability. So what machines are we talking about? Well, you all know I am a Brother ambassador. So I'm going to show you the Brother machine models that this works with. And yes, there are comparable models, so there are more, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But the 9.5 by 14 size includes the machines you see listed there in the upper side, and then in the lower corner there, the machines that have 10 5/8 by 16 inches. You see the models listed there. Now remember, these are current models. So these sash frames were designed to work, on those models and connect to your machine just like your standard hoops do. But who knows what's coming down the pike in the future? We could see more machines that have 9.5 by 14 capability, and we could see more that have 10 5/8 by 16 capability. So remember, they will work. If you're familiar with Brother machines, you know that all the hoops on the models that slide in, they're all the same. So all right, now if you go to the Sewing Machines Plus website, though, this information is directly from SewingMachinesPlus.com, and that will show you every model that is compatible currently with these hoops. So you have no guesswork, no wondering, is this hoop for me? If your machine is listed there and has that size range, you can use these hoops. Now, note that if you have a machine that has that maximum size of 10 5/8 by 16 inches, you can use both of the Durkee sash frames. So you can use a sash frame that gives you 8 inches by 12 inches of embroidery field area, and you can also use the one that gives you 9.5 by 14-inch embroidery field area. And again, I will show you a little bit more about exactly what that means. But that's a whole lot of you out there. Give me a thumbs up and a yes, ma'am, if those are machines that you currently have in your repertoire, or if those are machines that you hope to have in the future, something along on that list. Now is a perfect time to paste that list somewhere, circle it or highlight it and say, yes, this is the machine that I am looking for. And just leave sheets like that all over the house. Hint, 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 hint. So don't forget, you'll find all that information on SewingMachinesPlus.com. Now, I have stitched many samples with this hoop, so that's why I can sing its praises so loudly, because I have used it. And those of you that know me know if I use it and I love it, I want to share it with everybody else in the sewing world. So that's why I'm here today to talk about these hoops. So what do we use these hoops for that makes them so special? Well, if you've ever made patches, badges, you know that they are generally done on this heavy, clear, water-soluble stabilizer, and they're individually placed. The pieces, I like to pre-cut mine on my Brother Scan and Cut and place them on there. But then the embroidery all has to take place on that area. And if you've ever stitched out multiples of any design, but in particular patches, you may have found the shifting, the pulling, the tugging, and you may have seen that some of your registration was off. Not to worry with the Durkee sash frames. That clear stabilizer is held in place so securely that it absolutely, positively cannot move. So all of my patches come out perfectly. They look like they're just floating on there, but they actually are all stitched and ready to be punched out and put onto whatever I wanted to put them onto. The next one I'm going to show you is freestanding lace. And freestanding lace is another one of those, we love to do projects. You saw me hoop some water-soluble stabilizer yesterday, the Stay Perfect line from Sewing Machines Plus, and I had it hooped in a Durkee hoop. Well, here is an example of a whole hoop full of freestanding lace stitched with the Durkee sash frame and the water-soluble stabilizer. And the reason it is so critical to use a hoop like this for multiple pieces is there is no room for error with freestanding lace, because it's stitched on water soluble. If you want to do multiples in one hooping, you have to make sure that nothing shifts nothing moves while you're stitching that design. And technically you're supposed to stitch freestanding lace, technically one at a time in the smallest hoop available to fit that size piece. And that's because you want to have as little push and pull as possible. However, with the Durkee sash frames, you can load up that hoop because once again, that stabilizer is not moving and all of your registration is perfect. If you've ever dissolved a freestanding lace and had it fall apart on you when you were done, it's because the stitches were not connecting perfectly, and they have to connect perfectly in order to have that result when you wash it out. So I love it for loading the hoop with freestanding lace. Next up, you see some of the most dense designs I have ever stitched. The one on the left, the horses, actually was over 117,000 stitches. That is a mega amount of stitches. I was able to stitch that on a piece of cotton fabric with just a little interfacing on the back and an iron-on tearaway, and I had perfect registration from top to bottom, edge to edge. Every stitch is aligned absolutely perfectly. Once again, because it's stitched in the sash frame, that fabric is snapped into place and cannot move because of the design of the rails and the clamps, which I will be showing you in just a couple minutes. And then there you see my little furry baby. I did her with the photo stitch program in the Brother PE Design. And again, if you've ever done photo stitch or you've ever seen them, it is mega amount of stitches. I forget how much that one is, but it's close to 100,000 itself. And it's layers upon layers of stitches that give that almost an oil painting kind of realistic look. So once again, I got perfection on just a piece of cotton with a little bit of stabilizer, and it's just absolutely beautiful results. My last sample is actually just a quilt block. And in this case, I didn't fill the entire hoop because I did an 8-inch block, but you can see that it's also ideal for projects like quilting that are in the hoop designs. In fact, you can use this for your edge-to-edge quilting and your motif quilting where you want to fill a large area, because it will, your stitches will line up absolutely perfectly because the fabric is held so firm and tight. No matter how many layers you have there, if those layers are secured together, when they're clamped in their hoop, they are not moving. So think about other in the hoop projects that you do. Again, if you've ever had, an unfortunate experience with stitching in the hoop and you found that something moved, it's because the stabilizer moved and it shifted. When you are locked into this Durkee sash frame, you cannot, you have no worries because that piece cannot move once it's hooped. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and think, just throw out some ideas. What about pillows? What about home decor items? What about those quilts you have laying around? What about those projects that you wanted to create those beautiful, dense, large sceneries? What about tile scenes? Think of all your most challenging projects and then think about using the Durkee sash frame to solve all the issues you've experienced from those challenging projects. All right, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to switch over now to my table there where I can show you how this hoop looks and how to actually use it. So let me go ahead and switcheroo over there. Okay, and I got to pop over here to my workstation. Oh, give me a minute to bring my, all right, hopefully you can hear me now. Okay, so pardon the cords. So you see here, I've actually got, let me see if I can bring this up so I can see what I'm doing here on the screen. All right, hang on one second here. All right, so I've got my hoop here right now with my fabric already in it and the clamps on. So I'm going to show you first of all how to take these clamps off. Every Durkee sash frame comes with the clamps, the hoop, and a tool for removing these clamps. If you notice, there's a ridge on each one of them. So I'm just going to slide that. There's a groove. Slide it right onto there and pop it right off. And you do that for each and every one. Just slide that on. Easily pops off.
We're still in the sample screen.
You're not seeing my hoop?
I'm seeing the hoop, but the design's in there. Not that.
What are you seeing? Are you seeing that?
No. I'm seeing the design, the photo that he sent you.
Oh, okay. Hang on, we got a glitch here. Hopefully you can hear me. We want to take that slide off the screen so that I can show my camera over where I'm at. So,
hey, Joanne, we can see the hoop and we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. So we
Good.
just right now we can see the hoop. Okay.
That's what we need. All right.
All
We're going
right.
back to this.
You're good to go. Just want to let you know.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So I'm showing right now how to take off the clamps. Every Durkee sash frame, if you didn't hear me before, comes with the frame itself, comes with the spring steel clamps, and it comes with a tool for removal. So we just slide the tool right over that little ledge and pop it right off. And you can use either side of this tool. We're perfectly fine with either side. Snap that off. All right, so what I want to show you first is how to get your fabric centered in this hoop. It's really very easy. There are notches on the hoop. So I have a notch there and I can feel them. I have a notch there. I have a notch here and a notch here. I like to do this on a cutting mat because now I've got my fabric marked for my center line. But if you notice, again, method to my madness here, I'm famous for saying that, I've got my center markings on the wrong side. Now I did it with a bright colored pencil. You would be using a washout marker, but I want you to see this really well because I want you to see how easy it is to center this in the hoop. I'm simply going to line this up now with the grid lines that I lined up. This grid line goes with my center in this direction, and this grid line goes with my center in this direction just by putting those notches right there. I'm going to layer that over, match that up, give it a little flip, and then I can test it on this side to see if I'm lined up. That looks good. I could take a little bit of extra time if I wanted to and perfect that. But once I've got my fabric, again, layered with my stabilizer, whatever you commonly use, that's fine. Just layer your fabric with your stabilizer. I'm just using an iron-on tearaway for this one today. Now we're ready to put our clamps over the rails. Well, let me talk about the rails here for a minute because we have rails on each side and they are made out of aluminum. In fact, the whole frame is made out of aluminum, and these are designed to have ridges on them so they actually will grip the fabric. So watch how easy it is for me to put these spring steel clamps on. Go from the center and I'm going to slide to the outside. And I'm just going to put a little pressure with my palm on one end and then on the other. Now, in order to do each one of these, you're going to want to turn the frame so that the area that you're placing the clamp is facing you. So I've got, again, that little ledge that's going to go to the outside. Just slide that over, again, right on top of that rail. Palm, push that down, locks it into place. You can already see how tight that is. Now let me get a little bit of room here to get the last two done. Right over that rail. Pop it in place. Slide it around. It is very important to use this process. And slide it over that rail. pop that right into place. All right, I have got what is called a drum tight surface. My fabric is not stretched. It is just simply clamped in place with firm hold from end to end and side to side. And yes, we have some openings here. That's okay. Those are not in an area where you're going to be stitching. So all of the area where you're going to stitch is going to be supported. All right, I'm going to have to flip over again to another spot. And I'm going to be heading over to the machine now. So let me switch over to that end. A lot of switching around here, just like we're moving around, you know, in our sewing rooms when we're sewing. And while I, you know, show you this few things, I do want to mention that, of course, there is the larger hoop that I'm using. I'm using the 8x12 version today. And when we get all done, I'll grab the hoops and show you them on the screen so that you can see them in comparison to the regular hoops that come with the machine. But I want to show you a few ins and outs now of how this actually works on your machine. So hopefully you can see everything pretty good here. Just going to move that out of the way. All right, so I am actually on the screen of my machine. I just want to give you a few tips of how these are used. And I also want to tell you that if you visit the Durkee website, or actually you could find all this information right on the Sewing Machines Plus website, because I remember they actually loaded the video. I did a whole video tutorial showing you each one of these steps in detail. So when you purchase these hoops, you can have confidence that you will be able to use them properly. So one of my best tips is we need to make sure that whatever design we select fits within the sewing field. And if you remember at the beginning, I talked about the fact that if you have a machine that has a maximum of 9.5 by 14 inches for the standard hoop, you will be using the Durkee sash frame in an 8-inch by 12-inch size. And that's because the design of this unique hoop with those rails and the clamps means that it needs a little bit of extra space around it. So when we put it on the machine, we need to make sure that we are only using a design that fits within 8 by 12, not going up to the actual maximum hoop size. So essentially we're stitching with a hoop one size down from the largest available hoop. So how do I know that I'm working in the right size area? Well, I like to use a little trick here on the machines where we have something called the set mode, and it's a little page key up there. And if I turn this page on this particular setting screen, you can see that I'm actually able to select all the different hoops that are available. Now, my largest size hoop, again, is 9.5 by 14 inches. I don't want to use 9.5 by 14 inches as my size range. I want to use the maximum sewing field for this hoop, which is 8 by 12. And there's actually a sticker on it that reminds you of that. So I'm going to go ahead and select, too much punch in here. Let me get that back up. I'm going to go ahead and select 8 by 12. Now, when I select this, the machine still doesn't know what hoop I'm putting on it, but it will tell me by virtue of this picture what area I have to work within. So I use this feature regularly. Now, when I go to my embroidery screen, whatever embroidery design I select, if you can see that rectangular line, that now becomes my boundary. I know I need to stay within 8 by 12 in order to use this hoop. So having that boundary line on the screen is going to prevent me from making a mistake. Now I could go ahead and I could go to edit now, and I could, well, let me go back to the previous screen where I can actually resize, and I could resize this. And as long as I stay within that fence, I'm going to be good to go and ready to sew. So just remember, that's how this would work on any machine. You're going to have any machine that is compatible with these hoops. you are going to have this set mode key, and you are going to have that same option that I had by selecting what frame I intend to use for my design purposes and then actually put on the machine. Now, before we get over to the hoop side, I want to show you just a couple more things. First of all, when I use this sash frame, I like to use my stitching speed at about 600 inches rather than the highest speed. It's a little bit of a heavier frame, and I just find I get really good results at that range. So I'm going to go ahead and touch the setting for that as well. My embroidery foot height is going to be for whatever's appropriate for the fabric that I have in there. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK now. And I'm going to act as if I was ready to go to embroider this. I'm going to go ahead and go to embroidery. And when we go to embroidery, there's one more thing we want to do before we stitch. This is essential, and every hoop comes with this guideline for you. And that is, we are going to always use our tracing feature just to double check ourselves and make sure that we have stayed within that range. So I'm going to go ahead and slide my hoop on the machine. And once I do that and say OK, now I can actually touch this key and it will trace the entire area. And I'm going to move this over so you can see it happening. And I'm just about a ½ inch between me and my camera, so we're good so far. But you can see I've got plenty of room around that whole perimeter. Now, I knew that because I used that setting key, but this is, again, just a way for you to double check. Now, I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pretend I'm going to be stitching this design, and you're going to see something happen here really, really quickly. My bobbin thread is almost empty. Well, in order for this hoop to go on and off, we have to be able to get our hoop on or off through this upper left-hand corner. There are going to be times when I go to take my hoop off, like now, and I can't slide it far enough off to get out of this upper left-hand corner. And that's simply because of where the needle stopped. So no problem. I'm going to leave that on. If I have that low bobbin thread warning, I'm going to go ahead and make it do that again for you. And it'll kick in just a minute. Okay. So if this happens to you, you are going to simply touch return, and you are not going to use the feature that is built into the machine. Very important. I'm just going to touch return. When I touch that, that tells the machine that I already took care of things. You know, they're smart machines, but they don't know exactly everything that's going on. And basically, it thinks that I have already attended to my bobbin. But I can't because of where that location is. So what do I need to do? If I was in the middle of a design, I would simply record my stitch number, which is right up here, put it on a little Post-it note with a paper, stick it on my machine, and then I would go ahead and use my plus/minus key, which is what I'm going to do now, and I'm going to send it to 0. When you send your hoop to 0, it always goes back to the dead center of the hoop, where I could very easily slide this off and slide this out of that upper left-hand corner area without any problem whatsoever. Now I could go ahead and I could change my bobbin, put my new bobbin in, fill that back up, put the hoop back on the machine by slipping it again through that. That's where it needs to go in, and that's where it needs to go out. That's your opening. That's your little doorway there. And then I could slide that back on. I would simply go now back to my screen. I'd see what was that stitch I had it on, and I would fast forward and use all the keys that I have available on all of these machines in order to get back to that stitch count where I left off. So that makes it Really, really simple and really easy. Now, one other little thing I want to show you real quick. I'm going to take the hoop off again. You may be working on thinner fabrics or, you know, any project where this hoop sits up a little bit higher, and you might find the need for this little gizmo gadget that comes with the machine. And this is designed for you to simply snap on over your throat plate, right where that opening is. And what this does is it slightly raises the area between where the fabric sits in the hoop and where your presser foot rests on the fabric. So it does a great job of preventing what we call flagging, so that you've got good contact. So if you think you need this to you know, fill that area in, just pop that on and use that when you're embroidering with the Durkee sash frames. So I'm gonna swing back over here, grab my hoops, and just show you these hoops one more time. Get me back up on the regular screen here. I'm telling you, these are game changers. Your sash frames have been used in the industry for many years for dense projects. And if you can get it flat in a hoop, you can stitch it with a Durkee sash frame. So if we have a machine that has a 9.5 by 14 inch for our maximum hoop size, we are going to be using the 8 inch by 12 inch Durkee sash frame, the one I was showing you today. If we have a machine that has the, like my Luminaire has, the maximum hoop size of 10 5/8 by 16, we will be using the 9.5 by 14 inch Durkee sash frame. Each one of these are labeled with the size. They also have a beautiful protective strip on the back that keeps the hoop from rubbing against the bed of your machine and lets it slide really, really freely across the machine. So I'm telling you, once I've started stitching with these hoops, I'm having a hard time stopping because they are making all of my projects so, so perfect. So I wonder if we've got any questions.
Well, hey, Joanne.
Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, I'm going to tell them how they can get it. But before I do, Joanne, great presentation. And I got to show a picture of something that you made that was so awesome. I got to share this with everybody. As I'll tell everybody, years ago, I can't remember, I think it was in 2016, Michelle had a little dog. My wife had a little dog that she absolutely loved, had it for 12 years. Yeah. We had to put it down because it was very sick and ill. I know. And Joanne made her little present, sent to her. And she still has that in her in our spare bedroom in the chair. And Kennedy's actually even saw it and recognized it.
I did, and I loved it.
So Joanne made this pillow for her, and she just cherishes this pillow. So she wanted me to tell you thank you so much for doing that, Joanne. And that's how sweet you are, and everybody loves you. And we're so happy to, as Jane said, we saved the best for last, and we're so happy that we get to close out, you know, a countdown to Christmas with Joanne Banco.
Thank you. I wish everyone a beautiful season, make lots of wonderful memories, and hug the people you love, okay?
All right, Joanne, thank you so much.
Happy sewing.
We'll see you later. All right, everybody, let's tell you how you can get these sash frames. Joanne did such a great job with these. But guys, these are a call-in special. These are mapped price. The normal price on this one is $265. And the small, that is for the 9.5 by 14. And then the smaller one, the 8 by 12, is $245. So there's $20 difference in the two sizes of hoops. These are call-in specials. So you have to call to get the countdown to Christmas special on these. But guys, don't delay on these. Jump on these. These are awesome. And I tell you, Joanne loves these things. And Durkee did such a good job when they came out with these. And these came over from the kind of industrial commercial world. The sash frames, they use a lot of them in that industry. Brent Taylor's the owner of Durkee. He brought them and made them for the domestic machines now. So you're getting that technology in here. And I tell you, they really hold the quilt. And you don't have to worry about smashing your fingers with the magnets. That's what's awesome. So anyway, give us a call, 800-401-8151 to order your Durkee sash frame right now. And if you want to take a look at it and read about it, you can see the compatibility of the machines, that list. Just go to smplive.tv. You'll see the sash frame on there at the top of the page. We have the product scroller. Just scroll till you see the sash frame. Click on it. It'll take you to the product pages. You can read all about it, and then you can place your order from there. All right, guys, let's bring my co-host Jane back in.
Hi.
So Jane, as usual, Joanne knocked it out of the park. She is so thorough and such a good educator.
I mean, she was fantastic. In fact, I was like, we'll just let her go. Because you know what? If there was no time limit, she would just go and explain a whole bunch of things.
Well, that's the only downfall of these shows is, you're limited on time because we're trying to, get so much content in them. But yeah, if you had her where you could spend an hour with her, it would just be unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. She's like, let me just show you one more thing. Let me just show you one more thing, which is the beauty of Joanne, because she thinks of stuff as she's going along and you learn more along the way. So yeah, she's great.
Well, I learned a long time ago how good Joanne was. And I used to bring her into some of these great big events I would do. And after these big, huge events, I would send these surveys out to everybody that came and, like rating the instructors, like how your instructor. And overwhelmingly, the people would just rant and raved about how good instruction her classes were. So, I've always known, I learned that a long time ago when I first met her. And we've tried to, use Joanne as much as we can because of that reason. She's such a good educator, and she puts it in a relatable to so many people. She, in a form that's so relatable to.
Right. Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. She's such a good educator. She's truly a great teacher. So she's showing you and talking, and that is a skill. That is a talent, because I certainly couldn't do it. I could be like, yeah, just throw it in there and go. But she tells you why. And one of the things I like most when I'm learning something is tell me why it works and then show me how it works. And then she'll give you the step-by-step. And so she does that just brilliantly.
Yes. And you're right. That is a talent. Some people are good at sewing and quilting and all these things, but they're not good at educating other people how to do it.
Right.
And it takes a very good skill set to do that. And she's got that hands down and does always such a good job. We always love having her on. So, but hey, guess what? It's the end of the show.
Oh my gosh.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, I can't believe it. But the thing is, when it's the end of the show, we know what that means. We're all going to be like, I can't believe it went so fast. But the reality of it is we're probably going to give some things away.
All right. So everybody remember, Jane and I started Monday morning, and we said, you know what? Friday afternoon is going to be here in a snap of a finger. And we're going, is it already over with? It's already went by.
I can't believe it. Like literally 5 days, 8 hours a day. That's crazy.
It is. It's
I don't know where the time went.
Yeah, I know. So right now, I want everybody out there, if you've been here all 5 days with us watching, I want you to put a number 5 in the chat. I want to see all you who've been here the whole time. And if this is the first show you've ever seen with Sewing Machines Plus, I want you to put a number 1 in the chat so we can see how many of y'all this is the first show you ever saw of ours, and how many of y'all have been here all 5 days. And look at all the 5s. I absolutely love that.
The chat is going crazy, Blaine.
Good. And Kennedy's saying the chat's going crazy. So I absolutely love that that many people have stuck here all 5 days. And guys, thank y'all so much. And I promise you, we wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for you. If y'all didn't want to watch and see all the show and see all the different educators and all the products, we wouldn't do that. And we try to really bring a show to you and give you some really good deals, and along the line get some education and some demonstration on some great products.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like every time we show a product, we also show a little inspiration and give you some tips and pointers on how it works. And whether you buy the product or not buy the product, you can certainly use those tips and tricks sort of in your journey, in your sewing journey, and your creative journey. That is what is so cool about this week.
It is. And, and And I think somebody just put a chat up there, said great deals. There really was. And, that's one of the things that we do, Jane. We start working on these shows, months ahead of time. And, we work with the manufacturers to try to work on, our cost.
Yeah.
And so what we do is try to get a better cost. And a lot of times it requires us to buy a certain amount of product to get a reduced cost. And when I can do that, I pass the savings right on to the S&P Nation so they get a good deal.
Blaine, you're busy, Santa Blaine. You're busy. And your elves are busy too. So we really appreciate you and those elves working there.
Somebody, I think it was Kim Wolf, was in here yesterday. She goes, Blaine, I bet you spend a lot of time on the phone. And Kennedy goes, yes, he does. So yeah, I do. I spend a lot of time on the phone and trying to talk to all the manufacturers and get this. So we really are glad that, the S&P Nation's out in full force and supporting us. And, we're already working on Quilt Fest, and, it's 4 months away.
It'll be here before we know it. And that's okay with me because that means the snow will be on its way out of Chicago.
Well, Jane, I got some exciting news to share with you right now.
Yeah.
We're going to give away how many sewing machines, Kennedy?
4.
We're going to give away 4 sewing machines right now.
Oh.
And so...
We'll add some other stuff too, right?
Yeah, we got some other stuff.
Drum roll, please. What, do we start with the machines or start with the other?
We're going to start with the other stuff first, but we're going to give 4 sewing machines away. And that's just rewarding all y'all for watching and being with us all week. And so first up, let's go ahead and give away some sew mats.
Okay.
We're going to give 2 of our sewing mats away. And so, Jane, I'm going to let you do the honors.
Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay, Jane.
Just added a little
That was a good one.
enthusiasm.
I think we need a little music with this.
Oh, we
spin.
got it. We got
Do
it
we?
going.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can hear the music.
We're jamming.
Rocking.
Elevated crabs.
Elevated crabs. Congratulations.
All right. Elevated Crafts. You just want a sew mat and go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize. Fill out the information and most importantly, put the size and color of mat, sew mat you want, and we'll get that out to you. All right,
that's
Jane, let's
great.
do one more of these.
Kennedy.
Yes.
Spin the wheel. Woo!
Kind of turned into a gremlin there for a second.
Annette Myers, congratulations. She's been hanging out with us on YouTube all day, every day, all the time. Annette, you are the winner of a sew mat.
Congratulations, Annette. Annette, to claim your prize, just go to smplive.tv. Scroll down where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information on there. And then most importantly, in the comments, tell us what size of mat and what color, and we'll get it taken care of.
Yes, we will.
All right, next up, we're going to give away 2 of the Singer irons.
2 of the Singer irons. All right, let's make it happen.
All right, Jane.
Oh, Kennedy! Spin that wheel! Woo, woo, woo!
Oh yeah.
That was a little excessive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I liked it.
That was too much.
I thought it was pretty good there, Jane.
Blaine puts up with me all the time, so this works.
Marianne Blasik Resendez, congratulations. You are the winner.
And Marianne is watching from Facebook today, so congratulations, Marianne, and claim that iron. Just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you say claim my prize. Fill out all the information completely and hit submit, and we'll get your iron right out to you. All right, Jane, let's give one more of these away.
Let's do it. I just saw someone said Jane is amped. I'm amped because we're giving away prizes, people. We're giving away prizes. Okay, Kennedy, spin the wheel. Woo. Wait, I said the wheel. Spin that wheel.
Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. It is the wheel.
Yes, but no, that particular one. Nancy Venuti watching on Facebook. You are the winner. Congratulations.
Nancy's watching today from Facebook, so congratulations, Nancy. And to claim your iron, go to smplive.tv. Scroll toward the bottom where you see claim a prize, fill out all that information, and hit submit, and we'll get your iron shipped to you.
All right, don't forget to hit submit. Don't forget to hit submit.
Exactly. All right, so that's let's give away 2 of the $100 gift.
Ooh, Blaine! you are real generous today, aren't you?
We didn't even plan these ones. He's just going for it. I love it.
All right, Jane, you do the honors.
Okay, Kennedy, spin that wheel. I wanted to say it like I just won a prize too. I get my prize is to say that you won the prize.
Girls.
Jan Gers, congratulations. You are the winner. By the way, watching on YouTube. We love that. Thanks for watching and hanging out with us.
All right, Jan, claim that prize, that $100 gift card. Just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim a prize, fill out all the information, and submit, and we will email you a gift card code that you can use on SewingMachinesPlus.com at checkout. And if you're local in Southern California, you can use it in both our retail stores.
Come on
All
over.
right, let's do one more of these.
I'd like all the fellas in their deepest fella voice to do it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Oh,
That was
I'm
pretty
a little
good.
bit terrified now.
This is what we get. This is what we get. Whoop, Sandra C. Nix. Sandra C. Nix, you're the winner. Congratulations.
All right, Sandra, you know what to do. Claim that $100 gift card. Go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there.
See,
all right.
I did. I went down to the bottom of the page just to check it all out.
Did you?
Yeah, of course I did.
Good to your
That was days ago, guys. Okay, ready?
All right,
What are we giving away
next
now?
up, we're going to give away 4 sewing machines, Jane.
Oh my goodness. Are you guys ready for a sewing machine?
No, we're going to give, but
Oh.
before we give the machines away, next up, we're giving away that voltage. It's like a regulator voltage backup system. It has a battery backup and a surge protection built in.
Wow.
You can hook your sewing machine up to this. You can hook up your quilting machine, all that, and it'll actually use it. It works like a surge protector. And then if electricity goes off, you can actually use it to keep sewing. And I think you can sew for about 30 minutes.
Is it 30 minutes? Yeah.
I think it's about 30 minutes you could
So if
keep
the power
sewing.
goes out, you can still-
Yeah, you can still. So what it's made for, it's actually like a surge protector. But what it's designed for, like if you're right in the middle of something and electricity goes out, you can finish the stitches and then stop and save your work or whatever you're doing so you don't lose it.
And then you call the electric company.
All right, and this, I think the value on this, Kyle, is it's like pretty expensive. I think they're is it $150, Roger?
That one sells for
$169. Yeah, so they're $169 items. So this is a really nice item that you can get. So we're going to give some lucky viewer one of these. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Okay. What if I said no? Then
You would probably have the SMP Nation up and on.
Oh, I would. I would never do that.
What if you said no?
That was the Grinch in me. I'm so sorry.
So the winner is Butler Robotics, and they are the ones that's supplying this for us to give away.
That's weird.
I don't think we can let Butler Robotics win.
I don't think so either, but that's funny.
So good try, John Hawks, but
Santa.
he was dressed as Santa Claus. You can't take gifts back. So let's respin the wheel, Kennedy.
Respinning.
Yes, Joanne, that is totally wild. Huh? That's so weird. Eileen Costello, congratulations. You're the winner.
So Eileen, you won yourself that battery backup. And so how you're going to claim your prize, just go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, fill out all the information under Claim My Prize tab, hit submit, and we'll get that shipped out to you.
And she's just calling it the battery backup.
Yeah, I'm going to call it the battery backup. I
Okay.
forgot what the next official
Well,
name
that's okay
was.
because when there's a little thing in there, and we know what you won, Eileen, but like just in case, it's a battery backup.
Battery backup. That way we'll know what.
We hadn't seen this yet, Blaine, in our prizes.
All righty, so it is time for the 4 sewing machines. We're going to give away 2 of the Encore 260As with extension table, and we're going to give away 2 of the Necky K132s, their 100th anniversary edition. We're going to give 2 of those away. Let's start out with the Necky.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to give 2 of these away, 2 winners. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Got it.
I mean, Blaine, you're giving away a sewing machine. A little more energy. I get it.
Tell him, Jane.
I want everybody out there jumping up and down right now.
Susie, only if you jump up and down. Susie, shoot. I bet you Susie's jumping up and down. She's watching on Facebook, and Susie is the winner. That is a lovely picture of you, Susie, and I'm guessing that's your husband. Congratulations, you won the sewing machine. Woo.
All right, now I'm going to tell y'all again. I'll repeat at the end of all 4 sewing machines. I'll tell y'all how you can claim your prize again. So, all right, Kennedy, let's spin the wheel again for our second K132.
Woo.
So spin it.
Yes, Blaine, I love that one. Spin it.
Spin it.
Give it a spin. Spin it up. Spin it. Oh, Sally RN1 watching on YouTube. You were in a sewing machine, Sally.
If you're on here, comment. We want to know if you're still here.
Yeah. And we want to see how excited you are.
Woo. All right.
Yeah, I think they need to send a comment with an emoji jumping up and down.
Yeah, I think you need to do the Buddy the Elf jumping up and down.
I think they need to do the Rice Krispie dance.
All right, so we got 2 down, right? Is that 2 sewing machines down?
Yes. Now we're moving on to the Encore.
So let's do the Encore 260A with extension table. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spin that wheel! Sorry, that was very exciting.
I like the way you do it way better, Jane.
I'm happy. I'll do it. I'll do the next one. I'll do the final one. Oh, Dr. Geraldine Vogelsang.
I think she won earlier too.
She won yesterday, I believe.
Oh, was it yesterday?
Was it
I don't
yesterday or
remember.
today?
It was earlier today. It was earlier.
Well,
What did
because I
she
remember
win? She
Blaine
won a
had to
sew
say her
mat.
name.
She won a sewing mat, so now she'll have a sewing machine to sit on her sew mat.
Nice job, Dr. Geraldine Vogelsang. You're the
All right,
winner.
Doc, you know what to do. All right, so Kennedy, we're going to give our last sewing machine away. It is the Encore 260A.
Ready?
This is our last giveaway.
Drum
This is
roll,
the last-
please. Drum
This
roll,
is the last
please.
giveaway
Kennedy.
for Countdown to Christmas. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
That was the best one we did all week. The best for last, people. Geraldine Newton watching on YouTube. Geraldine, you have won the sewing machine and our last prize of the entire week.
That was it. So congratulations, Geraldine, and all you machine winners. How you can claim your prize is just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see claim my prize, and then just fill out all the information completely, hit submit, and then as soon as we get all that information, we will get your winnings sent out to you. So Jane, it's done.
I can't
We have
believe
put
it.
our 3rd annual Countdown to Christmas in the books.
I think I was here for your first one, the first year.
I think you were.
Yeah, last year I was moving, so that was a little dicey. But what? I can't believe it. 3rd annual Countdown to Christmas in the history books, and super successful and fantastic, Blaine. Thank you so much for all that you do, and thank you for allowing me to be your co-host.
Hey, thank you for being here, and I know everybody loves them some Jane. So everybody out there in chat right now, y'all give a big thumbs up or a big hey to Jane. Congratulations, and thank y'all for being here. And Jane, thank you for being here. And I hope everybody has a great holiday. And we will be back on Thursday of, is it next week?
Next week, that's the eve of the eve.
So Thursday of next week on Thursday, I'd like to invite everybody out there to come and join our regular SMP live show with me and the whole gang. And we'll be on there at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central time. And we'll have about an hour show. And we'd love for y'all to join us. And then Kennedy will be on Tuesday of next week at 10 a.m. on her Takeover Tuesday. So
Oh,
we'll be
that's
2
fun.
shows next week. We'd love for all y'all to come and join
That
us.
is going to be good stuff. Hey, everybody. Blaine, thank you. Everybody should check me out, JaneKlaus.com, or that's my website, or follow me on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, any of those places. I can't remember. All the socials, Jane Klaus. That's how it goes.
She's easy to find.
Merry Christmas to everybody. Happy Hanukkah. Happy New Year. And have a blessed Christmas season with your family and your friends, and spread love everywhere you go.
All right, everybody. Thank y'all so much for joining in. We sure do appreciate it. Hope y'all had a great time this week. Want to thank a big shout out to all of our presenters that were on helping. A big shout out to all the SMP crew. I know the customer service, sales, the warehouse, accounting, all the staff at the corporate office are working extremely hard to help get all your orders facilitated. And the big gang in here, Kyle, Roger, and Kennedy, worked really hard all week, so we sure do appreciate them. So, guys, y'all have a great rest of the night. Have a great weekend, and we will see y'all next week on our regular shows.
I'll see you next
Bye-bye.
year.